Hi, good morning, everyone. Welcome to SAEM21 Virtual Grant Writing Workshop. I am Dr. Alice Chen, Assistant Clinical Professor at Cleveland Clinic, Akron General, and NeoMed. For those of you joining us for the first time, SAEM is the premier international organization representing researchers and educators in emergency medicine. Today, we are proud to bring you the SAEM Virtual Grant Writing Workshop, and during this session, you will hear from several emergency medicine faculty members and experienced researchers across the country. To kick things off, I will ask the speakers to introduce themselves. I will start myself. I am again Alice Chen. And next we have
Johnny Brown. Johnny Brown from the NIH Office of Emergency Care Research.
And then Colin's next. Colin?
Yes, I'm sorry, I was muted. I'm Colin Grineter. I'm at the University of Michigan.
I am Dr. Vijayaram Kumar. I'm one of the associate professors at Wayne State University. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ann Libby. I'm a professor at the Department of Emergency Medicine at the University of Colorado.
Hi, Joseph Miller, Emergency Medicine at Henry Ford Hospital in Wayne State.
Hi, I'm Scott Van Epps from the University of Michigan.
Hi, I'm Lauren Black. I'm an assistant professor at the University of Florida in Jacksonville.
Hello, I'm Philip Mudd. I'm an assistant professor at Washington University in St. Louis.
And then next is Bryn Muma. She is at a meeting right now. She'll be joining us later. She's from UC Davis Health.
Hi, I'm Catherine Staten. I'm an associate professor of emergency medicine global health at Duke University.
Hi, I'm DJ. I'm at the University of Pennsylvania.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm Will Sharp. I'm an associate professor at the University of Chicago.
Wonderful. Thank you to all of our faculty for being with us today. We're so lucky to have such a talented group of faculty volunteering your time and expertise. So our agenda today, we will start with Dr. Miller and Dr. Brown on fundamentals of grant writing, including types of grants and granting agencies that are out there, along with the introduction of the NIH process. Following their lecture, we will take a short break and then dive into our breakout sessions on specific aims and bio sketches. And later this afternoon, I will present a brief presentation on how grants are scored. And after that, Dr. Van Epps, along with several of our faculty members, will perform a mock grant review session. And then lastly, we will answer any questions that you may have. So let's go ahead and get started. But I want everybody to either take a picture of our agenda today so you know when to come in and out if you need to leave, and then if you need to take lunch breaks. All right. So let's go ahead and get started. Our first speaker of the day is Dr. Joe Miller. Dr. Miller is a clinical associate professor of emergency medicine and internal medicine at Wayne State University and Henry Ford Hospital. And he's also the program director of the combined EM-IM critical care program, as well as the SAEM Advanced Research Methodology Evaluation and Design, or ARMED course director. His research interests lie in cardiovascular and neurological emergencies. So Dr. Miller is going to get us started today with our first talk on the EM funding landscape. Dr. Miller, I will now turn this over to you.
Thanks. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. All right. Can everyone see that okay? Good. Well, you know, the meat of this morning is going to be really about how to write grants, and Dr. Brown is really going to go over you all a lot about NIH grants and how to get started with NIH, which I think is really a priority within SAM and within this course. But I'll also do a quick overview of what else is out there, particularly what can help get you started as you're getting going on research. and we'll particularly focus on some opportunities within SAM. Especially want to welcome the armed course participants who are all here. Many of you have already been working on grants, and hopefully this is an opportunity to whet your appetite to think about where you want to submit your ideas, because I think all of you had wonderful ideas and wonderful AIMS pages, and I think among all the participants today, whether you did armed or didn't do armed, it's a wonderful opportunity to push your ideas forward. So let's fairly rapidly go through some ideas of where to get started. And again, Dr. Brown will talk about where to get started with the NIH, but I'll go over some other opportunities. And we'll also briefly cover some later stage things that aren't part of the NIH, but we'll quickly go over as an idea of what to look forward to outside. I still remember the first time I applied for a grant, I was finishing my fifth year of residency training, and I applied for a GEMSTAR R03 grant for the NIH. And of course it wasn't funded, but did kind of get my appetite whetted for applying and thinking about this. I wish I had better mentorship at that time. But where I did find my first success in funding was actually just, going to people that were the closest to me. So looking at my institution, and depending on where you are, your institution, whether it's a hospital or a large university, may have opportunities. And sometimes these opportunities aren't really well advertised. So whether it's pilot awards, for instance, our institution has small $10,000 pilot awards to start collecting data in an area of your interest that could lead to further funding. These are minimally competitive, meaning unless the money runs out on an annual basis, it's likely you can get it. And then many of you have institutions that also have career development awards. So for instance, our institution has 3-year career development awards that are created similar to a K award that you'll hear more about, but a little bit shorter time period. So that was my first kind of career award, was I was able to get an internal career award a few years into being faculty. And then some of you I know are residents or maybe even medical students and thinking about future academic jobs. And so a big way in which many people get started in the world of research is actually getting chair support. So asking your chair, hey, I want to devote myself to research and go down this pathway. Will you give me 2 years of 0.2 FTE, 0.25 FTE, whatever you think is reasonable to get started so that you can apply for funding. Forward-looking chairs are looking for faculty. They're going to bring in large amounts of money in the long term and may be willing to put that kind of investment into their academic mission early. And that doesn't just include the huge university programs that have had long-term success. Now, admittedly, a lot of these kind of internal funding things aren't regularly advertised to clinical faculty. And I remember when I first started as faculty at my institution, you had to have know the backdoor secret knock to figure out how to find the internal funding awards. Even though they were not particularly competitive, they weren't well advertised. That's improving over time, but ask around, ask people that are doing research in your institutions, and many may have internal funding mechanisms, seed funding mechanisms to get you started. Now, we definitely have to highlight SAEM Foundation, and if you haven't given to the foundation yet, consider giving. But SAEM Foundation recently is giving approximately 14 awards and up to around $700,000 annually in giving. So it's a huge increase over the last decade in the amount of awards to junior faculty and mid-career faculty that the foundation is providing. These include pilot awards, career development awards, mid-career awards, awards for education, simulation, students, etc. And for those that have done the ARM pilot either this year or in prior years, you have a dedicated award set to you where you can have somewhat more limited competition for a $25,000 pilot award. So highly encourage you all to look at that. This is a timeline of when those grants, the annual timeline for them. And so the deadline is August 1st. It's no coincidence that this grant writing workshop happens now so that we can help accelerate you toward getting that application in this summer for August 1st deadline for SAEM Foundation. And this was just from the SAM Pulse that was published just a few weeks ago, showing all the grant award winners. You can see, for instance, the research training grant is a grant totaling $300,000 that went to someone focusing focus assessment and triage in a chair. And there are also educational awards, large project grant, et cetera. So go to the SAM Foundation website and look into this if you haven't already. Great way to get started. I think one question I frequently receive, and that I think is, I have many times myself earlier in careers, well, some of these awards are just $10,000 or $25,000. What can I really do with that level of funding? $10,000 isn't going to buy you much time off of a full FTE to get you time to do research. But I think one way to think about this is that these are all stepping ladders, important stepping ladders to really set you up for future success. So people that are making decisions for large grants, whether it's the NIH, whether it's a foundation, whether it's industry, they want to see people that have a track record of using money wisely to produce results and get research done. And so your likelihood of getting future grants that are going to really propel your career and have substantial funding for your time and effort and doing great science, to get those really does require a track record and proving that you have the capability to do this. Now, other foundations are out there that many emergency physicians have had success obtaining funding from. One of the biggest, of course, is Emergency Medicine Foundation, sponsored by ACEP. Many emergency physicians have had funding through the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. One of my colleagues, Martina Caldwell, just received a $500,000 award looking at the African American community response to COVID by mining Twitter data. And others have found success in things like Neurocritical Care Society, AHA, which also has career development awards, and many other opportunities. This is a study spearheaded by Mike Puskarich and colleagues at University of Minnesota that was founded through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation this past year through one of their COVID-19 accelerators. And Mike is very active in SAM and helps lead our research committee. So besides foundations, there are also opportunities within research within industry to potentially launch investigator-initiated grants. And so many different companies have either their own foundations or mechanisms through the company for you to submit ideas of science you're interested that may have some relevance to that company, and potentially they would fund projects. Now, often these are not huge projects, but they could be. And of course, typically I would not recommend that you, as you're getting started, necessarily focus too much on industry to sponsor your research. However, if there's synergy, say it's a device that you're interested in studying or other things, it could be valuable. One warning, though, is to really keep focused, because participating in industry funding as a co-investigator of a multiple site study or an investigator where you're a sub-I on a multi-site study, but not the one leading the science, can easily distract from what you really want to do. This is just an example. Over this past year, I've probably received about 4 emails a week or every other week asking me to be a site PI or sub-PI for a COVID study, COVID trial. This could easily be a huge time sink from work that I really want to do or work that you really want to do. As one example, a company from the UK asked me to help launch their diagnostic device in the US with very little funding. It could easily be an enormous time sink. So that was an easy no. So although industry can be useful and can provide opportunities for funding, just be cautious that there can be conflicts of interest. You can have less control because the industry wants to sponsor things that are going to benefit them. But these can be less competitive ways to get early seed funding to do things that may have synergy with what you want to do. One example of how less competitive it could be is my last NIH submission was 142 pages and not funded, unfortunately. But my last industry foundation submission was only 12 pages and was funded. So sometimes it can provide useful synergy, but not all the time. Now, getting past your early career, participating in industry can certainly support a research team. Maybe you have startup aspirations. Maybe you'll be the next Timothy Springer, who was an investigator that did a lot of work on monoclonal antibodies and eventually became involved with Moderna and now is worth billions. But so maybe that'll be you in a few years, but let's get started with the smaller stuff. So that's a brief overview of some ways to get startup funding so that you can really get down that stepping ladder to get toward larger awards and NIH applications or even K awards. And Jeremy's going to talk a lot more coming up shortly about the NIH. I'll quickly overview a few other federal sponsored funding agencies that you should also consider. First one is AHRQ, or the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. So AHRQ primarily funds health services research. It's not NIH, but it uses a lot of the same mechanisms and submission sites as the NIH. And it also has K and R series award, which you'll hear the same language used for the NIH. So a couple of people that have been funded are listed here, including people that are very active in SAM. Give you an example of Nick Moore is funded. He heads our grants committee at SAM. He was funded to evaluate the role of tele-emergency care and healthcare costs and long-term outcomes for rural Medicare beneficiaries with sepsis. So you can see very much a health services research topic, and was successful getting an HRQ as a K08. Now a K08 is a career development award, and so a great way to develop your career through federal funding through AHRQ. I'll also mention Department of Defense and BARDA. Now there's not a lot of startup opportunities with Department of Defense and BARDA. However, there are many successful investigators in emergency medicine, particularly those with research interests that overlap with field medicine or things like trauma, hemorrhage control, et cetera. There's been many that have had success. One example in the recent past was David Wright from Emory, who was able to get DoD funding for TBI research. Others are John Holcomb, who is not an emergency physician, he's a trauma physician, but doing something that we could easily study in next-gen Roboa. Mohammed Tiba at University of Michigan that has funding from Department of Defense for non-invasive cerebral vascular monitoring. And Norm Paradis, who has funding for multiplex system for early warning of shock and trauma. Norm is at Dartmouth. Also highlight PCORI. It's also a non-governmental organization, but established by Congress and continues to fund quite a few emergency medicine clinicians, some at very early career stages, many at more mid or late career. And its portfolio largely focuses on dissemination implementation grants. It does large clinical trials of comparative effectiveness, as long as they all have patient-centered research. And there's a few investigators that have been funded, both at Penn, Vanderbilt, Florida, et cetera. This is one trial that was funded, looking at comparative ways to help patients with acute pain make treatment decisions using life stories approach. This is Zach Mizell at Penn. And Sean Collins has done work with PCORI looking at self-care programs for acute heart failure patients called the Guided Heart Failure Study. He was just awarded a large award through PCORI where he'll be implementing this approach using implementation science approach at my institution as well as at Oregon Health with Kia Bore. And I encourage everyone to look at, the federal, look what's being funded federally, both NIH, including these other federal agencies through NIH Matchmaker and Reporter to get an idea of what's out there. And then many of your institutions may subscribe to Pivot, which is a way to find all these foundation and other research opportunities that might be out there. In addition, the SAEM websites have additional links and information on this. And participating in things like you're doing today, as well as other SAEM committees and interest groups, also helps link people to a lot of these opportunities that are out there, particularly for emergency medicine, foundation research, et cetera. Also make a quick plug for an article that was published within the last couple of years by Roger Lewis and Bob Newmar about building the investigator pipeline. You all really are the pipeline. You are doing amazing stuff, and I've seen all the ideas that many of you have in your Ames pages. And so I strongly encourage you to take a look at this and think about how you can continue to work as a community to improve emergency care through advancing science and building a pipeline of funded grants. So with that, I'm gonna unshare, and then if we have a couple of minutes for questions, we can take some questions. So if anyone has a few questions for a few minutes, we could take them in the chat box. Otherwise, we'll turn to Jeremy around. So I see one question from Elizabeth. Is it frowned upon to apply for a grant in 2 areas? And I assume maybe you mean applying the same idea to 2 different funding agencies. And that, I would say, is actually extremely common and encouraged. Now, you may have to, if you get funded by both, you may have to give up the funding from the one that pays the least, but it's actually strongly encouraged. 2 EMF grants. Okay, so that too is allowed as long as the science is scientifically different. Now, I would check with each funding agency. Some foundations may not allow you to apply for 2 things at the same time. For instance, I know locally, a lot of my friends have had funding through our Blue Cross Blue Shield in Michigan, which is a foundation, and they do not allow 2 grants to go in at the same time under the same investigator. But many other foundations do. And that NIH does as well if you have different content areas. Darren makes a good point that you know, many of these foundations, although they may allow two grants, they do have this small reviewer panels that will know that you submitted to, and so that could have an impact if you don't clearly describe why, make it clear that the content is separate, and make a good argument for it. All right, Christian asks, how essential is a K to larger funding mechanisms, both federal and with PCORI? I'll probably let Jeremy take that one on during his talk. I think certainly one thing that I will point out though is that people that have a K award have extremely good success rates of larger awards. I think K recipients have about 60% of them go on to obtain large awards. Then Ellen asks, can you speak on indirect costs which should end up costing the institution? Yeah, that's a big topic. I don't know if we have time to fully cover it, but you know, some foundation awards, for instance, have very small indirect costs or don't allow any indirect cost. And so some institutions, you know, while they love NIH funding, where they get lots of indirect money, they're not as happy to support investigators for foundation awards. That being said, I do feel, at least at my institution, I've never run across issues with it. They're happy to receive funding of any kind if it supports investigators. But yes, your chair or your research administration may not be as proud of you for a $300,000 foundation award as they would with an NIH award. Excellent. Well, I'll turn it back over to Alice, and we'll keep this great session going. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So before I introduce Dr. Brown, couple of things. First of all, if you scroll all the way to the top, all the lectures are downloaded on the Google Share Drive. So if any of you guys want to access it later, you're welcome to get it there. And you guys are welcome to ask any questions you want. We want to make it an interactive discussion. So all you have to do is unmute yourself and then speak, or you can definitely print or type your questions in the chat as well too. And we highly encourage everyone to share your videos, because for presenters, it's really helpful to see people's live faces on the screen. But I know this is a long day, and you might need to take a bathroom break or eat or drink water. So you're also welcome to stop the video whenever. All right, but we're definitely encouraging everyone to share their video with everyone. Okay. Now, let me go ahead and share screen for the next part. One second, sorry guys. All right, so let's go on to the next portion. Next, I want to introduce you guys to Dr. Jeremy Brown. We're so lucky to have him in our field. He is going to talk about introduction to the NIH process. He has served as NIH's representative in government-wide efforts to improve emergency care throughout our country. He is the medical officer for the SIREN Emergency Care Research Network, and he's trained in emergency medicine in Boston. Prior to joining NIH in 2013, he served as the research director at George Washington University's Department of Emergency Medicine. He founded the HIV screening program and was the recipient of 3 NIH grants, which focus on a new therapy for renal colic. He is the author of over 40 peer-reviewed papers in 4 books, including 2 textbooks of emergency medicine published by Oxford University Press. Dr. Brown, thank you for joining us today. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Alice. It's really a pleasure to be here. This is really one of the highlights of the year for me, is talking to you. It's really exciting to be able to sort of have the general framework and then be able to put into that.
Dr. Brown, we cannot hear you. I don't know if you need to get closer to your microphone, or you were coming across fine earlier today. So whatever you were doing then will probably work.
Just one thing over here. Oh, that's interesting. No.
We can hear you now. I don't know if you're just closer to your microphone, perhaps.
Well, I'm using an AirPod, so I don't know what's going on, but.
Sorry, hey Stacy, quick thing. Is it possible, because everybody now is on the video on the live video? Maybe we do need everybody to shut off their video then, if the bandwidth can't handle.
You can just unmute everybody, or.
It's probably his It's probably his AirPods, I'm guessing.
I'm gonna try something else. Better?
You go ahead and speak.
Is that any better now? Could you?
Yes, much better.
All right. Well, I thought
you
were good, but they're not. All right. Please, thank you so much for pointing that out, and let me know if the AirPod, if the volume doesn't work. With all these technical challenges that we have, I still think this is a great way to study. For those of you who have attended real live SAEM meetings and heard the horror stories of people whose flights were 2 days delayed and spending the night at the airport, we also have technical problems when we're in person. So All right. So today I'm going to talk to you about the NIH grant writing process. I want to make this as interactive as possible. I think some of my colleagues can let me know if we have any questions, but you can always reach me for follow-up, and we will, we'll go through a step-by-step process. Much of this will be informed by my own experience in writing grants. I'm going to share some what a study section review looks like. I'm going to talk to you about some tips. I'm going to give you what I think is the most important tip for anybody writing grants nowadays. So stay tuned for that. And with that, let's begin. So I'm going to share my screen. Hopefully this will work. This will stop other people's. Yes, I want to do that. Continue. Desktop 2. And with that, we shall. All right, you should be seeing in just a moment a slide. Are we seeing that?
Yes.
Yes, perfect. Okay. So welcome to the introduction to the NIH.
Sorry, I can't help you with that on Apple Watch.
Welcome to the introduction to the NIH grant writing process. So the first thing to just make very clear to you all is that this is about mechanics. Mechanics is the machinery of something, or obviously the branch of mathematics that deals with motion and forces. And sometimes I think about grant mechanics in terms of exactly that, of motions and forces. This is not necessarily about your own idea. This is how you get your idea funded, how you take it to NIH and get federal funding. And so this is really grantsmanship. And you can have a brilliant idea and it might not get funded because your grantsmanship was lacking. So this is about the mechanics of getting your idea. And we're going to talk about how you generate ideas as well for those of you who have not generated them yet. But we're going to talk about the grantsmanship once you get your idea. Now, when you start the process, it all seems pretty golden, but then you end up sort of like swimming through honey. It gets very laborious and sticky, and there's always things to find out. But I want to make one thing very clear to each of you. You are all in medical school or residency or attendings. For those of you who are attendings, you've all done stuff that is way, way harder than what I'm going to talk to you about. You've all done many more complicated exams, many more processes. You've all been challenged by clinical cases that require your insight, and therefore this is actually a very easy thing to do compared to all that. So let me just pause for just 1 minute. Sorry, guys. All right. So the first thing, when I was thinking about this talk, is I put down on paper what it looked like to go through the process, and it looks something like this. And this is a very messy schematic, but it starts over here at the top with an idea, and then you think about that idea, and then you think about funding it, and NIH, and budget, and submission. And we're going to break down this on the paper schematic of how you get funded through NIH. We're going to break those down into the component parts, and everybody will therefore be able to see that this is really not as hard as it seems. So let's go back to the very beginning. How do we get that idea? Where does that idea come from that we are going to be using in our study? So the first thing is that it is you have lots of places to generate your idea. You can generate it through your colleagues, through a literature review, many different ideas. I'll tell you what happened with me. For those of you who just want to see, you can use your clinical experience and your clinical questions to really fundamentally get your ideas, your grants up. So I was working in Washington, D.C. I had a patient with a kidney stone. You see many of these patients in the ED, nothing special about that. And for some reason, when the patient was discharged, there was a a urologist in the ED who gave me unsolicited advice. I did not consult that person, although it was very interesting and good advice. He said you should put the patient on tamsulosin. And I said, okay, thank you very much for your unsolicited advice. That's Flomax. Tamsulosin is Flomax. And I don't remember if I did or I probably didn't do that, and put it in the back of my mind and thought, well, that's interesting. So I looked this up, and actually before I looked this up, I went back to, I think at our next faculty meeting, and I said, is anybody giving your patients tamsulosin for kidney stones? And everyone sort of scratched their heads and said, no, we've never heard of that. Now I just come from Boston, and nobody was doing that in Boston. And if they're not doing it in Boston, of course, they consider themselves to be the medical capital of the world. Then nobody should be doing it. So nobody was doing it in Boston that I'd met. Nobody was doing it in Washington. Here was this urologist telling me, put this patient on Flomax, on tamsulosin. So I asked my colleagues, no one was doing it. I did a literature review, and turns out that, now I'm talking to you about the early 2000s, about 2004, 2005, something like that. And it turned out that in the decade before, since the late 90s, the Italians were putting patients on tamsulosin and steroids actually together with the idea that tamsulosin is an alpha blocker, so it allows the ureters to stop spasming. Steroids are, of course, anti-inflammatory. And so the idea is that through this anti-spasmodic effect of the tamsulosin and this anti-inflammatory effect of steroids, you can actually relax the ureter and it will pass the stone that it would not otherwise have been able to do. That's the idea behind it. And it turns out, therefore, that this doctor, who I thought was like, what a bozo, what is he giving me this advice? He was actually way ahead of me and using some stuff from the literature that seemed to make both theoretical sense and had some literature behind it. So I formulated then the clinical question, which is, well, what is the effect of tamsulosin and steroids on renal colic? It was very quickly, I realized nobody knew, nobody had done a double-blind, placebo-controlled randomized study. All that they had done in Italy, for example, was they said that we took all the patients, we did a KUB, nobody does that in the States now, and we admitted everybody with renal colic, and we did serial KUBs, and of course, we don't do that, we don't admit everybody with renal colic. And so it was very clear to me that it was going to be very hard to take the Italian experience and translate it into the way we practice medicine in the US. And so now I had a research question. Clearly came to me just from this chance encounter with the urologist. That's how my idea was seeded. And I want you all to think about similar ways that you may have encountered a clinical question that through your literature reviews and you're talking to your most important resource, which is your colleagues and nurses and other support staff, finding out why is this going on, and then you can really run with it. Okay, there are two other places you should be looking. One is NIH Reporter, and one is the Office of Emergency Care Research website. Now, the NIH Reporter is an online resource. Let me see if I can show that to you, because I think this is important. So, just find the. So NIH Reporter, just find this for you guys, sorry. Okay, are you seeing this? Can I just have a verbal that you're seeing NIH Reporter?
We are.
Okay, great. This is a very important website for you. This gives you every funded grant that NIH has made. Now, it doesn't give you non-funded grants, but if you want to see what is going on in the field, has anybody else done something like this? Or if you have an idea and you want to see, has anyone done something similar? This will give you access to everybody's summary that is public information, and also how much their grant costs. You can see down here on the left are all the conditions. There are some 290 conditions now. When I got to NIH in 2013, there was, it went from eating disorders to eczema to emerging infectious diseases, and there was nothing for emergency care. So very quickly, I saw that one of my key tasks early on was to get emergency care into this system. Took a while because it's not a straightforward process, but that is now there. And if you scroll along here, you will see that you have all the conditions, and by clicking on these areas, most recently is 2019, you can see here by clicking on emergency care, I click on that, and now I have everybody's grant that is funded in the area of emergency care. Now, emergency care is huge, obviously, right? It's everything from headaches and otitis media to acute strokes and everything, and suicide, everything in between. So these are all the grants that are available and that are funded, that the computer thinks fits the definition of emergency care. And you can simply click on this. Let's find a good example. Here's one I'm just choosing at random: rapid breath analysis for your acute respiratory distress syndrome. And if you click on it, it will take you to the abstract, what this is going on, what's going on, what they want to do, as well as sub-projects and how much it was funded. So this is a really, really important resource for you, because you will therefore, when you look at it, you'll be able to get some ideas. Remember, this isn't about getting it right. This is about getting it right. It's not necessarily about being original. You can also look at this other website, which is the Office of Emergency Care Research website, which gives you all of the funded emergency care awards. And you can sort them by department category. You can sort them by grant type. So if you're thinking of writing a K08 or you're thinking of writing an R01, you can look at these and get examples of other people that have written R01s or K08s. You might want to contact them and ask them for help. You might want to read their summary statement, not their summary statements, but their summaries of their projects. So really want to recommend these two sites, the NIH Reporter and the Office of Emergency Care Research website that lists these grants. Now we're going to go back to the PowerPoint presentation, and we're going to continue. So you should now be seeing the slide that says idea. If you're not, please let me know. So you've got your idea, you've got your clinical idea, you've formulated your research question, and of course it may not be a clinical research question. Some of you may be involved in the lab. Although I'm very heavily involved with clinical research, and that's really the thrust of what I do at NIH, really because I think the basic research is doing just fine, thank you very much, at NIH. But I think it's clinical research that needs our help. But certainly my discussion today, it does not exclude basic research as well in the areas of emergency care research. Okay, so you've got your idea. Now the next question is, what am I going to do to get it funded? What am I going to do to get it funded? So when we think about funding, we have sort of three areas of research. And the first thing I want to ask you to think about is, why do I need this money? What do I need funding for? You may not need funding. If you want to do a little pilot trial, or you have an idea and you want to do a survey, just to get your sort of feet wet and see this, you may not need any funding at all. You may need, so that's one area. The second area to think about is private or pharma or foundational funding. We heard a little bit about that. There are lots and lots and lots of patient advocacy organizations and private foundations that support research, and you should early on think about how your clinical approach or your question, how that fits into a patient care, and the groups that stand behind in support of patient care, perhaps they have funding that's available. The advantages over NIH is that it's often much quicker and maybe less competitive. Not always, but certainly often is less competitive. Your hospital may have some seed money. Your department may have some seed money. There may be seed money from your local state health authority, and of course, as we said, private foundations. So maybe you don't need any money. Maybe you can get money from private foundations. And the third bucket, the bucket that we're going to focus on today, is talking about the NIH. Now, there are some good reasons to focus on funding from NIH. Number one, to be quite perfectly honest, it's prestigious. It will help with your academic promotion. People listen to you when you've got some NIH funding. I certainly noticed that there was a big change in how in my voice once I got some R01 funding. So it is prestigious. It can help with, it does help very greatly with, I think, academic promotion. There can be substantial dollars involved, and the indirects are without doubt huge. Most institutions at which you guys are working have probably an indirect rate of anywhere between 55 and 100%, meaning if you bring in $1 million into the hospital or into your academic department, you're actually bringing in $2 million or $1.55 million, and that 550,000 or the 800,000 or the other million is an indirect cost that goes straight into the university. Now, every university deals with these things in different ways. There's all kinds of wheeling and dealing and backroom deals that are made about how much of that money flows into your department versus into the dean versus into the School of Medicine. But there's a lot of money involved, and that should be clear. So it's prestigious, can help with promotion, and the indirects are very substantial. At the end of the day, though, you will hear most research deans saying that they lose money on NIH grants. I don't believe it for a second. I've never figured out why that would be the case, especially if, like me, you're doing something that's in a clinical area and you don't have a lab to run. Your lab is the ED, so you're not taking up any office space. So I never really got my head around that, but you may hear that from your dean of research, that he or she is doing you a huge favor by allowing you to do research in their institute, because really they lose money on you. The disadvantages of the NIH path is that it's slow. It takes about 18 months when everything is lined up well, from idea generation, submission, to actually getting the funding. And of course, the success rate is pretty low. It's about 15% for R01s. There are exceptions that we're going to talk about, very important exceptions in terms of the success rate for early stage investigators or new investigators. Stay tuned, because that's a really important thing that we're going to talk about. And but generally, the R01 success rate is about 15%, which means 85% of the grants don't get funded. So again, when you think about funding, think about these areas. Why do I need the funding? And once I've decided that I need funding, what is the best path to go through? Now, when we come to an NIH study, it's just reminding you here that the NIH defines a clinical trial in a specific way. It's a research study in which it, number one, involves people, not mice or bacteria or E. coli. You're prospectively assigning something. You're doing an intervention, and you're evaluating their outcomes. If you are doing all of those 4 steps, you are doing an NIH-defined clinical trial. So when you're thinking about your study, ask yourself these 4 questions. Number 1, am I doing it on people? Yes, you are. Are the patients going to be prospectively assigned to an intervention? So if I'm doing an observational study, I'm looking at people, but I'm going back in their charts and reading. That's not a clinical trial. Am I intervening? If I'm intervening, then it's a clinical trial. Then it may be a clinical trial. Is the study designed to evaluate the effect of the intervention on participants? Are you measuring participant outcomes? Yes. Is the effect a health-related biomedical or behavioral outcome? If the answer is yes, then your study is an NIH clinical trial. This is important because some grant mechanisms say clinical trial required or clinical trial optional, or some may even say clinical trial not allowed. So if you're applying for a particular grant type, you want to make sure that you can do a clinical trial if that's what you want to do. So next big question, where should I apply? Who should I talk to at NIH? Now, one of the things I learned very quickly when I got to NIH 8 years ago was that it's the National Institutes, plural, of health. It's not the National Institute of Health. There are at least 27 institutes and centers that form what we call the National Institutes of Health. And each one of those has its own way of doing things. Each one of those will have grants and mechanisms that it always uses, and grant mechanisms, that means grant types, like a K08 or a K23 or an R30. It will have grant types that it never uses. And each institute might have a specific path that it wants people in your position to take, and that might be different from another institute. So very early on, it is very important that you think about which institute might be funding my grant. You can apply to NIH just send your application in, and it will be, if you haven't requested one, it will be given an institute based on what the person who's received your grant at the Center for Scientific Review, what they think is the best fit. But that should never happen, never, ever, ever. You should always, before you've sent your grant in, thought deeply about which institute, and as we'll see later, had one or several discussions with a program officer within that institute. So sometimes you can go to one or more institutes. For example, if you're doing, let's think, a study on pediatric asthma, that might fit the National Institute for Child Health, because I'm looking at kids. It also might fit the National Heart, Lung and Blood Institute, because lungs are covered with them, and so they may be the right fit for asthma. So it's not always clear that there's only one unique place that you can go. There may be one or two or other in a higher number. So you should talk about that as you think about your grant and get help from those institutes. So if I'm doing my asthma study, talk to somebody at the National Institute of Child Health, talk to somebody at Heart, Lung and Blood, and together you can figure out what the right or the best fit is. Now, who do you talk to at these institutes? You talk to the staff who, people like me, and our job is to advise applicants, to explain the rules if they're not clear, to advise them on how they might best proceed. We also manage a portfolio of all the awarded grants. That means we look after them and we make sure that they're proceeding and growing appropriately. And we monitor the scientific progress made each year on the grant. And in most cases, that monitoring doesn't require any intervention, but sometimes with certain grants, it might mean that we have to intervene because there's not proper progress being made or whatever, but most of the time that doesn't happen. So NIH, many institutes find the one that's going to be the best fit for you, and then within that institute, find the right person. So you're going to say to me, well, how do I do that if I don't know anybody? Number one, speak to your mentors at the universities and medical schools and hospitals that you're at. Number two, you can call me and find, we'll talk about it. And number three, remember I showed you a little while ago about NIH Reporter? So type in pediatric asthma and you'll see all the grants that are funded in pediatric asthma. And then look further and see the personnel, and you will see the program officer, the name of the program officer at the institute that is associated with grant. Now you have an in. Now you go, okay, Dr. X, she's the program officer at Heart, Lung and Blood. She's funded 4 grants in pediatric asthma. I'm going to talk to her. See, it's very simple. Okay, so that's NIH. So let's move on now. You've got your idea. It seems like a good fit. You've got your idea. It seems good. The NIH seems like a good fit. Now, what do you do next? Well, you get a copy of a successful application. And I cannot emphasize how important that is. When I had my idea about kidney stones and the treatment with tamsulosin, I had no idea what an NIH grant looked like. And the first thing I did was I called a colleague. Actually, it was somebody I didn't know very well, but I'd met. And I said, look, I'm doing a grant. I have this idea to do this study on renal colic in the ED. You've just been funded. It was actually a study funded on head trauma. Can I see your grant? Can I just use it as a skeleton? And it was, I'll tell you what, it was Art Kellerman, who was in Atlanta and is now the dean of the Uniformed Services Medical School here in Bethesda. And Art had just been funded for a study in progesterone in head trauma. And he said, I didn't know him very well, but I knew him. And he said, sure, take my grant. And he sent it to me in the mail. We didn't have PDFs back then. It was a thick grant. And I used that as a skeleton to build. So I would advise every one of you, reach out within your institutes, reach out through SAEM and all the great contacts that there are available there, and see if you can get a copy of a successful application. You can see the ideas on the applications through Reporter, but you cannot get into the nitty-gritty research plan through any public means other than writing to the PI and asking her for permission, or can you, not for permission, because could she send you a copy in a PDF? I suppose if you're doing something very closely aligned to the PI and she may have an idea of where she wants to go next on this grant, she may not want to share it with you, but most of the time especially if it's an area that's not too close. People are very generous and are very happy to do that. So get a copy of a successful application. As I said, you can look on Reporter, doesn't necessarily have to be in your area. And then early on, meet with your academic research office. You cannot do anything without your academic research office. That's the Dean of Research. They have lots of experience with budgets and approvals. They'll help you get your project uploaded, because the uploading is all done electronically. You don't send in a grant back like I did almost 15 years ago now, where you literally make 11 copies. You've got a stack of papers. You photocopy them yourself, and then you put them in the mail. That doesn't help. You cannot move forward without your academic research office. So very early on, say, look, I've got this idea. I'm going to be applying to the NIH. I just want to let you know, it's going to be in the, usually most NIH grants are 3 times a year. So I'm going to apply for the October deadline. Let me know the time that I need from you to talk and to know how much lead time you need. Because remember, the NIH grant that you have neatly tied up in a bundle, ready to go, needs sign off from your, from your academic chair and from the vice president for research of the university or the medical school and so on. It can take a week or 2 or 3 to get all those lined up. So you can't be doing this on the day before you're meant to be submitting your grant. So talk to your academic research office early. They should be there to help you. Their salaries are generally paid by all the indirects that come in from grants like yours. So they should be very helpful. I know they're not always, but they really should be very helpful. And do that early on. And then what do? Well, what you do is you start writing. Always assume that there's a much earlier deadline than you think. Give yourself a lot of time. If it's, if you're really hard pressed, don't put an application in just because the deadline is coming. You really want to use all the time available. And if you can't get everything, it sometimes is better, and often is better, to wait for the next application cycle. You will see that there are limits to what you can do for each of the sections that are required in the grant. And again, if you have a copy of a recently uploaded grant, it makes it much, much, much easier. Especially if that grant was awarded, you'll know this is what a successful grant looks like. Remember again that different NIH institutes use different mechanisms. So don't go to one institute saying, I spoke to these guys in another institute, they told me to apply with an R13 to your institute. They may scratch their heads and say, oh, we never use that mechanism. So just think about that. Also, we heard a little bit earlier about AHRQ. The numbers on AHRQ grants, the mechanisms are slightly different to NIH. And one example is the K08. So for NIH, a K08 is generally a basic science award, a mentored award. For AHRQ, a K08 is the equivalent of the K23. It's a clinical trial. So you might see the same number, K08, in 2 different federal institutes, and they're used in different ways. So just bear that in mind. Now, the next thing you need to do is you need to talk to that program officer, and she will give you all the advice you need about whether the idea that, now that you've got it in a concrete form, it's a good fit. Which mechanism you might use? Should I use an R01? Should I use an R? All different R's. Should I use an R03, for example, which is a smaller pilot study, as opposed to an R01? The R01 has no limit on money, and usually is 3 to 5 years. The R03 has a $50,000 limit for 2 years, but it may be easier to get, and it may be what you need. You may not be ready to go to that big study yet. You might want an R21, which is a $275,000 grant, and the same for K awards. There's different K awards, K08s, K23s, K24s. So always good to talk to your the program officer at the institute. You have to make a budget, and that budget will include the actual money that it costs you, plus the indirects, which is what the institute gets over and above the money that you bring in. Remember, that's what makes you so valuable to your institute. And that money is there to support things like the Dean's Research Office, Office of Research, and all the budgetary compliance issues, and to keep the lights on and pay for the cleaning staff and the labs. And as we've said, you don't have, generally speaking, you won't have a lab, you'll have an ED. So that is what you need to do as you start writing. It is good before you speak to your program officer to have a one-page idea. It's, you know, they will speak to you about anything, but it's always good to, especially if you don't know the person, to, in your introduction, say, I'm so-and-so, I have this idea, attaches my one-page summary of what I want to do, how I'm going to do it, and approximately how much it's going to cost. These are very early approximations. There's a lot more that will go into it, but that gives the project officer something to get her teeth into, to say, okay, I understand this, rather than, hey, I'm calling you up because I'm thinking I'm doing a study with kids and asthma, but should we do this? I'm not sure. Have a concrete one-page summary, send it off. It's not gonna box you in, it's not gonna limit you, but it will help in that discussion with the project officer. She may say, I've read your summary, looks interesting, I'm not the right person, but this is who the right person is. And so you may get help that way. So please think about that one-page summary, and you should also be able to do that. You should be able to explain, actually you should be able to explain, you know, the elevator pitch. You should be able to explain in 2 minutes what your study is, why it's important, and how you want to do it. What do you do once you've started, once you've finished writing? The next thing you do is you have your outside colleagues read and critique it. Very important. Now, I realize some of you may not have this possibility. There may not be somebody at your institute who has the interest in that area or has the expertise in that area. But there are, as I said, through SAEM, there are plenty of people out there who do have expertise in whichever area you're going to be looking at. And it is really important, it's better, you know, to have somebody read it. Have a spouse or a boyfriend or a girlfriend read it, or a sibling or a parent or a child. Have them read it and say, do you understand what I'm trying to do? Because they may have some ideas. It sounds a little bit crazy, but the more people you get to read it, the easier it is for you to get, the easier it is for you to get feedback. And that feedback, some of it may be off. They may not understand it because they don't have the background, or they may not understand it because you did a crappy job explaining it. And so I think it's really important to get outside colleagues, family, and friends to read and critique it. And remember, you shouldn't hope to hear how great your study is. Okay, all our studies are great. We all think we have got when I applied to NIH, I thought this was the best idea out there. What you want is people to critique and say, okay, nice idea, but A, B, C, D. Why? Because when your study is reviewed at NIH, they're not going to give you a gold sticker and say, this was such a nice study, well done. They're going to say, okay, I get it, but here are all the problems with it. If you can preempt those problems, and every study will have problems, there'll be limitations. You don't have endless time, you don't have endless money, and you don't have an endless pool of patients. Every single study that we submit to NIH is somewhat constrained and limited and has weaknesses. It's best that you understand what those weaknesses are and that you early on head them off and you address them, so that you don't simply allow the study section to come up with those weaknesses. Put them in yourself. Put them in. I was recently giving this advice to somebody. I think it's good advice. Put an FAQ question and frequently asked questions. And, you know, if you have space, 12 pages is not a lot of space, but put it in. Say, you know, outline a potential weakness. Why am I limiting myself to enrolling patients on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday? That's a critique. Here's why. So think about not the strengths of your study, because we all can think of the strengths. Think about the weaknesses and address those. The other thing you might want to do is suggest a study section for review. There are about 280 different study sections at NIH. You will be assigned one unless you choose one. And in those situations, it's best to choose one. How do I find a study section? Well, you get that from the project officer. You can also get that from, we can talk about it, you know, if you ever come to me through my office. Or you can go back to that NIH reporter that I showed you, and it will show you which study section the grant was reviewed. So back to our example, pediatric asthma. You go, okay, I'm not exactly sure which study section to go to. Look and find all the funded grants in pediatric asthma and which study section they went to. That'll give you a pretty good idea that that's the right study section. And also, one of the other things that you can do in your cover letter to the NIH is to describe any unusual expertise you need for review. So if you're doing a study and you need a pediatric immunologist to review your study, say so. You cannot name that person by name, but you can say, for the following reason, I respectfully request somebody with a reviewer with expertise in, and then you can name it. Could be, pediatric MRIs, whatever it is. NIH doesn't have to do that, but it often will. It tries to. A big part of my job is finding those reviewers. And we want to get it right. All the reviewers and the review sections want to get the right expertise. We don't want to review a grant with somebody who doesn't know a lot about it. So you can describe any unusual expertise. For this study, I need a expert in pneumococcal meningitis. And let us try and find it. We'll do our best. Doesn't always happen, but it's a good thing to do. The other thing I just want to talk about very briefly is consider becoming an early career reviewer. That means you're a member of one of those 280 study sections at NIH. You will sit in on a grant review process. You will be assigned as a secondary or tertiary reviewer. It is a tremendous opportunity to see how study sections work. It's hard to do because even if you put your name into the NIH and to find this online, just type in NIH early career reviewer in Google, you should find exactly how to do it. More people apply for this than obviously there are positions for. But if you can do it, it's a tremendous way to read, because you'll be reading 10 other grants. And so you'll see how people write their grants. And you'll also be exposed to the way that the review process actually works. Okay. This is a copy of what the assignment request form looks like when you're applying to NIH. You're asking, what is the funding opportunity? What is the requested assignment to awarding component? In other words, which institute you want to get it awarded to. And then you've got, in this section down here, individuals who should not review your grant, perhaps, and also individuals who should, what expertise you're looking for. You can see here, it says, this is the expertise I'm looking for. So NIH wants to get this right. They made it very easy for you. Make sure you use that form to get the right reviewers on your grant. You may not, your study section may have all the right people. Just to remind everybody, study section membership is open. It is, you can click on the website and see all the members of that study section and who and what their expertise is. Now, you will not know which of those 10 or 15 people was the reviewer on your grant, but you will know that it was one of those people. And so you may look at that roster and say, oh, these are all good. These are all good people. I'd be fine with any of them reviewing it. If not, use this form to get the right people on your grant. What happens now? So you've done all the right things. You've got your idea. You've spoken to your research office. You've written the grant. You've got feedback. You've put it in. What happens now? Well, this is what happens now. You wait. And this is what, these are the steps that happens over the next few months. So you've submitted. It takes you about 3 to 6 months pre-application. And you speak to the scientific review office, the SRO, or the program director or the program official at NIH. You submit it, that's month 0. Remember I told you it can take 18 months or so? It's month 0 in terms of NIH, but you've probably been working on this for 3 months or 6 months. So month 0 is submission. It's referred, meaning it takes a couple of months to find the right study section that it should go on. About 4 months after it's submitted, it will actually get reviewed, because these study sections meet 2 or 3 times a year only. Those study sections, by the way, are now virtual since COVID, and they're doing very well. And it may well be that they remain virtual, but before COVID, study section would meet in person. People would fly in for 2 days, usually to a hotel near an airport, and spend 2 days in a conference room reviewing your application. Remember also, now is a good time to remind you, NIH staff do not review your application for the content. Those are your peers. So you don't have to convince NIH staff about what you're trying to do. You have to convince your peers. And those are other academics, people from other universities, maybe people that you have read about, maybe people who are prominent in SAEM or ASEP or their own medical societies. You're trying to convince them. You're not trying to convince us at this stage. Okay, so about 4 months after you submit it, it gets reviewed. About 2 months after that, there's a summary statement that you get. We're going to look into that in a moment. That is a statement of what was done, what the reviewers thought, and how they scored it. If you get scored well, it will then go to the NIH Advisory Council. Think about that as the board of directors of the institute to which you applied. They meet 3 times a year to approve the funding that has been scored well. And you can't get a grant out until that's been gone to study to advisory council. So even if you've got a great score, right? You know you're 6 months in and you've got a great score. You now may have to wait a month or 2 for the formal approval from the advisory council. Once the advisory council has approved your grant, a funding decision is made to it's going to be awarded or not awarded. If it's awarded, there you go, away you go. NIH wants to hear from you every year how you're doing, more or less, and you're off. That's how it works. So you can see that the best possible outcome is that that's 9 months from the time you submitted the grant, or about 12 to 15 months from the time you got the idea. Now, remember I told you that about 15% of all studies are funded. That means 85% are not. And most of those studies that are funded are not funded the first time. They're funded on their resubmission. You have to reapply. So you have to reapply. So that's what you need to do. And most of the time you will get a score that is not fundable. Your score did not meet, it wasn't in the top 15%. And so what you will have to do is reapply. And when you reapply, you start the process again with month 0. So I told you that most grants can't get funded in less than 18 months. This is why most grants will not be funded in less than 18 months. 9 months for your first go round. You'll get your summary statement of all the problems with it. You'll address them in your second go round. And there you are, 18 months. So that's just something to think about. We're going to have a session later on how NIH grants are scored, but very briefly, they're scored in 5 areas. How significant it is, the approach, the investigators, who is the team, how innovative it is, and the environment, what university you're at, how good they are at supporting research and so on. Each application gets at least 3 reviewers who give it a preliminary score, and then it's discussed, and then there's a final score. The scoring is a bit weird because in NIH land, the better the project, the lower the score. So if you get a low score, that's very good. If you get a high score, that's very bad. So it's a bit backwards, I know, but that's the way it is. And one other thing you should know about is that the bottom half of all the studies that are submitted are not discussed at the meeting. What this means is that, let's say you're one of 20 grants that is going to a study section on, continue the example, pediatric asthma. They have 1 day and they have 20 grants to start to talk about. The first stage is that they're triaged. There will be, the reviewers will say, this grant is, to be blunt about it, is not going to get funded. There are so many problems with it. I don't even want to talk about it. About half of them, about 50% of all the projects that are submitted to study section are triaged. So if you're in the bottom 50%, you won't even get discussed. You will, however, and pay attention, this is very important, you will get a summary statement with all the problems that were with your grant and why it wasn't discussed. And that summary statement will be a critique of 3 people, and you should listen to them. But at least half of them will not get discussed, MD, and you won't get a score. The rest of them will get discussed and will get a score, but of those, only the best scoring ones will go forward to be funded. So that you can see outlined here, your application is either discussed and gets a score or not discussed. And as I said, everybody will get a summary statement. Now, I think we're doing okay for time. I think I have another 20 minutes or so. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. So I want to just show you, I want to actually share with you a summary statement. Can you all see that? Can I just get a verbal that you can see a summary statement?
Yes.
Okay, this is my summary statement for my brilliant suggestion that we study tamsulosin and steroids for urolithiasis in the ED. I don't know how well it's projecting, but it tells you which study section reviewed it. It went to the National Institute for Diabetes and Kidney Diseases, NIDDK, Diabetes, Digestive Kidney Diseases. And the first time that it got funded, it was discussed, but it got a score of 255, a percentile of 52, meaning it was terrible. So all my brilliant idea, and I thought I was onto a really good idea, the study section didn't think about it. What you can see here is that they actually had SRG concerns. There were human subjects involved, and they were concerned about my plan. And once you get a human subjects involved problem, you're dead in the water. What was their concern? That I was using steroids, that I was suggesting we give patients in the ED 60 milligrams of prednisone a day for 5 days when they have a kidney stone. This was thought to be completely cowboyish behavior. Nobody should be doing that without a pregnancy test. And of course, for those of you who are practicing in the ED, we do this all the time for patients with asthma. But this is what study section thought, that it was not a good idea to be doing this. And so I got a very low score. You can see, I'll read this for you. A major concern is that pregnant women are not excluded, an important issue because corticosteroids are teratogenic. Just would ask you, I'd love now to see by a show of hands, I can't see you unfortunately, but I would now ask for a show of hands, how many people get a pregnancy test before you give a patient 60 milligrams of prednisone for 5 days with a who has a mild asthma exacerbation? To be honest, I never did, but study section thought that this was important and that I needed to have addressed that. They also wrote that the principal investigator, that would have been me, has limited publication history in the performance of clinical trials. They were absolutely correct. I'd never done a clinical trial before. I was a complete newbie at this. They said it wasn't very innovative. I disagree with that. Nobody was doing this at all, so I don't know why it wasn't innovative. But it said that I consulted with many expert people. At least that was true. And just a couple of other things. You can see here again, human subject concern. They do not exclude pregnant females. And so the protection of human subjects was unacceptable. That means that even if my idea had been brilliant, this project would not be funded. I had an unacceptable human subjects protection plan. So you can imagine how deflated I was, but what you do is you pick yourself up, you massage your bruised ego, and you resubmit, and you pay attention to every single one of these critiques, and you resubmit, and that's what I did. And I resubmitted and got a score that was fundable, and that's how I got my R01. So do not be surprised if either you're not discussed or you get some critiques that you just feel are wrong. You know, the critique about, for instance, steroids, I felt was deeply scientifically flawed. I could have appealed it, but it's not worth it. You just go around the next time. So the next study was, you know, all pregnant women are going to be excluded, or you say, we don't have to do this pregnancy test for the following reasons, and hope that that's appropriate, but it doesn't always happen that way. Okay, so that's what a summary statement looks like. They're privileged. You cannot get summary statements unless people want to share them with you. I'm happy to have shared mine. If you want to see it in more detail, email me and I'll send you my copy. And they haven't changed much since mine came out. Okay, so what happens now? Once you get a fundable score, now usually all grants below a specific score are funded. This is very important, please pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. In most institutes, your score is the primary driver. So if the institute funds 15%, anything that gets a score below 15, remember in NIH, the lower the score, the better. 1 to 15 gets funded. Anything above 15 doesn't get funded, there's no money for it. But there is something else called selective pay. If you can see on this slide, it says, this is a slide from the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, NIAID. Selective pay enables NIAID to fund a small number of programmatically important grants beyond the pay line, and these are nominated by program officers. Do you remember that I told you a few minutes ago that you should have called a project officer at NIH before you do anything, and that hopefully you will get that person's advice, and hopefully you'll get on the good side of that person. Hopefully that person and you will strike a rapport. And if you score a 17, that person may want to sit in a meeting at NIH and go, look, guys, so-and-so, her grant got a 17, but you know what? I really want to fund this. And here's why. And can we do it? It might be a stretch. If it's a 16 or a 17, it's less of a stretch. If it's a 20 or a 30, a huge stretch. But that's really important. And you therefore must apply to NIH once you have talked to a project officer. Don't do it blind because of this reason, if for no other. There's many other reasons as a project officer, as I hope I've explained, but this is a really important reason to have an NIH project officer who has your back. Here's another example. This one is from NIGMS, the General Medical, National Institute of General Medical Sciences. They say differently. They say, no, we don't look only at the score. The score is one factor. And if you look, they say, what did the review talk about? What does council think? How novel? Is there other support for that investigator? In other words, is the principal investigator have 7 other grants that she has currently been funded on, or is this the only grant? So for instance, at NIGMS, they look at all this. They don't just look at the pay line. Other institutes are very pay line driven. NIGMS says pay line is one aspect. We may not fund a study that got a 12. We may think that this brilliant study that got a 12, we're not interested in it. And they have that ability to do that. So think about that and be on very good terms with your project officer. Here's an example of the pay line at NANDS. You can see that the 15th percentile gets funded. In that gray zone from 15 to 25, some of them will be funded, some of them will not. And anything beyond 25 generally, will certainly not be funded. What score do you need to get funded? It depends. For most project grants, and it will depend from institute to institute, but for most projects, you will need a 15 or better. But an early stage investigator, we're going to come back to that in a moment, early stage investigator get as high as a 25. So you will need different, you have different pay lines with different percentiles. And this is just an example from Heart, Lung and Blood, and it will also change within an institute from year to year. So please, please understand that as well. Here's another example from NHLBI. NHLBI says that we have a pay line with selected pay and a zone of consideration. So that zone of consideration means usually between about 15 and 22, 23. They may be able to get you in, looking for money that's fallen between the cushions on the couch and that kind of thing. There's end of year funding that comes up at the end of, in July and August, the Institute may realize it has more money to fund grants now that the new fiscal year is about to begin. So you may be put on hold if you were reviewed in January. You may not get funded in March or April, but it may get funded the following September because suddenly there's more money available. We found more money. These things happen. So pay attention to that. We've discussed the role of the project officer. Once you get your summary statement, find the name of the project officer. Hopefully you know who that is. Ask them about the probability of funding. Ask if the project officer was at the review meeting and can give you some advice. They can. I certainly take notes at review meetings and listen to what is being discussed. The summary statement is just a summary. It's just that, it's a summary. It's not the details, and very often the discussion, the nuanced discussion at these review sections are not contained in that summary statement, but the project officer may be able to say, yeah, I know the study, I know that you didn't score well, but I want you to understand the reviewers really liked it. Here's the problems they have, that might be good advice to you. So, so once you've got your score and your summary statement, go back and speak to the project officer. Now, I mentioned a moment ago about the early stage investigator, and I want to explain to you why this is important. This is a slide of the number of NIH investigators and the ages. So on the on the horizontal axis, you can see the ages. On the top, the red line is the number of medical school faculty, and the bottom line is the number of NIH grants. What you can see in 1980 is that the average age for an NIH grant, that's in the blue, was about 39-ish. By 1990, it moved up to around 44. By 2000, you are now pushing 45, 49. And in 2010, it was somewhere around the 50-year-old. 49 to 54 was the average age of an NIH grantee. We looked at this at NIH and we decided that we have to help the early investigators. I suspect that most of you in this room are in that early investigator stage. And so this is really important. Please pay attention. If you can remember one thing I'm telling you today, it's what you're about to hear. An early investigator is somebody who's within 10 years of finishing their clinical training or their master's degree or their fellowship, whichever is the latest. And they are given a special funding consideration. This also applies not only to early investigators, but to a new investigator. So a new investigator might be someone who's 20 years after completing their fellowship, but has never been funded for an NIH grant of a certain type before. So this also applies to you if you're a new investigator. You may not be early, but you may be new. You get about a 10-point difference, which means if you scored a 25, because you're an early stage investigator, you get bumped down to a 15. You have gone from an entirely non-fundable score to an entirely fundable score just because you're a new investigator. So that's what all of you should be thinking about. That's why I encourage you to apply to NIH as a new investigator or as an early investigator, because you're going to get that 10-point bump. If you scored a 50 or you weren't discussed, it's not going to help you. But if you're on that end of that gray zone, that intermediary zone, you're going to get a bump that is going to be so helpful that you're going to get a fundable grant. You can, if you want to figure out what your early stage investigator status is, you basically have to put your details into the NIH system, which you're going to have to do anyway as someone applying for support. And it will tell you, it will automatically spit out whether you are a new investigator or an early stage investigator. You can also get this at NIH. Here's an example. Assume you have ESI status, but you will lose it if the following things. So if it's been more than 10 years, do I lose it? Yes. If I'm the program, if I'm a PI on an NIH award, will I lose it? On a previous award, will I lose it for this? Maybe, it depends, and so on. So the bottom line is the NIH computer system will tell you. I often get called saying, Jeremy, can you help me figure out if I'm an early stage investigator? I tell them I can, but it doesn't matter what I say, it matters what the computer says, and the computer usually gets it right. So really important to use your ESI status, or if you're more than 10 years, use your new investigator status. And remember, you can be an ESI or a new investigator and have already gotten certain NIH funding. It doesn't exclude you automatically. Certain grants do not count for your ESI or new investigator status. Briefly, the role of counsel. As I told you, think of them as the board of directors. They meet 3 times a year to advise the director and to concur with the funding plan. We go to the council and say, we plan to fund these following 200 grants. Usually the grants are funded en bloc. There's no discussion about them. There can't be, there are hundreds of them. But very important, since many of you are going to be doing clinical work, clinical studies are nearly always flagged for discussion. Certainly where I work at NINDS, the Neurological Institute, every clinical study has to be presented to council, which is not true of basic R01 grants, for example. Usually they have no problem with it, but sometimes they have comments, and very rarely they may say, we don't want to fund this, but that's extraordinarily rare. More common is, we agree with the funding, but we want to see X, Y, or Z put in place. So that's the role of council. And as I said, you cannot get funded until council has signed off, and your no-go, your notice of grant award then goes out. That can take a month after council, another reason that it adds to the time. Now, if by any chance you're not funded on the first attempt, what do? You revise and you resubmit, because you have a summary statement that you can address in your revision. You'll have a cover letter saying, summary statement said X, Y, Z, these are this is how I've addressed it. in my new submission, I'm going to be doing these changes. And you can do that twice, once in your first submission and then your revision. And if that doesn't work, then you have to start all over again, give it a different name, and you can do it again 2 times, and you can do it again 2 times. So I really want to advise everybody not to be disheartened. You can certainly revise and resubmit, and hopefully every time you get that resubmission, you're closer to getting your grant. I certainly went from a non-funded, non-discussed first attempt to a $4 million study at my resubmission, so that really works. Brief word about K Awards. K Awards are support for people who are residency or more typically junior faculty. K Awards are there to promote career development. I know we're going to be talking about this in a session, I think, on Thursday. But think of the K Award as doing 2 things. You have a clinical project, but you also are getting mentored. You're getting taught, you're getting advised, you're getting supervised. And the object is to bring somebody from a point of independent, of mentored research beginning to independent research, the so-called K to R, from a mentored K award to an independent R award. You do not have to have done this to get an R award by any means. I did not get any K award before I went for my R01. But nowadays, I would say many, perhaps even most people have some kind of K award. And it is certainly, I think, been shown time and again to be significantly easier to get your R award if you previously got a K. This does not mean that you have to have a K by any means, but it is there and it's something to think about. The K Awards give you 3 to 5 years of training. They give you about $100,000 in salary support. So if you're doing ED shifts, for example, you can tell your chair that you have $100,000 of support, so you want to work X number of shifts less. You can get research support. Sometimes you might need to do things. And the key thing here with the K Award is the 2 parts, is your clinical project, but also really important, who's going to be supervising you. That is as important as the clinical project that you want to do. So you're going to have to find a mentor. So hopefully that mentor is NIH funded. I think that is important, that your mentor is somebody who's NIH funded, preferably in the same institution as you, or the same town as you, or the same state as you. But you know, in these days of Zoom, that's less important. As long as we think at NIH that you have described as a mentor who is going to be the right person for you, and that that person has time for you, right? It's one thing to describe the mentor, but we can see what that person's, how many grants that person is on, and we might say, I don't think she's going to be a good mentor because she's involved with 12 R01s, right? So describe to us who your mentor is and why that, and how they're going to make time for you, how often you're going to meet either in person or by Zoom. And very important, each institute has their own way of doing things and their own specific requirements. So look them up and speak early to the person who's involved with the training awards at the institute. Last but not means, by no means least, we are here to help. Yes, we are from the government, but we are here to help. Here's my telephone number. Here's my NIH email address. If you have a relationship with somebody at NIH already, you probably don't need me. But if you're just beginning, or you're not sure what to do, or the person that you thought you should reach out to at NIH is not answering your emails, or you just don't know where to begin, you can certainly start with me. I'm here to help. Thank you for your time and for your attention. And I hope someday soon that all of you will be applying to NIH grants and be successful in doing it. Thank you and have a good day.
Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Brown? And thank you so much for that great presentation, Dr. Brown.
Hi, Dr. Brown, thank you so much for the presentation. My name is Charlene Schwen and I'm an assistant professor at Penn State. And I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about portability of our sort of awards, particularly R01s.
Yeah, portability. So that means you're at your institution, you've applied for your grant, and then you decide you get a better job prospect, or your partner is moving, you need to move city or whatever. So the award is made to the person, but it's made to the person at an institution. And the answer is that they are portable. You have to demonstrate that you are able to do the work at your new institute. But if that happens, you will be able to take that grant and that money and that indirect 50% or 80% with you to your new institute. So it's not a 1, 2, 3 step. There are a few steps you have to go through. I read a fascinating article recently about a man who was working in New England at a university and was fed up with the whole research thing at the university, but he loved his research, just couldn't handle academia anymore. So you ready for this? I'm not making this up. He built a mouse lab in his garage. He created a company, because we fund companies, and he actually got NIH's permission to take his grant, and that 80% indirect, whatever it was, he left the university, and he's now doing it, and he got every single, can you imagine how hard this is, Charlene, to do this? I mean, and he got all of the approvals to have an animal facility, you know, the sign-offs and everything, and he now is doing his mouse experiments. He's an osteopath, actually, and he's doing manipulations and massage. He's massaging rats to see if it improves certain symptoms. I don't know exactly, but that's what the point is. He did that. Now, if he can do that, you'll be able to move your grant. But so it's something that you can do, but it takes several steps, but you should be able to do it. Yeah.
All right, question from anyone else?
I don't have a question, but I'm Lauren Black. I'm on a KL2 at UF in Jacksonville, and just submitted my first K-23. And I wanted to reiterate what Dr. Brown said about how valuable other people's examples are. I don't think you should even start writing without them. I was pretty hesitant to ask people because I was just nervous about it, and people are exceedingly generous, and you can mix and match grants. My primary mentor's in sepsis, and I had several examples, but I'm more interested in data science and got an example from someone who does addiction work, and then especially blending those examples really helped me get a better idea of both what the training component looked like and the project component. Particularly if somebody is willing to share their summary statements, that can really, I think, help you avoid really huge critiques. For example, one person's example I had proposed doing a master's, and I was like, oh, I wasn't proposing to do that. And then one of the biggest critiques was, you shouldn't propose to do a master's. That's too much as being a clinician. So it can really help you, I think, prevent a lot of critiques. And just with the more examples you have, I think the better you can make your own. And people are really willing to share those.
That's great, Lauren, and thank you for that. And you know, you're spot on. Of course, you have to remember that, especially if you borrowed somebody's grant from an area outside of yours or a different institute, they may say there's no way you can do a master's degree. Other institutes may say a master's degree. That sounds like a good idea, right? So that's one of those really frustrating things. You know, it's like, guess what they're thinking. But once you've got your institute and you know where you are and you know they don't like master's degrees, that's fine. You might say, I'm going to take 3 courses. One other thing, Lauren, that I should have mentioned, and I don't know why I didn't, because I normally do, really important, that fit of who's going to fund you. You said you were doing work in sepsis. Sepsis is actually one of those harder areas to get funded at NIH. If you come to me, and I have this all the time, for example, Jeremy, I want to do a study looking at the way we discharge patients from the ED. I have a new way of doing it. Really important, right? There are 130, 150 million ED visits every year, 120 million discharges. We should know how to do that better, right? Who is going to fund a study on discharging ED patients? Who has that as their mission? Nobody. You know, it's a non-starter. Now, you therefore have to think, it's about grantsmanship. You have to say, okay, how about if I say, I want to look at study, looking at how we discharge patients from the ED who have asthma. Oh, wait a minute. Now I've got 2 institutes that might, okay. And so do you see how you say, so you might have a really good idea and it might be a really important project, but it might not be a good fit. So you can tweak it and you can figure out where would be a better fit. So think about that. I want to be very clear about that. As important about your project is, do I have an institute behind me? Sepsis, unfortunately, Lauren, you reminded me, sepsis is a problem child at NIH. We're not going to go into it now. There is an institute that stands behind it, NIGMS, but it's problematic. So, so think about that, come up with your idea. I want to think about discharging trauma patients from the ED. Well, there's no one owns trauma at NIH. Sorry, they don't. I'm going to think about how I discharge elderly patients with a fall. National Institute of Aging has elderly patients. Maybe instead of figuring out how to discharge all patients, I'll work on a video module, for example, about discharging patients with a fall. I'll get NIA to fund it. And maybe next time I'll go from elderly patients to children. So think about that. Thank you, Lauren, for your comments. Really spot on.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyone else have any questions or great comments? Thank you, Lauren, again. All right. So since no one has any questions, we are going on a break right now. So everybody, please mute your microphones and we will all meet again at 11 o'clock Central Time. All right. And then feel free to type in any questions you have in the chat too. Okay. See you guys soon. Have a good break. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's 11. So we're going to go ahead and get started. All right. So in a moment, I will invite Dr. Ann Livy to give us a brief introduction to our first breakout session on specific aims. But first, let me explain to you how our breakout groups will work. After Dr. Libby does her talk, you will automatically be placed into a breakout room. We have pre-signed each of you into a room which you will be placed in twice, first for the specific aims discussion and then again for the biosketch discussion. Each breakout session will run concurrently for about 60 minutes, and then we will reconvene as a large group to debrief before we go on to the second breakout session. After the last session is complete, everyone will automatically be brought back to the general session in the room for final remarks and any questions, okay? Please do not leave the group or close your window during the breakout sessions, as you will not be able to easily get back into your group. If you do get kicked out, please rejoin using the same link you originally used, and we will place you back into your session. If you need to step away from your computer, please make sure you have your microphones muted to eliminate any background noise. All right. So let me know if you guys have any questions before we begin. Anyone have any questions about this breakout session part before I bring Ann Libby with us? Okay. So next we have, I want to introduce you guys to Dr. Ann Libby. She's the professor and vice chair for academic affairs at University of Colorado School of Medicine. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Dr. Ann Libby.
Thanks, Alice. Hi, everybody. Thanks for turning your video back on. It's nice to see your faces. I'm going to have to knock Alice's screen share off so I can get my slides up, if you don't mind. Sorry about that.
Dr. Libby, we can't hear you.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, good.
Sorry, it must just be me. Apologies.
It's okay. I've got a little knob with the volume. Maybe I had it turned down earlier. Okay, I'm out in the sphere of floating heads. There's my picture. Okay, I got lots of titles. I've been an academic researcher at medical centers for a long time, 20 plus years. And one of the most important things about being a researcher, obviously, is getting funded. Otherwise, it's a bit of a hobby, huh? We want to be paid to do the work we love. And so writing compelling specific aims are going to help you sell your research to sponsors. So that's our goal. It also helps you do good science. Okay, so I have no disclosures to share. And I do want to acknowledge my co-author on the specific aims page manuscript, Andrew Monty, who many of you know, another talented researcher. All right, so I'm just hitting highlights because many of you read our manuscript about specific aims pages. Maybe you watched a recorded lecture about it. The good news is that all of these skills we're working on today and other mentoring and leadership skills are developmental. So it means you can always get better. It's never too early and it's never too late. So great news. The first thing I want to say about the specific aims page is it's generally considered page 1, even though as Jeremy described, when you put together a grant proposal, it all gets put together in a big document. So it's not truly page one. The bio sketch is really the page one, and we're going to be working on bio sketches after your lunch break. So that's a really, really important document, and we'll show you how that also sells your grant. But this specific aims page is the first page of the real content of your grant, and that's why it's so, so important. Now, I say page one, and I mean one and only one page. So there are strict rules, whether you like it or not. For NIH grants, for sure, you only get to upload one page, which is the aims page. But I'm highly recommending to you that you maintain that discipline for all of your proposals. aims page is one and only one page. And I'll give you a couple of hints about how to write one of those. The first thing is I tell my mentees, and I try to do this myself, force yourself to use 1-inch margins, okay? Even though the NIH rule allows you to go down to 1/2-inch margins, you can do it using 1-inch margins. Really force yourself to say what you need to say in less space. And that way you'll have a little bit of blank space when you go to ultimately format properly. So you want to be easy on your reader. A wall of text is very hard, and that does not put you in the mood to have a positive review. So strictly one page. Try to start out using 1-inch margins. I will tell you, when I write one of these, I just did this in February, it takes me one day to write about 8 pages. My specific aims page starts out about 8 pages. I just get all the ideas down. And then it took me 8 days to cut it down to 1 page. Okay, that's how it works for me. And I've done this a long time, so I'm pretty good at it. So I guess I want to encourage you that it does take an inordinate amount of time to write this one magical page. And yet it is the master plan. It should be the page that tells you what you're doing. So you have to cover a lot of ground and don't share more information than is necessary, right? So no TMI. And what we say is you can't win a grant on the first page, but you can lose a grant on the first page. So you want to be super strategic, include all the keywords, and leave anything that isn't critically important to the second page. All right, let's proceed because I'm just giving a high level overview. This is my recipe, so our aims page recipe, and I call it a recipe because it's the thing that we can all follow, and it will all look and sound like an aims page. So, you know, you're not going to poison anybody if you follow a recipe, right? But, you know, some cooks are better than others. Some like to deviate. Some don't like to actually measure. You can be a little creative. I assure you, I am in favor of that after you learn the recipe, because these are the pieces that typically reviewers are looking for. And like all good scientific writing, we write using a reader's expectation model, which means you give people what they're looking for. So I'm suggesting that your aims page has 4 paragraphs, even though they're not really paragraphs. And just in short, the introduction, that opening paragraph, that somebody just muted me, so I hope I'm unmuted now. The first paragraph is where you define the problem. And this is where you say what's known and unknown and what's the gap. So, and then what are you going to do about it? So this is what has to happen in the first paragraph. You don't wait till paragraph 2 to do this, even though the introduction may indeed be 2 paragraphs, okay? The second planned paragraph is what I call the proposed solution. So this is where you have an overarching plan. This is how you're going to approach it. This is also where you say why you and your team are the ideal people to indeed do the work. Okay, so you might prepare us to be excited about this topic, but why you? That also has to be in that second paragraph. Okay, the third paragraph are your actual aims. So usually these are written in some kind of list format, usually numbered, maybe with bullets. And these are the actual steps you're going to take. So this is a high level walk through your approach. How will you do this thing? You just convinced us there's this terrible gap. You have a plan to fill the gap. You're the perfect people to fill the gap. Now, what are you going to do? So the aims are your action steps. And then finally, what many people forget is the ending of every story. The story on your aims page is the high level story of your study. You need to close. And the closing is something very specific. So it's something that's special, something that's new. It's your value proposition, right? What are you going to get out of it? What's the field going to get out of it? So if you are an early career researcher and you're writing a career development award, some of the payoff is about the science, but you're probably doing a study that's so small, you can't actually test efficacy, for example. But you're going to learn something, and presumably you're going to be prepared to undertake the bigger study. So you're going to have some kind of pilot data that's critical to progressing in this area. And then a piece of the payoff is about you. It is actually about you when it's a career development award, because the funder is supporting you as a future investigator. So you should be also listed in your payoff paragraph. Okay. All right, so here's just a high level summary. This is in our manuscript. So these are things to do. So you write that page 1, it's so painful the first time. You're gonna say, gosh, I worked 8 days to get this magical page, and you share it with people and they say, not this, not this, not this. But that's okay, that's how it's supposed to be. So write it early, be open to change. We say use massive parallelism. So in a scientific writing mode, you pick the one way you're going to call something. You don't say pediatric anesthesia, pediatric critical care, pediatric intensive care, which is it going to be? And that's what it will be called throughout. So this is technical writing, scientific writing. And you don't surprise us by bringing up a term in the specific aims that I'd never read about prior. And the corollary is, don't bring something up in the opening paragraphs and then leave me hanging and I never get to hear about it again. So no red herrings, okay? I already mentioned it should be one page and one page only. Many funders allow a figure on page 1. Some NIH agencies have recently disallowed this. I do believe if you have a picture that's worth 1,000 words, get it on page 1 if you're allowed to do so. Otherwise, it can be right on page 2. It can really help people remember what is going on, what are you testing, what's the known, what's the unknown. And then finally, your aims page is written to people like me, people like your peers in this program. Just because you're all emergency physicians doesn't mean you know about whatever little research idea you're proposing. So you have to write to a general, educated, non-expert on page 1. The approach section is where you're going to show your reader that you actually know what you're doing, that you're bringing up the right measures, that you understand the data sources, not on page 1. Page 1 is for everyone, okay? And then the don'ts, easy no is a hypothesis that can't be tested. Come on. Don't be too descriptive, right? This is our action step. So we want to know what you're going to achieve. We don't want explorations, vagueness. We want specificity. Look out for jargon. You may think you're talking to your peers, but guess what? Page 1, you're talking to somebody who doesn't know your field. No jargon. And then again, go easy on the fishing expeditions. Be as specific as possible. Okay, so here is a screenshot and a link to our manuscript where we tried to write much of this down, so you have it for your reference. Here is our peer reviewer checklist. So we're about to go into a breakout session, and these are the kinds of questions that you want to be looking for at your own page and when we look at each other's page. So early, what's the definition of the problem? You've got to say what's known, what's unknown, what's the gap. And it's part of the recipe to literally use the word, the gap. And you know, you get really good at it. You may think that's too obvious. I don't want to say the gap, but it will never hurt you to make it easier on your reviewers. So contemplate, can you find the gap? What gap is the study filling? The second paragraph, you're thinking about, does the group who wrote the AIMS page say why they're the right group? Did they give an overall sort of problem statement or a high level, long-term view of what they're interested in? And then the aims are the short-term view. And then is there a payoff paragraph, or do they just drop us at the end of the aims? And does it persuade you? Is it something more specific than making people healthier or knowing more than we did before? Not good enough, okay? And then on the aims, these are specific things, right? We want to watch for jargon. We want to know what is the outcome variable for each aim. Are there any new mentions? Are they related but not dependent, right? So you look at your first aim, if pretend aim 1 is a terrible failure, can you finish the study? That's how you think about aim dependency. So that's what we're looking for when we go into our breakout groups. So now we've done a very fast high-level review. Alice is going to send us to our groups, and we'll come back and just make some notes about the biggest aha moment you had. I'd like you to put it in the chat when you come back, and a question that you still have when you come back, because we're going to have a good amount of time to discuss. Okay, let's away.
Thank you, Anne. So everybody stay put. Stacy is gonna help us put into our rooms. All right, so have fun.
All right, here we go.
That might be another option. Let me see if I can find something.
Okay. I'll work on just uploading mine
Yeah,
too.
if you want to upload yours too.
Sure.
Let's see. So if you upload to this chat.
Yeah, then you guys can download it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, let's try that too. Okay, why don't you guys figure that out, and let's hear from Courtney. You're the next one on my screen.
Hi, my name's Courtney. I'm junior faculty at the University of Michigan. My training is in pediatrics and then a pediatric emergency medicine fellowship. So I'm just coming up on 2 years out from that now. I do have a Spec Aims page. I'm not sure. Somehow I missed the notification on where to upload it. If there's not time to get to it, that's fine. I'm happy to learn from everybody else.
Oh, we love to review AIMS pages, Courtney. Maybe I see Enyo. Oh, you both managed to put your documents in the chat. That's amazing. So maybe Courtney, you can play with that too.
Sure.
Let's hear from Anita. There we go.
Hi.
Hi, Anita.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Tell us about yourself.
Okay, so I work here in a small hospital here, Lehigh Valley Hospital Network. Is in Allentown, and I am the director of research in the emergency medicine department. So I oversee, funding and hiring staff and everything to, make things happen in our research department.
Okay, and Anita, do you write grants for your work?
Yes, yeah, I have been submitting internal grants and external grants, and have a lot of funding coming through these grants, but I never was successful to have any funding from NIH. So
Okay, okay, so your goal is to finally hook some NIH money.
Right.
Awesome. Okay, that's wonderful. And have you been funded by Emergency Medicine Foundation or SAM Foundation? Great, fabulous. Okay, that's a great place to start for sure. Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks. And then Charlene.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Charlene Schwann, and I'm a little bit unusual. So I am not an MD. I am a JD PhD. And yeah.
You're like doubly unusual.
Yeah. So I have a PhD in health policy and management from the University of California, Los Angeles, and then a JD from Columbia. So which I believe Eugene was saying that that's where he's currently.
Oh, so bi-coastal.
Yep, and I'm currently an assistant professor at Penn State in the College of Health and Human Development. So I'm not even on a medical campus, which is why.
Okay.
We're a little bit unusual because our department is hard money, and so I have been applying for grants, but I don't have a huge amount of experience, nor do I have, I think the perspectives are very different in terms of, it was interesting, like you were showing the formula of how, which thank you so much. That was really helpful. I've never seen it, anything like that. And in fact, a lot of the advice I've been getting from my mentors is very different. So my research focuses primarily on how laws and policies can influence access to care and disparities in care, particularly for a lot to do with emergency medicine, so related to EMTALA. And I am working on a submission for an R01 for the structural racism call in August. And I mean, I have an extraordinarily rough draft where, I mean, it's first of all, it's not even one page. I'm still trying to put things together. If there's any time to do it, I would love to hear people's thoughts. But like I said, it's going to look very different, I think, from other Ames pages.
That's okay. You sound so fascinating. What a cool group we have. Well, yeah, Charlene, if you play around, it looks like everybody's figured out how to put documents into the chat. Maybe you could do that too, and let's look at it if we have time for sure.
Sure, thank you. I think we can't see the documents, so you might have to send it back to us or something in order.
Is that right?
Yeah, it looks like it's just to Stacy and you when we share. I didn't see an everybody option, which is odd.
Okay, let me see if I have an everybody option. Everyone in meeting. Do you mind if I don't know what that means, but do you mind if let's see.
I think that we'll share with everyone in the meeting, even those outside of this group.
Do you care if somebody sees?
I don't care if you don't care.
Well, somebody just posted then, I think it was you, the links to everybody is actually, you just posted it in the chat, it looks like.
Yeah.
Google Docs.
All right, let's if we go to that Google Drive, like I said, there's so many drives for this meeting, I don't understand. There are Ames pages. Eugene, I had well, I'm just gonna open the drive you sent.
You might know that link, or I don't know if that's the same link that you just resent out, but it's on there too.
We just share our screens, like have people open their documents and we could all view it on this share screen option.
That's a great idea.
It also looks like I can share individually. So if you share it with me, I can send it individually to each one of your group members.
I'm just gonna also go ahead and share my screen.
Okay.
Oops, let's see, does this work? Can you see? This is Eugene's Ames page. Do you see it?
No,
not yet.
Oh, wait a minute. Now?
Yes.
Excellent, okay. So strange. This stuff gets. Why don't we just take 2 minutes and just browse this and you look for something that we mentioned. The gap, the unknown gap, the overarching research question, and the planned approach. The aims that do something and don't surprise us with new terms, and the payoff to what we're doing. Okay, so I'll give us 2 minutes to do this. Okay, that's just about 2 minutes. What do you see? First, like here, I'll just zoom in a little bit. What's your first impression of the page? Like when you just look at it as a reader.
So I have to say that, I mean, this is maybe really simplistic, but I like the bolding and the underlining and the spacing. I mean, it's easy to read because of that.
Yes, Charlene, that's exactly right. Eugene, you get an A for making it easy on the eye. And let me promise you, your reviewers have a bunch of grants to read, and they're doing it after hours, between feeding kids and going to bed. I've been many times in my PJs with my feet up on my desk late at night, getting ready to read a grant. And if you just wear me down with a wall of text, it is not good, because the easiest thing to do is just to pick out the errors I find. But if you kind of go easy on me, especially on the first page, you're going to get your reader into a more welcoming mood, and that matters. It truly matters. Now, I agree with you, Charlene. This judicious use of bolding and underlining is nice. It is nice. And you're on the ragged edge of too many points of emphasis. So first of all, good job for not using italics, because most people can't actually see that as an emphasis. So I would be real careful with that. But again, you've got bold, you've got underline, and you've got bold underline. So it's on a single page. It's a lot to figure out which things am I supposed to follow. So I might suggest to you that you don't need to underline and bold the words specific aim 1, specific aim 2, like we're going to get there. That's already sort of highlighted by being numbered. So you can sacrifice one of those and really think through. Now, here's one discipline I use in writing that I think you're doing that you can use to learn from. You have bolded for us sentences that we're supposed to pay attention to, right? Mm-hmm. So in other words, you're bolding topic sentences. But look where the first bold sentence comes, the end of the first paragraph. You brought us into your world. You told us some stories. It's very engaging, easy to read. And then you hit us with the point. Mm-hmm. And I will tell you that works for composition, and maybe it works for lawyers. It won't it's not the common way to do technical writing.
Okay.
So generally speaking, you make a claim, you back it up, make a claim, back it up, make a claim, back it up. So your first, when I have new grant writers, often we will use the discipline of bolding the first sentence of every paragraph. And then you say, if I took everything away and I only had those first sentences, does this tell your story? So it's basically backing your way into an outline. Now, it is true, you do need to link the paragraphs. So you need a strong closing sentence, true. And it can feel like you're kind of repeating the topic sentence, but really you're sort of bridging from the topic to the next paragraph. So your final sentence should be a bridge, not the main point. Okay, it's usually dangerous to, so for example, let's look at your first sentence. The first sentence of your AIMS page should tell us what the study's about. Like literally, we should all be able to know what the study is about. So if I look at, let's look at it together. Burnout is prevalent with approximately 60% of practitioners affected. What do you think this study's about?
Burnout.
Burnout. But Eugene, what is the study about?
Right. Yeah, it's about the EHR.
Right. So you gave a real red herring. I was really thinking I'm going to read about burnout, and then you dropped the burnout, which incidentally I think is a very strong use of your measures. You made the case that you can use these things, that if EHR ease is related to burnout, then I should care about measuring EHR ease better, but then I need you to show me that it is indeed related to burnout. So I would not throw that away. I thought you had something that you gave up that would have helped your case, frankly. Unless you really don't care about burnout, then we got to rework this thing. But the very first sentence, your goal, is that all the key words of your study are in that first sentence. So many mentors will tell you the opening sentence, you're making a funnel. The opening sentence is, bad things happen to many people. And then you get more specific, and then this bad thing happens to these people. Don't do that. Flip it. You say, people who come to the emergency department with cardiac arrest and who are cooled at certain temperatures will have better neurologic recovery. And then you give me some more stuff about how many people come to the emergency department, how many have cardiac arrest, how many people get cooling, and what's going on. But I know that the study is about cardiac arrest, cooling, and neurologic outcomes. Okay, so you have to, I mean, it's hard to write the first sentence. I'm saying it like it's not, it's really hard, but that's your goal, is to get your key words in that first sentence. Okay. Now I like in your, so you're basically, my recipe, there's the first paragraph and the second paragraph, and you're sort of taking two paragraphs to say your opening paragraph. So, okay, that's all right. Probably we want to rework it, but you did good in your third paragraph, which is kind of like our rationale paragraph. You say the long-term goal is good. And you bring up your team, that you have expertise. This is good. But again, why are you the perfect team? Not just that you know something about the subject, but, for example, you want to do an EHR study. Most people, many people won't believe you that you can get any data on an EHR, right? So the feasibility of doing an EHR study in your setting is a critical thing to share. So you not only know something about it, but you've got an EHR and a data extraction system that has already been used many times to answer research questions or whatever you're going to make up. But you want to be thinking about what's the thing that regular people won't believe, right? So I used to do a lot of studies where cross-system research on kids. So, child welfare system, juvenile justice system, health system. The thing that nobody believed was that we could link data. I already linked it. Like, I can show you I linked it, but darn it, if review after review says that can't be done. And so you go, so the entire push on AIM-1 was to show this barrier has been surmounted. Now let's talk about what we're going to answer. So think about what's the thing that people are going to be skeptical about. When it's EHRs, it's going to be they can't really get data, right? Or you want to tell me you're going to do an audit log? Holy jeepers, are you actually saying you're going to ask providers to stop and record what they're doing? No, it's automatic. Okay, so like you would also strategically think about what you call your thing that you're doing so it doesn't sound like something that nobody likes, right? A log sounds like a time study, right? Again, now maybe in your tiny little informatics experts, everybody's like, well, yeah, I know what this means. But like regular people outside think of a log as a recording, right? So then I would make up some new term, auto thing, or I don't know, somehow you make up a term that conveys the feature of it that you want people to know. Okay. And then on page 2, you can talk about it more specifically. You would have a whole paragraph on how do we measure time? How do we automatically data capture, right? There's going to be more on that. And that's where you're going to cool my jets. If I'm not sure what you're talking about and I know something about this, I'm the informatician. Page 2, you're going to set me at ease. Okay. Good. I think your aims themselves are good. This is a little bit of a style thing. I also rarely use a complete sentence for an aim. I usually start with the verb. I don't usually start with the to. So I would say identify ED providers using audit log data. Okay, so I like you have identify, determine. Those are 2 good action verbs. That's good. You have the first aim is descriptive. So you only have 1 variable. Sometimes it's, descriptive aims can be criticized, especially since you're using the data you create in AIM-1 in AIM-2. So they're getting a little close, little dependent, right? So what if I can't measure burden? Then how am I supposed to do AIM-2? So what you can do is I like contrast in every aim. So every aim should be, you can compare it to something, right? So for example, you could say, I'm gonna get this auto-generated stuff and I'm gonna also gather some hand recorded stuff, or, compare, you have multiple sources for this stuff, and then one of them will work, and then you'll pick the best one and you'll use it in AIM-2.
Okay.
So even if one approach fails, you say, no problem, I'm going to have that data from multiple sources.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. And then the second, it's a correlation between burden and burnout. Now, in my opinion, if you have a directional hypothesis, say the direction. So when you say correlate, it means they could go any which way, right? but you brought us into this story telling us that more EHR leads to more burden. So test the directional hypothesis that more burden increases burnout,
Right.
right? You know, that I would do that personally. I think you have to commit a little bit, you know, you be moved by your own rationale. Now you might say, I mean, it might be nonlinear. There might be a threshold. It might be fine until you hit some number and then it goes up. Like that's all going to be, you don't know what that positive relationship is, the shape of it, the nature of it, but you think it's generally positively correlated. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it might be characterized, you know, test and characterize the positive association between this and this, you know, for example. So, and yeah.
So I noticed that, you know, you had talked earlier in the main presentation about hypotheses.
Yes.
And this doesn't have a hypothesis, although it's implied that and what you're saying is that you sort of have the implied hypothesis in the beginning, right? What direction it goes in. Do you then need to specifically state that this is a hypothesis that you're testing?
Charlene, thank you for bringing that up. That's a great question. In truth, you write your aims page and your aims, whether they include a hypothesis or not, based on your funding agency that you're applying to. So, you know, how we talk about, you know, follow the cultural norms of your funder. So many health services type agencies, like Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality, or private foundations, EMF, or Robert Wood Johnson, do not expect to see hypotheses on page 1. It will arrive in the approach when you come back and you say, remember this aim, this is how we're going to do it, this is these are the hypotheses, but they wouldn't arrive on page 1. But for NIH, and if you're doing more biological stuff, often you literally say aim, hypothesis, test. You know, it's like very much 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. You know exactly what is happening in each aim. A more basic science, you are expected to have the hypothesis on page 1. Now, whether you're writing the hypothesis or not, almost all funders like some little bit of approach. So health services for sure. You say, what's the data source? How many observations? You might, you know, a broad brush, or we're going to use multivariate, blah, 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 to do this analysis. You know, a couple or 3 lines. But the hypothesis is something that does vary by funder. It's a great question. The other thing is, if you're using qualitative methods, you wouldn't see a hypothesis, but often for parallelism, people will put hypothesis for aim 1 because it's quantitative, and then research question for aim 2 if it's qualitative. So just for kind of keeping people into a groove in a comparison. And then let's finally take a quick look at Eugene's payoff paragraph. So it's 1 long sentence, that's fine. But Eugene, you brought us back to burnout.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing that now that I'm reading it again.
That's right. What I would like to see in this paragraph, you're okay. I'd say you're halfway there. You emphasize that it's a feasibility study, right? So you're seeing if you can use this measurement, and maybe I don't think you can actually validate on this study, but maybe. But probably you're preparing for pilot study to do a large scale validation, right?
Yeah.
So then you'd go for that. So this as written is more of a methods grant. However, I think you can hide it in an actual study of content if you decide to hold on to the burnout. And I think it's more fundable that way, frankly. So you think about it, it depends on your team, it depends on what you want to do with your life. But it might be smarter to make it about this hypothesis. And by the way, to do this well, we have to fix this measure.
Got it.
People will go along with that. I think it's harder to motivate a new variable just out in the world. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I would just be a little more specific for a future burnout study. What is that study? Okay. And then, I mean, this is also part of the hard part. You're trying to write one study, you have to say what the next study is. Yeah, you do. And that's why when you say what you will have and what it will be used for, you immediately say, well, now, are those aims I just wrote actually going to give me what I need to do the study I just said I want to do? And that's like the back and forth that you use to get a really tight aims page.
And can I ask, do you have that sort of structure for even if you're doing like an R01, or is it just because this is a seed grant?
Oh no, that's in every single grant, every single one, Charlene, especially R01. The R01, now here's what's special about an R01 compared to a R21 or an R03, if you know those designations after Jeremy described it. The R01 is supposed to be considered a definitive study. Now, is there anything really definitive? Not really, but it's supposed to kind of be, for today, it's the final word on the subject. So your payoff at the end of an R01 is partly how did you advance science by answering this question? So that's one thing. And then literally, what could we do now that we couldn't do before? Literally, what's the next study? For you, right? It should move you to many different studies, but it better not be, we know something that we didn't know before. What? No. This is way too competitive. You have to advance knowledge, right? So what is the thing we know now? Even especially for Charlene may not be doing clinical studies, but for the rest of you, you're doing clinical studies, making care better. I hate to break it to you. It's not enough. That can't be the only payoff. This has to also advance the study of providing excellent care. So how will our research on excellent care be moved forward in a way that it wasn't before? Even if it's like this specific, that's okay, that's all right. But still, we want to have contributed to knowledge, advanced knowledge. And that's why, we talk about in the manuscript, like if you can think up a research question that is holding the field back. So if you say, we can't go anywhere until we know the answer to this question, this is halting all progress on this subject, that's a beautiful thing, because then you're going to like unblock, right, a cascade of goodness by tackling this question. It's not always easy to do that, but that's like the urgency or the importance of the question you come up with. Either like people are dying right now, we think we're doing something bad and we have got to figure this out now. That's good. Like Charlene, if you think you can use that in a racism study for sure, right? Structural racism kills people, so therefore it's time sensitive to figure this out, right? So use that in your payoff paragraph. Okay. Any other comments about this? I hope we're learning we're giving Eugene some feedback, but also learning this for your own pages, right? Okay, I'm gonna stop this share and I'm gonna try to grab Enzo's. Let's see, there you go. Download.
Thank you for the comments.
Thank you. Okay, I got it. This is working. And thank you. All right, let's give it 2 minutes. Is this wide enough? I've got it so you can see pretty much the whole page. Is that all right? Can you see it?
I think
a
we're
little
missing.
small. I'm just going to get my face really close to the screen.
I think we're missing like the last maybe line or two.
Can you see it this way?
Oh.
Is that good? I just don't know if you can see it visually.
If I squint. Okay.
Everyone's face looks very close to the camera right now.
I know, sorry. Okay, I'll give us 2 minutes. Okay, that was about 2 minutes. Let's do the same just impression that we did with Eugene's. What do you think about this? And I know it's small, but it gives us the high level overview. What were your impressions? If you were reading this after a shift and you had to write something down about it, how would your vibe be, your emotion? Courtney, what do you think? You're in a comfortable chair, so you look like you're ready to review.
Yeah, I think like you presented the case well, like I sort of followed it from the intro to your aims in terms of its importance and how you're going to achieve it. What is what type of award were you thinking this would be for?
So right now I was planning to submit this as a 1 year, I guess it's Doris Duke. So it'd be it's not a, I'm trying to think of how to classify that. It's like a 1 year transitional award.
Okay. So I've never submitted or been granted anything. So like my opinions are sort of grain of salt. I think I'm learning a lot today, but I think there's maybe opportunity to use like some of the style and keywords, like what the gap is. Your aims also, I think, are not necessarily dependent completely on each other, but it may scope wise be a lot for a 1 year award. That was sort of my takeaway.
Okay, so an impression is that it's important but it feels like a lot. And knowing this is a 1-year plan, I would agree with you. The other thing I'm just going to throw out there, both of these project suites, these AIMS pages so far, both look like just project awards. So we're not even talking about the career development piece. So this is good. It'll help you. But if your impression is like, whoa, this is a lot, a reviewer is probably going to think that too. Okay. And don't worry, every single person writes too much. It's like less. That's half the battle, is like cutting. However small you think it is, it's too big. Okay. What else? I mean, there's nice white space. What else? Charlene, did you?
So as a non-clinician, I will say that I got a little bit lost in the first paragraph. And it wasn't for me until I got to the middle of the third paragraph where I sort of understood what was going on in the first paragraph. But this is just because I don't have any clinical knowledge. But I think the idea is really cool. And talking about the de-implementation science is really neat. You know, I don't know whether there's a way to zoom out even more in the beginning so that you don't need to have, you know, the clinical expertise. But I think it depends on who the grant is who are your grant reviewers. I mean, if they're going to be all clinicians, then obviously then what I'm saying doesn't matter.
No, but this is exactly right. This is where you do use, there's a fair amount of jargon, right? I mean, people do this because writing out the words takes too much space, right? So you're going to use CAUTI instead of writing the whole thing out. But now there's an acronym that if it's not my area, I might like hesitate over every time I see it. And I think most people like vernacular, you know what UTI is, but maybe, you know, you have to decide how many abbreviations can you handle and not make people slow down, because your goal is to just you just breeze through page 1 and you're like, I got it. Then you can introduce the details, the acronyms, whatever on page 2. But generally speaking, I really try to be so careful, abbreviate as few times as possible on page 1 if you're absolutely in a group that does not all know this like the back of your hand. Like intensive care, like regular non-clinicians get it. Okay, I can follow along on ICU. But, you know, if you start having to slow down and get into the mix, it gets a little tricky. So what you can do is give 1 or 2 sentences to the true non-expert, then maybe hit 1 or 2 sentences for somebody who knows a little bit more. So you're like giving bring us along, and then say, and if, you know, there's more information, and now let me come back to everybody. And if you wanted to know more about so you're not really losing us, but again, judicious. Now, you are using the DNI is a strong conceptual approach, just like health services has. Not only are you in the DNI space, you're in the de-implementation space, and there's a conceptual model. You bring up the behavioral change wheel framework. Like we have a lot of, you're educating us a lot on this approach on this page. And this is partly why it feels so heavy in the front, because not only am I trying to learn about catheterization, you're also trying to educate us on implementation science, how you think about these things, whatever. So what I would consider doing, it's right to think about bringing us along, because even your emergency medicine colleagues won't know about that. So maybe the first paragraph is about the topic, and it's about the catheterization and this issue. And then maybe the second paragraph is about the approach. Why is de-implementation important? You know, and why are you the perfect place to do it? So use it in that sense. It's part of the rationale. Like, you have this problem. Too many of these catheters are used beyond benefit and sometimes to harm. And then the gap is, we can study ways to change this. The rationale, have we got a plan for you? There's a whole approach about de-implementing things that don't work. The question is, are you just taking away something that no longer works, or are you replacing it with a superior solution? Or are you doing a non-inferiority study where you're just showing me that using this alternative is no worse than what people are already doing? So, right, it starts to beg additional questions. And so that's where you want to button that down in that second paragraph. And then we go to your aims. And Charlene is right. This is much more than, I would say this is a 5-year program of research, not a 1 year. So most people, even in 5 years, we might question a true clinical effectiveness study of this intervention. Maybe you want to do the first two. So it's a feasibility, acceptability study of this new adaptive plan. That's a lot right there. That would be, you know, you could figure out if you want 3 aims. Most people like 3 aims. There's some magic about 3. Generally, what I say is you can have less than 3 aims if it's a short timeline. So if you're in a 1-year grant, you might have 1 aim and you could have 2. I would worry about 3 because you'd have to make them awfully small, awfully concrete. Okay, so I think you could do, gosh, you could do 1 and 2, maybe. Still a lot, still a lot. I like your impact paragraph, your payoff paragraph. It still could be more specific. So you're finding it's feasible and acceptable. I know you wrote it as if you were doing a clinical effectiveness study, but pretend we're not because it's too much. What will you be ready to do after you do aims 1 and 2? You will be ready to do a pilot effectiveness study, right? Because you're going to have adapted this, tested it for feasibility, acceptability, adapted it. You're kind of ready to try it out. That's what I would say. The other thing, Enyo, is you have long sentences with many words. I mean, if you try to read it out, that last sentence, I admit it, you use numbers to make it easier to follow, but like it's more than 1 breath if you read that out loud. So I do think, I admit it, over the years, I will tell you, I have made my sentences shorter and shorter, less complex, more like subject, verb, object, subject, verb, object, subject. You know, when you're doing scientific writing, you can lose people so easily. So I admit it. And what can happen is the tone gets too staccato, up, 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 up. You need a little bit of flow. But sometimes it's useful to like do a sentence where there's 1 thought per sentence, just 1. And then judiciously smush to make it flow a little better. I admit it, I like compound sentences a lot, but I usually go too many, then I start to break them up, break, and then I went too far that way, and there's something in between. but challenge yourself, especially because I see how you write and you have these long concepts that are pretty jargony. I mean, it's hard. How do you talk about de-implementation without using jargon? Might not be possible, which means you're going to have to use more shorter sentences to bring us along. Okay. But your thoughts are bounded. It's clear this is an important topic. You're a good writer. It looks easy on the eyes. So you've already overcome many challenges. So you're exactly where you want to be. But this is why it's so helpful to work from an AIMS page, right? Talking in general terms about the study you want to do, it's like, yeah, that sounds great. De-implementation study with catheters. Okay. But then you get it on a page and you're like, oh my gosh, it looks so complicated, right? So this is why this is exactly what you do. So great job.
Thank you all for the feedback. That's very helpful. I do talk a lot in real life too, so this is definitely something I need to work on. I appreciate it.
Good. Oh, the last thing, you also, because you have these big phrases and these big constructs, you are using a lot of abbreviations. We got intervention mapping, we got DECI, we got a wheel, CODI, ICU. I say you're not allowed to have at least 2 of those. So find a way to say it somewhere. You know, you can break it out on page 2, but it's too much work for somebody to remember what those things are. Okay. All right. Awesome. How are we doing time-wise? Does anybody know what?
We have until about 12:15, so just about 4 more minutes.
Ooh, okay. Courtney, let's see what we can do. Let's take a quick, fast look. Thank you, Stacy.
And I'll just preface mine by saying I'm revamping it a little bit. My goal was to apply for a KL2 through my institution. So that's just a 2-year award. So my aims are not as robust as some others.
That's all right.
Can I see the?
Yep, sorry.
That's right.
It just took me a minute to get it downloaded. I'm going to leave it as a 2-page view because it gives us the best size. Let's take 60 seconds. Just look at the aims. On the right is just references. Okay, I know we're giving you short shrift, Courtney. I'm sorry about that.
No worries.
I'm gonna give you a couple of things that oh my goodness, that was so fun. And the time went really fast. Did it for you all? Okay. Well, I was making one last point when we were whisked away. I'm gonna bring it up and ask if any other people had this issue, especially for training grants. I saw the use of the third person, the principal investigator will, and then go to the first person, I I want to be an expert in blah, blah, blah. And then sometimes not in this one, people will say we, my mentoring team and we. So I would like to hear from our group, including our facilitators. How does this group think about personal pronouns, so to speak, in the context of an AIMS page? What do you got? Will, you're at the top of my list. Dr. Sharp.
Yeah, that's something that I think we always struggle with because we all want to be team scientists. We want to play in the sandbox together. So I think it's just naturally that I always want to write we or my team. But then, you know, when you're writing it, you realize that they're really sort of funding you. So I think when I write my proposals, I tend to put more about I talk about my, I may try not to do it too often, but then when I am to the point when I'm talking about myself as an investigator, I'll talk about myself and then also maybe the strength of my team and my collaborators. But it's definitely talking about I as the, I'm not, because I'm the one who's getting I'm responsible for fulfilling the project.
Okay, that's good. Does anybody have a different perspective? Scott,
I was going to say, I agree a lot with that. I think I had to be told multiple times to switch to I in my career development proposals. And it really, I mean, ultimately it got funded as I moved more and more away from a third person, very sort of sterile sound to it. I think there's a storytelling involved in this, and there's less of a story when you tell it in the third person. In terms of we or I actually used both because there are instances where you're like, as a team, we have done this, right? Because you didn't do some things alone. But when you say, what's going to happen or how will this affect me as a career, you have to say that. In fact, my impact statement at the end of a specific aims page is say, completion of these aims will allow me to gain X training or get this degree, whatever, which then allow me to generate this data or something like that. And that's all me, I statements. And that was critical. So I personally have moved more to first person on my grants, and in general on the career development, really push mentees to use I and me statements when they can.
Okay, that's good. Other comments on that subject?
I agree. I just pulled up my own K award, and most of the research strategy, the things that I had done with my mentors, used we, and to show to some degree that we had worked together effectively as a team in the past, and we had a track record of working together. But my candidate section and my training plan was more and I will gain these skills, and I will do this, and I will submit the next grant. So sort of, I think it is important though to distinguish and use those pronouns thoughtfully, as opposed to just going with I or just going with we the whole way through the grant.
Good. Catherine, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say it depends on how you submit the grant as well. So I agree completely on a career development grant. On an MPI grant or multi-PI grant, it's important also to watch your pronouns in terms of showing the partnership and showing who was part of what portion of the work and that collaborative group. So there's almost no I in some of those grants. Sure that it to show that partnership is there.
Exactly. It is a fine line between taking personal responsibility for the content of this grant and, appropriately and gracefully acknowledge the contribution of the team. Incidentally, this is a critical skill in negotiating too, PS, just from like a personal effectiveness perspective. All of us need to be able to take credit for our work and give credit where credit is due. And the appropriate use of that is how you demonstrate your value. And when we talk about the bio sketches and we talk about writing those contributions to science sections, those are inevitably, you say, here's the problem. This was the big study. Our team did all this stuff. And then I contributed to this work. So it's giving you practice, acknowledging the team, calling out your own contribution. So it's a piece of what we do always. Now, when you're doing a training grant, you're leaning on the mentoring team, and Bryn said exactly right. You're proving that you have a track record. We know these people, they've helped me. They're going to help me in the future. So using we especially when you're talking about a shared product, is ideal. And even as Will said, they're seeking to fund you as an early stage investigator. So you got to bring it back to you, because who are you? We're trying to see about you being a leader in the field. So we want to hear your voice too. Now, I'll just make one corollary comment, because this seminar is not about scientific writing. However, I have taught scientific writing to this group in the past. And a piece of this conversation is not just first person, third person, but passive versus active. So everybody thinks there's this tyranny of the active voice, and that puts I or we as the subject of every sentence. And what can happen is it puts you too much in the middle of the action. So generally speaking, on page 1, it's fairly active. However, whenever, the way to think about it from a scientific writing perspective is when you don't need to be the center of the attention, you can write a passive sentence. Okay, so you don't have to say, we transformed these variables and we conducted logistic regression. Like, yeah, somebody did. But does it need to be in the active voice? Now, if we made a specific decision to define the variable in this way, and that's part of what we're contributing to the science, you bring yourself back. But when it's running a regression, transforming variables in a standard way, whatever, collecting data, you may not need to put yourself in the active voice in that space. So anyway, that's a little side scientific writing note. Okay, let's hear, are there any burning questions from the Ames page conversation? Because we did run out of time. We could have done this all day. Are there any controversies?
Hi, this is Zenio. So sorry, I think maybe I heard somebody. I'll be quick. I just have a general question about, this excellent advice I'm hearing from you, excellent advice I've heard from other books and other mentors. I am struggling distinguishing between style and absolute, like, use this font, don't do justification, don't start with a verb, do start with a verb. And how do you really tease out, like, is this like critical, like this is going to make or break this grant for me, in terms of like opening the door to people's willingness to hear the proposal, or this is just a style point, is just your little soapbox?
That is
Any
a great,
comment?
that is a great question. And I'm curious to hear what other people think. I will say, I gave you a recipe, and there are some people who think their style is the style, right? There are some mentors, I'll go out on a limb. We've known mentors or collaborators who feel like they like Georgia font size 11. And they will keep reformatting your document. Garamond, they used to, the NIH helps by saying you can only use so many fonts. What are you gonna do? It's your grant. So get it. I personally would do you. Just make sure you're following the rules. I will tell you one of my rules, which is the style choice. I don't care for full justification, because your eye does react to that proportional spacing. So I personally always harass people to use left justification. But guess what? I just wrote a grant in February with my former mentor and boss, the old boss, not my boss now. And he said, oh, no, we're using full justification. I said, oh, I really don't like that because you can't read it. He said, listen, you get more words per line, and we need space. So that's what we're doing. And I was like, okay. And guess what? Darn it, if you didn't fit so much more using full justification. So shut my mouth. Okay, fine. I think you have to be acceptable. Now, you can always use data and science to persuade, right? So there is evidence that sans serif font, so like Arial with no little whirligigs, is easier on the eye when it's electronic. When it's on paper, serif fonts are easier. It's like Times New Roman. Now, in the day when we used to make photocopies and grants would be reviewed on paper, everybody was using Times New Roman. But now that many people never print out those grants and you're looking at a screen, many, many people go to Arial font for the science reason. So, you know, there's a lot of it is style, a lot of it is style. And, you know, the goal is to make it readable, welcoming, complete, and compliant with your funder. So it's not the time to use some kooky font, let me promise you. Right? You always want to. Jeremy, what do you think about this? And
so here's what I think.
Here's
what I think. I have yet to hear of a grant that was reviewed and the reviewer said, I didn't like the font or I didn't like the passive voice. So I think this is entirely up to you. But we were just talking in our small group that I just had to step out of, unfortunately, but we're just talking about the fact, make the reviewer's job as easy as possible, because the primary reviewer and the 2 secondary or 3 secondary reviewers have a ton of grants to review. And anything you can do to make their life easy is going to just make your grant more readable. So there's no, like I said, they're not going to say I'm scoring this worse because they use the passive voice, but make it as readable as possible. And I think that does mean having some white space, but that's entirely up to you. So there's so much style here that is just gonna, it's impossible to quantify. So don't get too, I guess what I'm saying is don't get too caught up in this, but just make sure your grant is readable, whichever way you want to go with it.
That's right. You know, the other thing to do is, just like you're going to have many mentors who give you, of course, all different advice. And it's a good professional skill to be able to get everybody on the same page. You know, you might say, this is all so fascinating. One tells me to go one way, one tells me the other way. Great news. We're all going to meet at the same time. And you two duke it out. And then we'll come to a group understanding of how we're going to proceed. You know, so this is like good professional development for you. And Jeremy's exactly right. The main goal is in compliance, easy to read, engaging to reviewers, right? And you know, what you can do is look at some grants that were funded. So be careful, you know, it's fun to ask your friends for all their old grants, but most of us have many more that were not funded than were funded. Get the ones that were funded. And remember, everybody makes mistakes. Just because something was funded doesn't mean it was perfect, but you'll start to see patterns. And that's the value of being a reviewer. If you get to participate in review programs, there are multiple programs for early career investigators to join a study section for a special review, or if you have a Clinical Translational Science Award on your campus, the KL2 program often invites junior faculty to join as a reviewer. Do it, because it doesn't take too many times until you internalize, oh, I see what this means, and it's going to change how you style your grant. And what, less is more, right? And you know, the saying, Mark Twain, he says, I'm sorry, this letter is so long. It would be shorter if I had taken more time, right? It's hard to make something tight and short, but that's the game.
Yeah, and just one more thing. Reviewers will disagree about the science. They will give the same grant. One will give it a 2, and one will say, I don't think it was that good. I'm going to give it a 6, right? One was scored it really. So that's about the science. So you can imagine how different reviewers are when it comes to the style. So don't get too hung up about it. But as Anne said, and as Mark Twain put it, if you can use one word instead of 3, do that.
Hey, I have a follow-up question about that. So I've been told by a lot of mentors to make sure the introduction is not too long, not to go over half a page. So I don't know, Jeremy, you may know, who are these reviewers? If they don't know a lot about my topic, what are the tricks to add into the introduction, what are the bare minimum that I need to address, that so it's less than half a page, and you know, and still be short and concise but informative.
So I you know, we spoke in my talk a little bit about making sure you get the right reviewers by, if you're doing something very specialized, you're looking at pediatric seizures and you need a neurologist on the study section, then ask for that. But the other thing is to assume that the Rubies don't know anything about your grant, and write it so that you are explaining to someone who knows nothing about this why what you want to do is important. That's what I would say. I mean, they're all people in the field, but you would be surprised at how often something is dinged for because they don't understand, you know, at maybe a subtle point. So my advice is write that introduction as if they don't know anything about it, maybe even if they're not a medical person, and then see how you get on.
Agree, and I'll build on that, Jeremy. Alice, you said the magic word, which is, how do I say just what people need to know? That's the answer. It's only need to know information on page 1. Page 2, you can bring us into the literature. Now we're going to tell you all about EHRs, all about alternative measures for this one variable, all about the value of different scans for belly pain, right? Like that's when you crack open the details and the jargon, but you absolutely are talking to educated non-experts, plenty of non-clinicians in a study section. So, you know, you have to speak to the big group. You're bringing us all in. And typically, the reason there's a rule of thumb, a typical case that you don't take more than a half a page for the introduction is because you have other things to cover. You can't, right? You're stuck. And you don't want to give short shrift. You know, sometimes when you are early in your pitch, you give us a lot of backstory. You're given a lot of why, and maybe get to it faster so then you don't short us on the what you're going to do about it, right? And that's where, you know, the reader is really, all you got to do is get us there with you, and then we want to know what you're going to do. So that's very high value real estate, so to speak. So that's where that comes from.
I mean, I'll just say that I think that you have to be able to get across the unmet need to your mom or dad or whoever your non-medically trained family member is in 3 sentences. You know, like, and again, the actual number of sentences is important, but it has to be relatively brief and it has to be crystal clear. And we were talking about in our breakout group that if you can't do that, then you probably need to think more about what that need is, because then you haven't stated it, right? It's a really important thing to be able to state the unmet need in a declarative sentence. If you can't do that, then you're not quite ready to write your specific aims page, in my opinion.
So I'll build on what Colin said. We talked in our group about, in our longer program, we spent a lot of time talking about the first sentence of the aims page, the opening sentence. And it really does need to be that one sentence that tells you what this is about and includes all the keywords of your study. So it truly is a high level overview of exactly what this thing's going to be about. And then you can start going into what's known, what's unknown, what's the gap. But your goal, and it's not easy, I admit it, keep working on it. That first sentence should have all your keywords. It's like, tell me what this is about. Okay, now I'm ready. Now I know the boundaries of this thing. Now break it down for me. Okay. What else? What else do people struggle with? Actual aims themselves. That's often what people struggle with. Usually the introduction is simply too long.
I have a really quick question. You had talked before we split up about how sometimes you can put a figure in, sometimes you want to put a figure in. If you have, say, a pilot project that gave you data that you're wanting to build on, is that the kind of figure that should or could be in there? Or is it more like a figure that's speaking towards the background, the bigger picture? Or is it either?
That is a great question. And you gave us great examples. I'm curious what everybody thinks about this. When you're allowed to put a figure on page 1, the principle is that it's re-emphasizing some key point. So if your whole study is based on, you know, some finding where, just pretend you're doing sex differences in something, and you have a pilot study that shows these mice had significant sex differences, that might be so compelling for your story that just put it there. And at a glance, I see the main variable, I see that it's a sex difference, and I see that there's a significant deviation that can't be explained. So I just really emphasized exactly what's happening in one image. Now, the mistake is putting all kinds of crazy stuff, you know, your pilot study finding, and you're like, wait a minute, what are those? There's 2 axes, and you got 4 variables and 3 colors, and too much. You never want to slow anybody down, but the perfect figure is, oh, I look over and I see, and I know exactly what's happening. Now, many people will be doing something more humanistic system level, whether it's like a biological system or a human system, right? Process outcome, or, you know, the GI tract. And you're doing a study that's one little piece of this problem, but your readers keep getting agitated that you're forgetting about these key things, right? So what you can do in a picture on page 1 is like draw the whole health system and draw demographics and care, disease and care, and then put a little box around, this is aim 1, this is aim 2. So in a simple glance, people go, okay, she knows the big picture. She's cooled our jets about not leaving something critical out. And she's reminded us that she's going to tackle this one piece of the story. Now, you know, if you can do that, it's reinforcing or reassuring, not confusing. And it may be true, to Alice's point again, what must be on page 1? What advances the persuasion on page 1? If it's a little bit more complicated, if you don't really need it on page 1 to get the point across, I say save it for page 2. But a good figure can help you so much, especially if you know there are basic scientists in your review panel, because basic studies often, I won't say always, but as a type goes, basic proposals have a figure on page 1. So when I write to a group that has basic people, you better believe I put a figure on page 1. And if it's health services, there might be some hand waving towards some conceptual model, even if it's a Venn diagram. Like, it can be so simple, but you're like showing the 3 converging topics. Okay. You know, so you're always writing to your group, following the cultural norms of the group you're going to. Other comments or thoughts?
I was just going to say, so this is just a single instance example, but I was working on a multi-PI grant where each aim, it was harder to explain them sequentially because information flowed from aims in sort of an iterative way. They weren't dependent on each other, and that if one failed, it didn't. It's just that information flowed in a sort of a, I don't want to say complex, but it was not an obvious aim 1 to aim 2 to aim 3. It was a little bit, well, aim 2 sort of feeds back to aim 1, which then comes back to aim 3 when you get that piece of information. So there was this nested iteration, which when you read the aims doesn't come out. But when you see it in a very figure, like aim 1 is a little square, aim 2 is a little square, and aim 3, and they were just arrows that showed the iterative nature between 1 and 2, and then the feed to aim 3, it was like, okay. So I don't know if that works. It's still being reviewed, but I tried it, and it was the only way I could think of to make a relatively non-sequential set of aims make sense. So I don't know. I'll let you know if it works.
That's
I just
excellent.
put my first figure, actually, and I only write basic science grants pretty much, and I just put my first figure on a specific AIMS page. So I think you've summed it up well. It's rare. It's rare that there's a piece of data that's so simple and so compelling that you're going to put data on AIM1 on the first page. And I would agree with Scott in that sense. Why not put it on a page, 2 or 3 or 4, right? There's other places to put that. The figure that we put on our grant was exactly like Scott just said. It was something that would be a visual aid to understanding the AIMS page that was relatively complex. This drug binds to bone, and then osteoclasts come down, and they activate it, and they release it. And it was a little complex explaining it all. So we put a figure. The grant did not get funded. So I will not be doing that again. And I think that you also have to think about the cost in terms of white space, right? It's just easier to have less on your first page. Nobody's going to look at your AIMS page and be like, oh, this is a little thin. I think there should be more text on here. No way, man. They're going to look at it and they're gonna be like, wow, this is the one that I can read easily, without, my head hurting.
Colin, that is a great story. I can just imagine. I mean, you've seen all these, mechanistic pictures of COVID, and you're just like, oh, and look at here and here and here, and you're just like, would that help? No. Part of the struggle in choosing to use a figure on AIM1 is exactly what Colin said. Sometimes you'll write to a journal. Have you had this experience? Some manuscripts make you trade off word count for figures. And then you go, wait a minute, what? This will cost me 500 words or 1,000 words. Well, no, that figure isn't worth it. So if you sort of think of it in that way, would I rather have the words or the image? You will have an image that is highly illustrative and it'll say it in fewer words, right? So there's a lot of ifs. And it might be that beautiful, slightly complex figure is happily situated on page 2 or 3 in your background section. That's lovely. Only if it brings it all together. Oftentimes, as Scott said, I'll raise the issue, many clinical studies have actually a time sequence, but when you see the aims, it's not clear that these are longitudinally related. And so you go, good Lord, please write some kind of little time-based image, and you go, oh, this is the index case, this is the intervention, this is what we're doing, and this is our follow-up. And you go, oh, okay. And that's worth it. And then you make it as small, as simple as possible. So yes, that's all part of the style and the art of doing this. And you're trying to cover all those highlights, just as Alice said, just what you need to know. What is this study about for all participants? So we're excited to hear more, right? It's a teaser to the study. All right, I think we're at time to close this session. I want to thank you so very much. I really appreciate everybody who took a shot at the AIMS page and shared it. And our facilitators, these are wonderful experts, and everybody can help each other. This is true peer review, because anybody whose grant it isn't can help you. So we're going to take a break now, and we're going to come back and start right at the top of the hour. Alice, do you have any instructions for us as we separate for a bit?
No, we're going to be back at 1:30. So if everybody can mute their microphones, and we'll resume at 1:30.
Oh, so 45 minutes. Okay. See you then.
It should be, yeah, 12:45. Yeah.
Right. So see you in 45 minutes for biosketches.
Mm-hmm. All right, we're gonna move forward. Is everybody back? Okay. Hi, Anne. So
Hello.
I noticed that I made a little mistake on the schedule, but it's perfect because I need to go over CME questions.
Okay.
So everybody can get CME questions, but I'm only going over 6 questions right now. So
Okay.
All right, is everyone back? Everybody back, or can I see your videos if you're back, especially the participants? Do we have all the participants back? Okay, well, we need to move forward anyway, so. All right, so we're gonna go over CME questions. These 6 questions pertain to the first section. So question 1, you are given an opportunity to apply for a small 10,000 pilot grant with the local foundation. Which of the following is most likely? A, the pilot grant will certainly lead to a larger NIH R01. B, you'll be able to complete a multi-center trial you've been planning. Or C, successful small grants will improve your credibility to obtain larger grants. Anybody? Someone shout out the answer.
C.
C.
Yes, thank you. You are absolutely right. So remember that pilot grants help in getting larger grants later on, but it does not guarantee for sure, not certainly. All right, so definitely we want to try to apply for small grants because they're going to look at how many grants you've got before in advance. All right, so make sure we go for those small grants early on. Okay, number 2, true or false? Investigator-initiated industry or foundation grants can be easier to apply compared to federal grants. Is that true or false?
True.
Yeah, exactly. It's true. So remember, again, the take-home point is to apply to smaller grants before you really go on to NIH grants, because those are huge and they're going to look at what your past, if you have good resume or not. All right, so which of the following is not a role served by the institutional program officer like Dr. Jeremy Brown? A, so remember this is not a role, okay? So provide advice on what to do if your application scores above the pay line. B, provide additional insight into discussion, especially if program officer was at the review meeting. Or C, institute program officers is not allowed to attend review meetings and are unable to provide insight into discussion. Or D, institute program officers may inform the probability of you receiving a funding. I want to hear it. Let's shout it out. I saw the answer. Very good. C. So remember, program officers, they're allowed to attend the meetings. And as Jeremy said earlier, he takes notes. Sometimes you don't know exactly the details in the review, and he can provide insight into discussion. All right, so make sure you get really tight with your program officers. Get to know them very well. So right there. All right, question number 4. Which of the following describes the role served by the Institute Council? A, do they provide advice to the director on policy matters and scientific opportunities? Or B, recommend concurrence or non-concurrence with initial reviews groups evaluation of application for support of research and research training? Or C, provide redress or real or apparent errors that may have occurred during initial review? Or D, all above are roles served by the Institute Council? So what's their role? Anybody know? Very good. I saw Daniel said D. Anyone else have any guess? Yep, the answer is D. Okay, it's all above. These are all the roles served by the Institute Council. Okay, if by any chance you are not funded on the first attempt, what should you do next? All right, he had a great slide on this. A, revise and resubmit. B, resubmit without revision. C, do not resubmit. Or D, just give up on research altogether. What's the answer? Anybody? A, okay? So make sure if you don't get funded the first time, always revise and resubmit, all right? Okay, next. Last question that we're going over this top half. So all of the following are true statements regarding specific aims page except, all right, again, this is except. So A, aims page serves as a concept sheet with project milestones, hypothesis, and a master plan for the research proposal, and ideally engages the reader as an advocate during review. B, simple figures such as conceptual models or relationships among key variables are encouraged to save words and provide visual reinforcement. C, all aims pages should educate the non-expert reader on existing literature, identify a knowledge gap, propose a solution grounded in the aims themselves, and demonstrate the impact of the work. D, aims page should not be written to an educated, aims page should be written to an educated non-expert audience, saving the field-specific details for content experts in later sections. Or E, all above are true statements regarding specific aims page. Anybody, what's the answer on this?
E.
Very good. Thank you for whoever that answered that question. So yeah, I love this. I made this question up. I went on one of the NIH. No, actually, I think I got it from Anne's slide, or I can't remember where, but I think it's very important that the figures really help a lot. Remember that this is to educate the non-expert. So when you have too many words, you will lose them. Remember that these reviewers read so many, at least 30, I think, from what I heard. They're tired by the end, and you'll hear me more talk about this later. They're tired by the end. Aims page should be something that's simple and concise and draw the reviewer in. It's like an advertisement and marketing tool for your project to make sure they fall in love with your study. Because if they don't fall in love with your study, then you know what? You're not gonna get funded. All right. So they have to like your study. All right, that's all I have for the questions for the first half, okay? So Anne, why don't you go ahead and take it from here? Anne, are you there?
Yeah, sorry, Alice, I was just knocking you out of your slide share.
Yeah, please.
Hold on, it has to load. Okay, these were all in the same slide deck, so let me get past, you know, all the answers to specific aims now. And we're back, moving on to bio sketches, which is so important. And sadly, there are a few parts of a grant proposal that people discount. And in fact, they're quite important, surprisingly important. And the bio sketch is one of those. So the first thing I want to say is, although we are talking about the NIH, National Institutes of Health biographical sketch, there's a bio sketch type thing in every kind of grant proposal. So somehow you've got to give the funder some document that summarizes you and your expertise. And many non-federal funders actually ask you to use the NIH BioSketch because it's a standardized format for researchers. And many of the reviewers in a non-federal study section review for federal sources. So there's a lot of inertia in review, whether you're writing to NIH, they're going to follow their rules, even if you're outside. EMF grants, SAEM foundation grants, many of those reviewers are also NIH reviewers. So it's wise to pay attention to what the NIH asks for and strive to use it, because you will use it in many different applications. All right, so one of the first things you'll find out whether you are applying for a career development award or a project award, there is an investigator score. So you literally get a score. And where the heck are people supposed to get information on you? Guess what? It's your biosketch. And earlier when we talked, and I called specific aim page 1, the truth is the first page of the grant proposal, if you submit a federal grant proposal and you get this big PDF made, the first page is like some administrative information. And then the first content page is your biosketch. So the principal investigator's biosketch. So literally the first thing I'm getting to when I open up your grant as a reviewer is I get to read about you. And so you see, this is the rubric straight out of NIH. Are you well suited to the project? Do you have appropriate experience and training? Is there complementary expertise on the team? And you see governance and organization appropriate. So that means you got a bunch of people together and you're telling me you're all gonna work beautifully together to get something done. You got to tell me how you're going to make that happen. So there's always a governance plan. So all of this almost exclusively comes from the biosketch. Okay, now this is so timely because literally this month, May 2021, I have in italics, the NIH biosketch rules changed. There are some modifications. And so we are totally hot off the press for you all. So I'm going to tell you the exact changes, and I put them in italics to reflect. So most of the NIH biosketch is the same as it was. So there's a section on education and training. There's section A, your personal statement. This is really, really important. And the new news is that this is where you can cite funded projects. So now you can literally in your personal statement refer to current or recent past, last 3-year funded projects that pertain to the study at hand. Section B used to be position and honors. They added scientific appointments. Section C remains contribution to science. That last section, section D, where you used to put in your grants, it was called research support, is no more. Okay, so no more section D. If you have a fellow, a clinical fellow or a postdoc, they put a new section called scholastic performance. They literally are reporting their grades now, which is very interesting. But for non-fellows, that's us, there's no more section D. So you've got to bring forward prior funding generally into the personal statement section. Okay, now you, just like you probably were taught about having a various, remember back in the day when you might have applied for a job and people told you, well, you're going to have different versions of your resume depending on what you're applying to. A biosketch is also a version of you. So you're going to make a version of a biosketch for, pretend you do emergency medicine and cannabis use. You're going to have a biosketch that really makes you look like the cannabis expert. If you do pediatric, when I do pediatric studies, my biosketch is totally emphasizing and including my pediatric research. But if it's an adult study, that pediatric research doesn't even make it onto the biosketch. So you want to choose, pick and choose. There's going to be some things that are consistent, but remember, there will be a version tailored to the project. Okay. Now let's talk about the personal statement because it's so, so important. This is where I want to echo what Alice was saying. She said, if you don't make your reviewers fall in love, at a minimum, they have to fall in like. And the personal statement is where you're supposed to captivate them as an individual. So this is the one place, although we were talking about using first person on your AIMS page, this is the only place where you can speak in first person using your own voice. So this is where I don't need to read your AIMS. I don't want to read a recapitulation of what this study is going to be about. I want to hear about why is Taylor Conrad telling me that this is the most exciting thing since sliced bread, and that he's become captivated with this knowledge gap, and he wants me to dedicate some resources to helping him fill it. So that's what I want to know. Why this? Why not something else? Why does he think this is so important? Okay. Now I put stay on the front page, which is to say your education table and your personal statement should stop at the end of page 1. In general, I think that's a good idea. However, now it's okay to go on to page 2, especially now that you're supposed to cite funding. It's more likely that the personal statement might scroll onto page 2. Just remember, you gotta help people want to turn the page, so to speak. So even if it spills onto page 2, you put the most important information at the top and less as you go down. Because if somebody kind of stops scanning, you want them to have learned what you want them to learn about. Okay. Now, there's 2 things that's important to know about the BioSketch. Number 1 is you can cite things that are not published. Okay. It's okay to cite a podcast or to cite an abstract or a presentation. That's okay. All else equal, choose things that are more established and for which you have taken a leadership role. But if, you know, it's common that when you really have something new, you're working in a new area, all of your existing works that you could cite have been not published. They're presented somewhere. Go ahead and cite it. It's okay. The other thing I want to point out is that there is, like, I would call it stock language. It's just like anything you do. You are all wonderful students. When the teacher asks you the question, what do you think the difference is between this and this? You started your answer, the difference between this and this is. So NIH gives you some examples. I downloaded the NIH example for you on the new BioSketch and Alice put it up with your materials. Use the stock phrases. So here's a slide where I'm literally stealing, emulating some of the language straight from the NIH examples. So you want to say, I have the expertise, leadership, and training needed to successfully carry out the project. So use those words. You want to say, what is your role in the study? So you can say something about, you know something about this, you've done this successfully before, therefore I will be a co-investigator, or I will take the lead of this study, or whatever. So literally use some of their language. Another really important thing is that you have to hold on to your enthusiasm. Just like on the AIMS page, we want you to sound excited about this study. I will tell you, I have reviewed some grants where I thought, why am I even reading this? It doesn't even sound like the PI likes this study. Why should I sit up late and work on this study? And so in your personal statement, it's really important that you are enthusiastic, bring your personality forward, really get us excited. Give me some emotion. You might be afraid if this doesn't change. excited about the possibilities, adamant that this must be different this time, whatever it is, we're looking to connect with you as a person. Now, when you have a study and collaborators, everyone, all the key personnel will have to include a bio sketch. And so what you need to do often, if you're the leader, is you will draft some kind of stock language about the project. You'll send a couple of sentences and say, everybody put this in your personal statement. And just watch, make sure that they don't inadvertently give you a personal statement that says they're on a different study or whatever. It's kind of for you to clean it up, okay? And then as always, specifics sell, okay? So, grand statements are not very persuasive. Like many studies have shown, you could say there are 3 landmark studies in this, and this population, all 3 point to this phenomenon that we're going to study. That's much more persuasive than many studies have shown. Okay, so on your bio sketch, in your personal statement, be as specific as possible. And again, demonstrate enthusiasm, show that you can you're the right person. You can bring your education expertise forward. All right. One of the most, I'm not going to go through all the sections, but section C, contributions to science. This is one of the most important sections. Again, this is where you bring your voice. So this annotated bibliography, this A through D, this is a short paragraph after a title. So you title your contribution to science. Hopefully it's short and descriptive. And then you write a very short paragraph. It might be 4 sentences, a sentence for each of these. You say, this was the problem. This is what the field knows. This is what we did to answer this question. This was my role in the work. So those are the 4 things that you're annotating. And then you get to give up to 4 examples of work that illustrate that you have made a contribution to science. So this is where you're going to strategically bring forward contributions that support the study you've submitted. So just like my early example, if this is a study about emergency medicine and cannabis, you better believe I'm going to have a contribution about emergency care, a contribution about cannabis, maybe something about other substance use, maybe something about, I don't know what, depends on what the study is. So you're going to pick and choose. If it was a study in teens, maybe I'd have something about adolescent health. If it's a study about cardiac care, take out the opioid section, bring in the cardiac section, okay? Remember, you're not throwing away any of your actual work. It's all there. It's all in your CV. You never lose it, but you're bringing forward certain things and letting the rest fade into the background. You're focusing your reviewers and making the emphasis be on the things that this study's about. Okay, now in those 5, up to 5, you don't have to do 5, but up to 5 contributions to science, you can have 4 citations. Again, you can include non-published, non-peer-reviewed published things, but all else equal, you want the most persuasive, the most weighty contribution. So your best bet is anything that's peer-reviewed, anything that's national, more traditional for that reason, is favored over non-traditional, but you can do it. And again, if you have 4 papers and you're the lead or senior author on one, and you say, oh, I can only have one more thing, you pick the one where you're the lead, even if the journal isn't as good, because you're trying to show your scientific leadership in the area. Now, many of you are early career, so you're just starting out. Maybe you just came out of fellowship. You don't have 60 or 80 or 100 publications to choose from, that's all right. That's okay. What I would say is, again, less is more. I think it's better to have fewer contributions to science that are meatier than to split out, you've got 5 and each one only has 2 citations or something. So I would focus on the most pertinent, and it's a lumping and splitting game, but I would lump more than split, if that makes sense. Okay. And finally, there are written and unwritten rules. I did mention, obviously, this month, May 2021, new BioSketch rules. So I gave you the BioSketch rules. Alice has posted the actual rules I downloaded from NIH with an empty form and at least one example. So just make sure you're following them. Some of the rules include maximum page number, don't add any new sections. Like I said, you can cite non-traditional work, but all else equal, cite things that are findable, peer-reviewed, national. Cite funding if you have it. Most people will put a link to a complete bibliography. So you're going to find later in your career that even if you use every single section that made available a citation to you, you have many more papers that might be pertinent to the study at hand. And so you want to give people access to your complete library. So it has to be a federal source. So, excuse me, getting dry. It has to be a federal source. So most people use the Library of Congress, the My NCBI option to create a library for yourself. And then you put that link in your BioSketch, because you cannot use any hot links to live links are not allowed in an NIH application. So you can link to this library. And I made the mistake once of thinking it would auto update. It does not. So every so often, a couple times a year, go in and refresh your library. The link will stay the same, but the content will update. At one point I looked and I said, why was my last publication in whatever year? And I thought, oh gosh, I didn't realize I have to actually update this thing. How embarrassing. Okay. And then just a couple more things. One is, just like on the Ames page, you're going to use selective emphasis. So at a glance, people get what's happening. You can bold your name in every citation. So when I glance down the page, I say, oh, Alice Chen, look at this. I got publications everywhere, and she's taking a leadership role in many of these if we look at her author placement. So that's helpful. And then finally, a BioSketch has a lot of formatting, a little bit like a CV. There's tabs and letters and numbers. You've got to be super, super careful. Don't let that formatting get out of control, because many people, many very fine PIs are highly judgmental about formatting, because they think if you're too sloppy and you mess up something so simple as formatting, can they trust you to be a careful scientist? It's, I've seen this happen multiple times. So please, please be careful so you're not disadvantaged on this first section. Okay, and then before we go into our breakouts, which it's time we're going to work together again on BioSketches, I want to just let you know 2 things. One is, I have a web page, and on that web page, I have some excerpts, audio only, from this program years ago, pre-COVID, when we were live. I only have audio recording, but I have part of my program on writing an Ames page with flair. some of the style choices. So if you're interested in that, you can listen to that. And there are links to my online course, which is not about pre-award, it's about post-award. So I made an online course on Coursera for what do you do once you get a grant. So this group is trying to get grants, and that's awesome. And you got to know some things to do a good job running a grant. So as soon as you get a grant or you have some time, check out that course, because it's really what all principal investigators, research leaders need to know to be successful. Okay. All right. So with that, Alice is going to send us into breakout rooms.
Hey, Anne, can you answer a question real quick before we go out? Since with this new formatting changes, I thought under the personal statement you can include 4 publications or works there, as well as the other in the contribution to science. Did that number change when they said you could put funding, or is it like you got to give up a publication to put a funding link?
That's a great question, Scott. I failed to say in the personal statement, yes, you can include up to 4 citations, just like a contribution to science. It does not appear that you have to choose. So bringing forward current or last 3-year funding as citations just makes the page scroll onto page 2. You can still put 4 regular citations. And some people ask, should I repeat? So I write my personal statement. This is about me and why I love neurological problems in the emergency department. And here are my 4 papers that prove to you this has been a long-standing interest. But then I have a section on neurology, a section on emergency care, a section on neurology and emergency care. And I might want to put those citations back there. I will tell you, I think it's a real strategic choice about whether you repeat citations. You can, but should you? You know, I would really be more judicious. Really, don't try to have 4 in your opening personal statement. Just bring something that's so special. Maybe a high impact journal, or you have a lead role, or it's like exactly that subject, and then it's okay. But I would not repeat just to do it. You know, I would go for unique contributions. I would rather have a shorter personal statement that's more focused than something that goes on to page 2, frankly. Although with this new ability to cite funding, it absolutely, I don't know how I can't push you onto page 2. So things will change a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go together and critique each other's biosketches. So here's what I want you to ask each other. Do you know what the study's about? Do you know what this person is supposed to be an expert in? Did you hear their voice? Are you excited to read the study that's coming, that they brought you? Having just read about them? That's what we're going to talk about. Okay.
Okay, sending you to your breakouts. We have until 3, is that correct, Alice?
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Before what I had highlighted. And then I had my aims and my hypothesis, and in between, I just had 2 bullet points for the methods. And that's where I put the methods in mine. And then down here, part of the innovation of my study was the approach. So I talked a little bit more about methods down here. And then I sort of ended with like, what is the deliverable at the end of the project? And it was a set of best practices was what I felt like the deliverable for this project was. One thing I did not do in here that I think has probably become more common in the time since I submitted this is being more explicit about the training aims and the investigator piece. So I did not really have that in this specific aims page, but I think if I were going to go back and resubmit, I would probably make that change. Do either of you have a biosketch that you want to share to get started, or do you want to look at mine and kind of go through various versions of mine?
I would prefer to look at yours because I actually don't even have one yet. I apologize. I'm in commute in between places, so I'm going to have us on mute. I'm going to be on mute, but I don't have one to actually look at, and that's my goal for next weekend is to make one.
Okay. And Anita, did you just join us?
Yes, I did. Sorry, I was late.
It's okay. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. I work at the Lehigh Valley Health Network in the emergency department. We are located in Allentown, Pennsylvania. And I am the director of the emergency medicine research operations.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Marty, do you have a preference? Do you want to share a biosketch or do you want to look at mine?
I can share mine. I don't know if I have the sharing abilities or if I have to send to you again.
No, we're probably going to the same thing again.
I do think seeing other examples is helpful, so I wouldn't mind seeing yours.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to send yours over to me, we can look at it, and I will. I'll pull up mine in the meantime. So this, let me share it. Let me see which one this is. Yeah. So this is one version of my biosketch. This is one that this is probably the most recent one. And this was one that I wrote for it's called the Alpha Phi Foundation Heart to Heart Grant. So it's specifically focused on women's cardiovascular health. And the grant included something of it was a very vague, but it wanted, you got points with the grant for being engaged with a local Alpha Phi chapter, which is an undergraduate sorority group. And we have a chapter at UC Davis as well as at Sacramento State University. So part of the grant included kind of like the SAEM Foundation grants give you bonus points for being involved with the SAEM organization. This one of the requirements was to sort of engage with the local Alpha Phi chapter. So here was my personal statement. I did break the rule and go on to the second page by one line with this one. Normally I wouldn't, but I felt like there was a lot I had to get in terms of the mentoring piece as well. So I kind of briefly summarized my background, basically why, and this was a grant where I was the main PI. So there's a lot of I statements where I can successfully lead the proposed project. And then going through my background, kind of really through medical school forward with my master's degree, my training since then, my previous funding, and then briefly mentioning awards. Then I kind of turn from myself specifically to this study and talking about how it builds on my previous work and why I am a good fit for this specific foundation grant. And then talking a little bit about my mentoring experience and why I'm well qualified to mentor the undergraduate women in the fellowship we set up. And then I have a couple relevant publications. And my personal style, as Dr. Levy just mentioned, is to bold my name where it is. So it's very easy to see first, last, middle author. The positions and honors is one of these things that kind of shrinks and grows depending a little bit on the grant and just what's most relevant. So I have some things on here that I could probably take out, but I still have space for them. So I just kind of left them on there. And then the other experience in memberships, this is how I have seen to divide up this section. I've seen it done a little bit differently on different bio sketches. And it may change with the new format because this is an old format. And this is membership, professional achievements and honors. One thing that I don't think I have on, where is it? One thing to mention is that if you do get any, I don't have it on here, but any awards that come from your department, you can put on here. So like sometimes our department got like a departmental award for mentoring and a departmental award for, I forget what else, but those departmental awards can go on here designated as a departmental award. And then contributions to science. So I divide this up slightly differently depending on where I'm submitting the grant to. But this was, for this grant, felt like my earliest and most ongoing contribution was in the area of sex difference in the diagnosis and treatment of ACS and cardiac arrest. And this was a grant that was specifically focused again on women's cardiovascular health. So I moved this into the #1 position and talked about the work I'd done looking at sex differences in cardiovascular, microvascular angina, and out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And then I moved into the work I'd done in out-of-hospital cardiac arrest and systems of care for NSTEMI. And then we get into research support, because I had already kind of put some of my other related publications up above as well. So in this one, I tried not to duplicate publications. This contrasts with, pull up. So I'll show you an example, one where I was trying to fudge my biosketch to make it, I shouldn't say fudge, but this was a grant. So most of my work on human trafficking has been done in a QI realm rather than a research sense. But we were applying for, it wasn't even a research grant, it was more of a project grant to do a QI project around human trafficking. So you can see the personal statement is very different. And instead of talking about my funding and resuscitation, it talks about funding from the California Office of AIDS and some other work I'd done in an HIV screening program in the emergency department. And then our work is kind of co-founding and now co-chairing the human trafficking work group. And the 2 presentations I list here are a publication from an ED-based HIV screening program, as well as screening for victims of sex trafficking in the emergency department. And the rest, the positions and the other stuff is fairly similar. This was an older format, so this section of the biosketch was a little less fleshed out. But even here, I mean, all I had was cardiac stuff, so I put put all my cardiac publications down here, just because I don't publish a lot on human trafficking. It's more of like I said, it's more of a clinical quality improvement thing for me. But that you can see how differently that first paragraph was, even though down here it was fairly similar, because I was just trying to show here that I could do research, because my main contribution to the team as the co-PI was the one with the research background who could kind of handle the research aspects of it. And then I had a colleague who had more expertise in human trafficking, and that is sort of the primary focus of her career. So I was just trying to show that I'd done enough human trafficking that we could work together and I could contribute meaningfully to the project while providing some of the more research and emergency department, the emergency department perspective, research design and emergency medicine. And then my biosketch, where is it for my K award? And then this is my biosketch for my K award. And again, you can sort of see that the paragraph is very different. I've been traditionally taught to start with like a brief sentence about what the study is about. And a little bit, this is probably a lot about the study, but I put, this is kind of how I was advised to write the K award paragraph. So this is several sentences about the study itself, and then explaining why I can conduct the study itself. Certainly, if space for more at a premium, this first 4 sentences could probably be shortened into 1 to 2 sentences. And then again, this focuses more specifically on my training in cardiac arrest, the post-cardiac arrest service, my track record in research, and the gaps in my current skill set with my long-term goal. Because as much as the project, it's you as an investigator for the K Awards. And it is really, really important to really pay attention to your mentor's biosketches. I mean, I would kind of, if you're thinking about submitting a career development grant, I would allot time for essentially rewriting the personal statement on their biosketches, because inevitably they will send you something that is like what they submitted for their last grant. Especially, somebody like your statistician consultant who works with a lot of different people will send you something that he submitted for like a pediatric endocrinology grant. And it's sometimes what I've had to do is like click on the link to their complete list of publications and look at what they've published, because you know your study better than anyone else. So you need to be the one to kind of go in and say, this is relevant, that's relevant. And sometimes they can help you and say, you know, this study, even though it's on a completely different, completely different content, completely different research topic, it used the same statistical methods we're going to use in your grant. So it's important to pull these in and say, you know, we used multi-level hierarchical regression models in these other studies. And maybe you've chosen that statistician because they do that. Or maybe you've chosen a qualitative methods mentor because they have used the type of qualitative methods that you're using in your study. So it doesn't, the publications that you pull in both for yourself and for your collaborators don't have to be strictly related in terms of content. They can be relevant because of the methods that were used, or the broad content that was used. For example, like somebody who does systems of care, somebody who does implementation science, you can pull in those publications.
You would actually rewrite their bio sketches?
Yes.
And they're amenable to that usually? I
would send it back to them and say, do you agree with these like minor revisions?
Yeah.
But yeah, most of them would send it to me and be like, here's what I have. You're going to need to rewrite the paragraph. Like you're going to need to tailor it to fit your study, because they were just busy people who didn't always have, usually it wasn't, well, I'm trying to think, my primary mentor, I don't think I had to do that. But some of my consulting mentors who didn't know the details of the grant or the study were just like, here's my recent bio sketch. So I definitely put in time to make sure that everything comes together. And you can definitely tell reviewing grants when somebody just got a bio sketch and went ahead and submitted it. Sometimes it's just, you can tell that it's just the title of the study that's been changed. And other times you can tell that it was written for a completely different study, because it's just talking about how they're so well suited to mentor this person on an unrelated topic. And that's what's problematic, because either the mentor looks like they're not invested in you, or you look like you're not detail oriented enough to pick up on that before you submit it. So it kind of hurts you either way. Let me share yours, Marty. They have come through.
I feel like the worst part about these K applications is just like 800 documents you have to get together. It's like half of it is just being able to get all of them together.
It is a lot. And the other thing is putting them all, like when I submitted my K award, and anybody who's submitting soon will run into this with the new format coming out in May, most of the bio sketches, I ran into it as well. Between my initial submission and my resubmission, the NIH changed their bio sketch format. So then fortunately our department has a really amazing research manager who helped me, but we had to go through and transfer everything onto the new bio sketch format page, because the actual layout, like this top section changed. So we had to go through and transfer all of them over, which was not fun. All right, so your bio sketch, let me just read it. So this looks good. You have your residency there, which is perfect.
This may be a little too wordy, I don't know.
It fits on the first page. It is a big block of text. If you can divide it into 2 paragraphs, that might be better if there's room.
All right. This is like a separate, smaller grant I submitted for, just focusing on albuterol in people with concurrent heart failure and COPD.
I think it's good that you mentioned your experience with large data sets, because that's something that might be hard to get across otherwise if you're just looking at sort of the titles of your publications.
One challenge I had too in this is, it's just like I've done a lot of prior research, just scattered through either my MPH or med school or residency, but it's like all over the place. And it doesn't seem like it's really, like none of it is hard failure. So part of it is I landed there because that's just the mentorship team I was able to build. And it's sort of, they merged into this idea of like, that I had this interest I had in therapeutic conflicts, but I don't know, weaving it all together to tell my story that like, hey, this is the person I want to be, is kind of like, I don't know that I've figured that out.
That's common among people who are junior, because you do tend to bounce around and do the projects that are sort of available to you where you have strong, I think that's common, is you can't do a project without strong mentorship, and you'll naturally kind of gravitate toward the topic that your mentor is studying. But I don't think I feel that in here. I mean, I have reviewed some where it's like every 2 years they change topics and there's no thread to it. But I don't, I haven't looked at the rest of it, but I don't get that sense from reading this paragraph. And you nicely say, acknowledge what you have and then the new skills that you need. I think if you needed to, you could probably, this seems like this would probably is probably also listed under the budget justification. So you could probably take out take out that sentence if you needed to.
Right.
And this, you could probably be a little bit more specific. These skills will enable me to successfully compete for an NIH Career Development Award and ultimately an independent investigator award, and okay, maybe tie it back to like the skills that you just mentioned.
Okay.
And maybe it is, with the skills and preliminary data that I will gain from this study will position me to compete successfully for. I think if you wanted to, you could probably take out some of this at the bottom too.
Okay.
And you could probably, let me see. Yeah, it's hard. I ran into this early on too, where it is hard when you don't have highly relevant publications. But I think at your level, having anything to put there is still good. No, seriously, because, it's just hard. I mean, I remember starting out and being like, these people are talking about how to choose which publications to include on your biosketch. And I'm like, I'm so far removed from that right now. And now I'm finally getting to the point where I do have to pick and choose a little bit and shuffle things around. But when you're starting out, you just put everything on, and that's the right thing to do. And you will get points for that. I mean, I think at least when the committees that I've been on, when we score for the NIH Career Development Grants, I do think they want to see some publication in the area of interest. But it's not uncommon for some of the other grants committees I'm on to have people who did undergraduate work in basic science, and it's still relevant because you've still shown that you can go through the process and you have scientific writing skills and you have data presentation skills. So you still have relevant skills, and I wouldn't discount those.
Okay.
And I think you can even say here, mention here that, while I've steered away from basic science work, the skills that these X, Y, and Z skills evidenced in these studies are relevant to translate well to clinical trials or to the epidemiologic work I'm currently doing. And I wouldn't be afraid to kind of put that in there. Yeah, and you still have the outcomes work here. And I think that's, talk about how you shifted to patient-centered outcome where you're using a large data set. Yeah, I think you can pull those together well. And is this the same Remind me, is this data set that you are talking about using here the same one that you will be using in the proposed study?
Yeah, it is. The part of the reason I'm using it, well, I don't really do it. It's like a local data set at UNC, within the UNC healthcare system, but it feeds into that larger data set, the BCORnet, the one that costs like a ton of money to use. But part of it is to learn how to work with the common data elements. And then when I can get enough money to pay for coders and stuff, then I can work across, like, the way they organize BCORnet is like, there's all these different, I think they organize it regionally, like there's a Southeast, but depending on how much money you have, you can pull from any of the EHR systems, the way it works.
Got it. So I guess, how closely does the New York database match kind of what you'll be using in the proposed study? Like, how do you feel like that the experience working with that database is relevant, that you should highlight your experience with that database and sort of highlight that you have translatable skills?
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel like when I did these projects, so much of what I did was just like honestly cleaning these large data sets. That being said, that is a huge part of the job. Even with just data science, I feel like 95% of the work is honestly just cleaning the data set.
And I think it shows that you have some understanding of what you're getting into. Like, you're not expecting to just pull this data set off the shelf and have it work perfectly.
I think that's like an interesting point to sort of argue like how these skills directly translate into what I'm proposing to do. And maybe I can reshape a little bit more around that.
Yeah, I don't think what you have, there's anything wrong with what you have here, but if you can spin it even more to make it relevant, then I think that that's great.
Okay. I think those are all the big questions I've got. I forgot to create like a PubMed ID. How important is that to have?
Important.
Okay. I think I would
just suck it up and do it.
Okay.
I need to update. I actually, listening to Dr. Libby, I was like, I need to update my PubMed page because I haven't submitted haven't submitted a grant for a little while, so I know mine is out of date as well. But it's one of those things that you're going to need for a while moving forward. They used to be more broad on what they would accept, and they would accept like a Google Scholar page, but now they're pretty strict that it needs to be a PubMed, like a federal publicly available website.
Okay.
But it is probably worth just doing that because you're going to continue to use it forever.
Okay.
Or at least the way things look right now, you'll be continuing to use it forever.
I mean, this is the other part of my like resume that's a little weird. I came here for a certain mentor and he left. Like they were like, okay, you're doing this study. I was like, okay, this is totally unrelated to my work.
Well, I mean, it's an implementation trial though. So I mean,
yeah, that's how I spin it in the context of what I wrote.
Yeah. I mean, content-wise, you do bounce around a little bit, but I think we understand that early in training, because when did you do this work? Was this undergraduate or before med school?
It's kind of a combination of, I mean, multimorbidity is kind of such a vague term that I kind of just patchwork with like, here are the fits. And I'm not totally cheating because technically the NIH put out like a RFA specifically on multimorbidity. So they are the ones that gave me that word. But this is sort of a combination. Some of it's from my master's in public health when I was I just had some data skills and I was working with some people before I started in med school. And then some of it is med school work. But I was lucky enough that I had done my master's early. I had all these data skills and I just carried it over to work that I did throughout my clinical training.
And you mentioned that the NIH has an RFA or something out about multimorbidity. I would definitely highlight that in your application and specifically say like this this project addresses a need identified by the NIH.
Okay.
Because I think it's easy to think that reviewers will be aware of that, but I would specifically call it out and say, like, I know in my study, it was like, the Institute of Medicine has said this is, blah, 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 research priority. This study fulfills that.
Okay.
And it feels a little awkward, like it feels like you're kind of stating the obvious, but I would put that not so much in your bio sketch, but in your grant proposal somewhere.
This is incredibly valuable. I can't thank you enough for all this feedback. The other piece of this is, like, I haven't published with my mentors here yet. Like, my fellowship year was kind of a little up and down because I started with one guy and then I had to sort of switch.
And is yours a research
how important do you, sorry?
Is it a research fellowship?
Yeah, but I'm staying on next year. They're as faculty, so. But how important do you find that is, that, like, you've proven a track record with your mentorship team and all of that, and, like, it's a real.
So the answer is the textbook answer, the standard answer is that it's important and you should have publications with them. What I will say is that I had never and still have not published anything with my primary K mentor. So I don't think that, absolutely you should publish with them, you should try to, but I don't think it's going to completely kill based on my personal experience, it doesn't completely kill your grant if you haven't. Ideally, you would probably publish, especially since you don't have a ton of publications in heart failure. Ideally, what I would try to do is publish something related to heart failure with your mentors as co-authors, like some sort of, even if it's a review article, some sort of maybe a narrative review on heart failure that you could write with your mentors. So then you kind of kill two birds with one stone, because then you have a publication in the content area that you're publishing in and with your mentor team. With my other mentors, I did have several publications with my other mentors. I had something similar where my primary mentor left the institution right around the time I submitted my initial K award. So one of the major criticisms that I got was that your mentor is no longer at the institution. And not only that, she left to be the chair of a new department that's a large department at another big academic institution. And even though you say she's going to do this, and she was still coming back to our institution very regularly because she still had family in the area, they basically said she doesn't have time to mentor you. And there was no amount of the comments that I received back in the actual written summary statement didn't convey that nearly as well as talking to the program officer did. And the program officer was basically like, you have to take this person off as your primary mentor. So my resubmission went in with a different mentor team, which was a little hard to pull together because I had, it takes time to find the mentors, let alone find them and then quickly kind of try to publish something with them. It's just, and I think my resubmission went in I think my first one went in February and the resubmission went in November. So I really had there's no way I could have published with the new mentor team.
Surprised you didn't pull all your hair out. Sounds horrible.
It was, yeah, and I had a baby in the middle. So I submitted the resubmission on maternity leave. It was, I don't really recommend that approach, but it worked. But yeah, it was frustrating because I was like, I had a mentor whom, I loved and I wanted to work with, and she's still involved, but you just, at some point you have to play the game.
Yeah.
But it is important to have good mentors. And if you feel like heart failure is sort of an example of a disease process that will get you the skills you need to then branch out and apply to other diseases when you're more independent. If you're going to have good mentors who have content expertise in heart failure, I would say go with them if you think they're going to give you the skills that you eventually need.
Okay.
Because part of it is really having the right team to do the proposed project. And it sounds like you have that.
And that piece I got really lucky with, particularly because it just totally changed. But I couldn't be happier with I think I got really kind of one of those things. I thought it was a curse, but it was like, whoa, this is the luckiest thing. But it worked out. So
yeah, and I don't think you have to necessarily lie in your personal statement and say, you know, I want to be dedicated to emergency heart failure research for the rest of my career. I think you can say what you said, which is, you know, I want to do big data, I want to do data science work, and this is the perfect venue with the perfect mentors to teach me how to do that.
Right.
And this is going into NIH as a K award.
Yeah, it's going to go to NIH, the Institute of Aging.
Great.
So they had this whole thing, RFA, about multimorbidity, which is, and it kind of has like a polypharmacy component to it too. Being said, I don't know if I'm writing in too many different directions, or and like I do, there's a piece of me that wonders if I need to like par it down a little bit. But that's how this sort of all started, this idea of like using these drugs to link disease, find disease combinations that are particularly harmful, and then study how we can do better with these populations.
Yeah, no, I think aging is a good, I don't know the NIH Institutes nearly as well as Jeremy Brown does. I will put that out there right away. But that does seem like a good fit. And the other place, if you're already writing it, both SAEMF and the Emergency Medicine Foundation have career development awards that are very similar to an NIHK award, but it's sort of a smaller scale. And they're almost meant to be for someone like you, where they're almost a bridge from fellowship into an NIHK award. So if you're already putting it together for the NIH, you might want to consider submitting it to one or both of those mechanisms as well. If nothing else, you'll get some good feedback on it before you send it to the NIH potentially.
I appreciate that.
It's not, and you're completely allowed to submit to both of those as well as the NIH. You can't get funding from all of them at the same time, but you can submit it, and you'll at least get kind of feedback from a lot of different voices, which can be frustrating, can make you pull your hair out because the feedback may not be the same. It may not be the same, but it can be very helpful to at least know where your blind spots are. And you may decide, I'm not going to change it for this, but I'm going to try to beef up the justification for why we're doing it the way we are, because somebody else may have that same thought. Is there anything, it looks like it's just the three of us now. Stacy's just kind of observing. Is there anything else? I mean, we've got 20 minutes left. We can take a break until 4 o'clock when we come back for the debrief. Or you're welcome to just kind of pick my brain about anything else I can help with regarding your grant writing.
Let's see. I feel like I should take you up on this offer. I don't know specifically what I want to ask. I do feel like this is really, really tremendously valuable. How many? I think we can take a break. I'll leave it alone.
Okay, no worries.
Yeah.
It has been a long day, and you're welcome to shoot me an email if you have any questions after the fact. If things come up as you're kind of, as you're putting this together and submitting it, I'm happy to help. But otherwise, yeah, I think we can take a 20-minute break and then come back. I think at 4 o'clock we have the debrief session. So I will see you again then. Thank you for sharing both your specific aims and your biosketch. I know it's hard to share them when they're still in prelim mode, but I'm really glad you did, because I think that it's really helpful for everybody to see them, and hopefully you got some valuable feedback as well.
No, this was tremendously valuable. I do appreciate it. Okay, well, thanks again.
Sure thing.
All right, I'll see you back in the main room then.
Sounds good. Bye.
Hello, everybody. Was that another great conversation? Yeah, we learned so much. Okay, what big aha moments came out of that for you? We were able to dispel some myths in our group also. What was your biggest gee whiz moment? Lynn, who are you there with? You got to tell us about it.
Okay, so this is actually kind of funny. So, so this is my fellow, and we were doing an ultrasound project. And anyway, she got sent into another group, and so I was trying to see how I can get her in my group. And anyway, it just, we didn't know who to talk to, so I said, just come over. So,
that's awesome.
Because we're working on the same project. So not as, I mean, I'm just listening to everybody talk here, and I just so amazed at what everybody's doing. And I'm just applying for actually the SAEM grant for ultrasound. And it's an educational grant. So I'm almost like an imposter in front of all y'all. But anyway, but yeah, so as far as this whole thing has been awesome. As far as the BioSketch, I just have never, I did one a long time ago because I only had funded research when I first started. And then I've been actually in this for 20 years and then did a fellowship at the age 50. I was as a full professor.
That's awesome.
I'm on my new, anyway, so now I'm doing some focus research and now finally applying for another grant. So anyway, so that's why I'm here.
That's awesome. So you're a lifetime learner.
I am. I literally learn something every day and I just love it. So this is, I don't know, this is like the next phase. I'm still thinking about what I'm going to do when I'm 70.
Yeah, when you grow up.
When I grow up. But anyway, but so, but it was, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask, but for the BioSketch, it was just enlightening. It was very helpful and how structured and just making it very relevant to your study and what you're doing, because you're really trying to curtail it to sell yourself basically, and to, and a lot of us, I think we're just very humble and we're not used to just putting ourselves out there, but I think it just makes sense. And I actually have reviewed grants, but I haven't really written very many, so.
Well, this will help you. These principles are true for all kinds of grants. So you're going to take the ultrasound grants by storm if you follow these principles, because sadly, clinician educators often don't learn this stuff. So
yeah. Oh my gosh, no, this was not there. I probably would have been a lifetime researcher if I had attended this a long time ago.
Yeah, good. Who else learned something new? Whitney, what about you? I haven't heard from you, and you've got that giant building in the background.
Yeah, I have darkroom in the background.
She's like me.
So I'm very new into the research sphere. I think these Lynn put me in with all of the grants and kind of all of the formatting at it. And I think I just got really excited because we did come up with kind of our ultrasound project, and it makes sense to get funding and get everyone involved and just become more of a leader in the ultrasound kind of sector at UT Southwestern. So I'm excited about that. I have a lot of work to do is what I've learned. And so I'll start on that today.
Great. Well, remember, so much about the BioSketch is about the story of you. Lynn, your story about, being a long time clinical expert and being so compelled by ultrasound that you chose to pursue additional training in this area. I mean, is that just a great story? That's exactly what I would want to read about in your first part of your personal statement of your BioSketch. I can see the list of all the fabulousness that you've had already. So you don't have to tell me again who you are and what you did, but now tell me why. Why did you do that? What was so compelling to you that you, as a highly accomplished professional already, chose to refocus and take on additional training in this area?
You're too kind. I was just telling, I was on mute, but I was like, you were so wonderful. Everybody else where I come from thought I was crazy. but anyway, so I am so old that we didn't have ultrasound in residency. So that's I was actually in the residency leadership for a long time and went from that to being a fellow. So
well, you have a really unique perspective, so you can use that to your advantage.
Hopefully they'll see that when we are fine.
Well, I'll tell you how they're going to see it. You're going to tell it to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Right. Our goal always.
Be the voice in my head.
That's right. Remember, the goal always as a grant writer is, think about yourself looking at somebody else's CV. Just think about that for a minute. And yeah, I'm reading the lines, but what are we doing? We're kind of trying to connect the dots, right? We're actually reading between the lines. We're trying to figure out what's the real story, what's going on here. And it's the same thing on a biosketch. So don't trust somebody else that will get the story right. Tell them what you want them. They might not believe it, they might not like it, but give them the story that you want them to have. That's your best bet.
Yep.
Good. Who else?
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. And I love that you guys were doing it together. Wonderful. Let's see. Who haven't we heard from? Lauren, how about you? Do you mind if I interrupt you? You have MSA. Does that mean you're a medical student?
Yes.
Are you thinking about research as part of your career?
For sure. I've been involved with a few research projects kind of over between my bachelor's, master's, and then med school. So I'm hoping to kind of continue along that track moving forward.
That's great. So one thing that this can help you with, first of all, it's never too early to work on a biosketch, because it starts to make you connect the dots of your interests and your story. So
Right.
remember, you're gonna think like, if I wrote a biosketch to do a project, pretend, if you're going to residency, there are some residency grants. SAEM has resident grants. So pretend, what would this look like if I were gonna write one of these grants, right? And we also talked about, when your early career, you might have a bunch of, middle author stuff with your mentor's project where it's not exactly what you wanted to do, but what a great learning opportunity. Or you've presented posters, you've presented abstracts. Can you cite that? Should you cite that? How does that work?
Right.
Yeah, a biosketch, you're allowed to cite all that. And you want to also make it your job to always move to a higher level of a higher standard of evidence, right? So if we remember that peer review is the higher standard of review, national is better than regional or local, and higher impact is better than otherwise, you always want to move it to a higher status. So if it was peer review abstract for a national meeting, that's pretty good. But how could it be better? It would be a peer reviewed manuscript in a good journal, right? So whenever you go to do an abstract, if that is your main subject, I'm not saying every abstract is going to turn into a paper, but make it a priority to turn a presentation into a paper if that's your main thing. Okay. Christopher, we haven't heard from you. Chris Coyne.
Hi there.
Hi.
Yeah, so my background, so I lead our sort of research division here at UCSD, and I have done a decent amount of projects in industry, and some like collaborator. I'm like a co-PI on a couple projects, but I haven't had a lot of like big projects like RO1s on my own. So I'm hoping to sort of take that next step, and this was very helpful in terms of sort of laying out the groundwork. I've done a couple grant writing courses before, but I think this was much more tailored to emergency medicine, which was great because the ones that I've done previously were more sort of like overall, and a lot of it was basic science. So this is very helpful.
Good, that's great. When you work on industry type projects, those are written differently, and yet the basic elements are the same, right? You still need a question statement. You still need the gap. You still need to know your approach. It just tends to be more compressed, and maybe a little bit less formal because it's compressed. You can't have as much. The main thing I would say is, because I've been funded since I do health services research by foundations and federal sources. And what I do to like get in the mood for writing to a certain kind of funder, try to look at funded projects or biosketches or AIMS pages for different funding sources. And you go, I literally just wrote an NIH grant in February. And I was like, oh my gosh, my mind is blown. I need to get into NIH speak. It's much more careful, sort of, I was telling people early, my little group earlier, my writing, my sentences get shorter. You can have like one thought per sentence. It can get a little staccato, but you read other things written to that funder that were successful, and you only about 2 or 3 of them, and you just go, ooh, I have to change the way I'm saying this, even though the core content is pretty similar. And so that's what I would recommend you do when it's time to try out a new funder. EMF is similar, but they have their own little way of talking to each other. And what you can do is ask your friends, tap your professional network, say, hey, look up who was funded by this agency, and you can say, reach out to them and say, hey, I'm working on a project for this funder. Would you share your grant with me? Or would you share your AIMS page with me? Most people will do it. Just to get the tone of the writing.
Great. Yeah, that's great advice. Thank you.
Sure.
Hey, I have a question for our faculty. So for many young investigators, we don't have a lot of publications, or we may have publication in something else that we were interested in back then and not anymore. So what's your recommendation in showing that we are an expert in our field without or showing that we can do the job or we can do the task? How do you go around that, being a young investigator, not having so many publications?
That's a great question. Does somebody else want to jump in? Will, what about you, Bryn?
We talked a little bit about this in my small group. And I think there are 2 main points. Is first of all, when you're just starting out, anything you've done is relevant in the sense that you have some research experience. Anything that shows that you've been involved with the research process, the data collection, data analysis, presentation, and publication process is valuable, just to show that you can take a project through from beginning to end. And then the other piece that I would say is, I think sometimes we have this narrow idea of what is relevant, and we think it has to be the exact same content area or the exact same disease process that you're applying for now. But if you look back at your prior work, just look at everything you have and think about how you could maybe reorganize it differently to make it relevant. And I'm not saying make things up, but maybe think about it from a different aspect. So maybe your statistician, my statistician is somebody we share with the Department of Pediatrics. So he has a lot of publications in pediatrics, but he and I work well together. And maybe, I highlight the other studies that he's done that involve hierarchical logistic regression models or clustering by site, because that's something I'm going to have to deal with in my study. Or maybe you have somebody who's a qualitative methodologist who is really well versed in the specific qualitative methods that you're planning to use and is going to help you with that. And same thing with your own research, even if it's a different subject, but maybe it's the same general approach to research. So whether it's clinical trials or whether it's implementation science or whether it's a survey, if you've done surveys and you have a lot of experience in survey design, even on a different topic, that experience with going through the survey design and implementation process is probably translatable to your current project. So I would think broadly about relevance and don't limit yourself to the disease process.
Bryn, that is brilliant. I want to hear what other people think. That's exactly right. You're rebranding, relumping and splitting in a way that amplifies some piece of the current project, right? So one of the biosketches we were looking at had sort of topical, qualitative, topical, quantitative. That works because that topical area is the topical thing covered, and you want to be able to show more than just 4. But if it wasn't that, and it was qualitative was a piece of the action, you might have a whole section that's just on qualitative studies, whether it's sepsis or fever or fill in the blank, right? But the common thread is an approach. Okay, anybody else have thoughts or examples that they've done something like this?
I was just going to say, our group, we discussed that same thing that you and Brent were just saying. But the other approach was sort of like, for me, I showed him mine was more of a, because my studies were lumped in one area and then they progressed to another area. So I did a sort of more of a chronological. This is where I began as a graduate student. This is where I did my fellowship. So the science moved, and it's more chronological than methodology. So, but it's interesting having these different perspectives on what works for you. And then I thought your point earlier about putting, for really, for maybe a medical student, for someone starting out, just listing the abstracts. I thought that was that's something I hadn't really thought about, but just starting small and putting what you have out there and then moving up. I really like that.
Good. Thanks, Will. For any of us, no matter how experienced you are, if you're doing new things, inevitably you're deviating from a record, right? And so what do you have when you go into a new area? You might have a grant, if you're lucky. You might have some publications, unlikely. You probably have presentations. Maybe you have an abstract. So that's normal for a new area. The main thing is, if you want that to be one of your big things, you gotta make hay in that space. But that's totally sensible, right? You have this new big thing, maybe you get a data set, you do a little study, it's not funded, but it's good enough to present at a conference, and that presentation is gonna be the outline to write up the paper. So put that on there, that's good. Now, if you've been a trainee for a while and your contributions to science are, 3-year-old abstract presentations, then it starts to look like a little bit of a negative, right? So then you got to convert to something better or choose a different way to present that material. Right. And I also think we were talking about, an early career person, you really need 1 or 2 good contributions to science is plenty. It's okay. You don't need 5. So I do believe, I'm curious if somebody has a different view. I would rather have fewer areas and have them be really strong than have 3 kind of drizzled along.
So I heard from Dr. Jeff Klein, who worked as a reviewer for NIH, and I don't know if Jeremy's here, but he said anybody who's applying for a K grant, generally speaking, you need 6 publications as the first author on that topic, and then for any R grant, you need generally 12 first author publications. Just so you guys know, that's what he told me.
I would push back on that, on those hard numbers. I would not get worked up about hitting those metrics, especially on one topic, right? That does seem like very rigid and not what I have seen in my experience. That somebody's counting them in that level of detail.
Well, I mean, it's a tricky business. Anytime you're going to give a hard number, right? There's always like exceptions. I think the point is, at least one of the points is, it is competitive. So the more competitive it is, the more, remember, review committees, especially NIH review committees, are extremely conservative. And I don't mean politically conservative, I mean like They're the steward of NIH's money. Their conservatism means this will not fail. You will be able to achieve what you say you achieve. And that's why people do these little tiny studies, right? These little tiny incremental changes in science. That's why you have to, you know, take one step away from where you are and not like, I've got this great idea and 5 steps down the road, we can do all this stuff. That's not what gets funded. It's incremental science. So anything you do that proves you can achieve what you say you're going to achieve is how you're going to get funded. And so the proxy measure for being achievable is, have you done it before? So a number, you being the lead author of a peer-reviewed publication in the topic area you want to get funded, sounds like you must know how to design, execute, and disseminate at least one such project. So, and if you do that 6 times, then I'm many more times reassured that you can do this in a leadership role. So I think you have to understand the subtext and the metrics people are using. It's not that there's some magic number of papers in the world and who's to judge if this paper is exactly on your topic or not. It's really about what can you do what you say you're going to do. And some of it's like the scientific evidence, some of it's the method or approach, and some of it is you as research leader. So, and you can come up with more creative ways to demonstrate research leadership, demonstrate feasibility, but that's like a shorthand one. Okay, and the more competitive it is, you know, all else equal, people with more evidence that they'll be successful have an edge. So that's the frame. But it's all just a matter of time. And that's why I do recommend, I really encourage people to be super strategic when you do things like make the title of your paper. I mean, if you know you're writing a paper about shared decision-making and goal concordant care, please put the words shared decision-making and goal concordant care in the title of that paper, even if it's about God knows what else. Or if you're specifically studying sepsis in children, you know, put pediatric sepsis in the title of the paper. So any kind of key wording helps. And then of course, the other thing that Jeff didn't mention, or at least it didn't come out, but I'm sure if he were here, he would say it. The shorthand, the other shorthand evidence that is very persuasive on a biosketch is a paper that's been published with the team. So Will said he's done team science a lot. Not only does Will want to lead a paper in the area of science that he's trying to get funded in, his best bet is he's the lead, his multiple PIs are co-authors, and it's in a good journal, and it's in the subject he's submitting on. So he can say, this is shorthand for, I already know this stuff, I've done it well enough that the content expert peers have sanctioned it, and this team can function together to achieve these scientific goals. Hey, what else do you want to know? Send me the grant, right? So those kind of things where you strategically include co-authors who might be mentors on a grant or might be co-investigators on a grant, you help yourself later by saying, here it is. We've already done this together. And that, for that reason, you might have a manuscript that you published with some of your mentors on a slightly different topic, but when you write a career development award, that might be one that you cite in your personal statement as proof that your mentorship team is real. They know who you are, they care about your work, and that together you can produce science. So, you know, you're being very strategic in that. Does anybody have any thoughts about that? We've given you so much gold nuggets so you can get grants. I hope this helped you. I know we're almost about out of time. I think, is there a short break, Alice, before you go to the mock grant review?
Yes, there's a 15-minute break.
Okay. Well, are there any last comments or questions, parting questions, thoughts? Daniel, we haven't heard from you. Carly?
I was just going to mention the team aspect that we've kind of already talked about, where it doesn't have to be just the one mentor who's local, but you could formulate a team throughout the world. And when the age of Zoom, like I think Vijay had mentioned, you can have these content experts and you can have your local expert and eat your cake too. So you kind of have all your elements there to have the perfect write-up.
That's exactly right. And Daniel, I will say one positive to COVID. There are just a few, but we used to really worry about needing an external mentor when we had an early career researcher and they were trying to make a mentorship team, and you think, oh, there's really nobody here who does this. The perfect person is fill in the blank, who's wherever. And we'd say, oh gosh, the review committee can handle one. They won't believe you that they'll mentor you effectively virtually. I do believe that is a complete game changer post-COVID. We've all been doing business remote, and I think now it has really opened up distance mentorship in a really concrete way. It will still pay to co-publish with that mentor as proof. Nevertheless, I think it's a game changer. You can really open up those mentorship teams.
I'm just on a KL2, and who knows, I may set a record worst score for my K23, but I think before freaking out about 4 versus 5 versus 6 first author publications, I think rigid rules are hard there. Your mentorship team, though, if that's not believable, will make your project dead on arrival. Like, I would far more focus on making sure your mentorship team is compelling and addresses your science appropriately than I would getting one more first author publication into whatever journal will accept it the fastest. Mm-hmm. But that's just my opinion.
Lauren, thank you. Congratulations on your KL2. I'm sure your K23 will be well scored. I will say, and Scott, this might be, I don't want to steal any thunder when you're done reviewing in the mock review. Oftentimes, if there's a flaw, either in the science or in your productivity as an early career researcher, the review committee will put that on the mentors. They'll say, obviously this mentorship team is not functioning because look at this mistake. A good mentorship team wouldn't have missed this. So this was part of the magic of reading the tea leaves of a grant review statement. Sometimes they'll say, you're fabulous, everything's fabulous about you. And then they hammer your mentorship team and they say, hey, she didn't have 12 papers. Wait a minute, what? But that's the subtext. So you're always looking at what they say and then reading between the lines. But thank you very much.
I was just going to add as a corollary to that to some degree, which is that your mentorship team or your team of collaborators sort of fills in gaps that you may have regardless of who you are, right? And so like if you have a particular collaborator, like so if you only have one publication in a particular thing that you need, you're just not very strong there, but you have a collaborator that is very strong there, right? You lean on that, right? It's why you brought that team together. If all of you were the same and could do all the same things, you wouldn't all need to be there. And so your mentorship team at this point sort of fills in your gaps, but it's true even when you're an independent investigator. You don't know everything and you can't do everything, and that's why you added X collaborator to help you with that, because they are an expert in that field and have publications that fill that in. So it's the team, if I'm going to quote anything from Michigan.
Okay, well, I think this has been a wonderful session. I agree. I don't know who said it earlier, maybe Jeremy. This is a really good group. Emergency medicine really knows how to grow its own. I love working with the grant writing workshop, and I'm so happy that all of you participated and you're being so active. Maybe next year we'll physically be together. That'd be awesome. So I just want to thank you again, wish you the best of luck. And it's a small world. Feel free to reach out to any of the faculty in this program for help now or in the future. Okay, I'll turn it over to Alice.
Thank you, Anne. All right, so we're all going to take a break, and I'm going to talk about how grants are scored at 3:45. So everybody can reconvene at 3:45. Okay, see you guys soon. All right, I'm back. So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I don't know if the faculty members are back, but feel free to chime in and add input whenever you think there's a comment that might be helpful for the participants, because I want to make this interactive and contributory from everyone. So, all right, so I don't have any conflict of interest. A little bit about myself. I am currently at Akron General Cleveland Clinic, and I've had the opportunity to serve on the SAEM Grants Committee, and I've been a reviewer for SAEM, and so I am happy to provide some of my input on this topic. And also, I've heard Dr. Jeff Klein give this talk a few years ago, so I'm sharing some of what he said here too. And also, I found Dr. Amero's slides online, and also Dr. Barry Taylor had some great slides that I'm going to share here. So before I go on to talk about the scoring system, first I want to discuss who identifies these reviewers. So reviewers are identified by the scientific review officers. They're designated federal officials who are often extramural scientist administrator, and they identify and recruit reviewers. They're the ones managing conflict of interest. They arrange for review meetings, and they reside at these review committee meetings, and they're the ones who prepare and release summary statements. So how are these reviewers chosen? They're chosen by expertise, by stature in field. They pick people who are mature, has mature judgment, and who are impartial, and they try to make a balanced representation involving both male and female from all over the country, and they try to make it as diverse as possible. And also, from what I heard from Dr. Klein when he does this talk, he said, usually the reviewers hold the grant that you're applying. So if you're applying to an R grant, usually the reviewers also have your grant, and if you're applying for K grant, they're R grant holders. All right, so they're usually someone who's familiar with that grant. What do they consider when they're picking the reviewer? So usually there's 3 or more qualified reviewers. They're picked based on their the field, so the scientific content of the application. They're usually experts in the field, and as a PI, you can actually suggest what field you want to make sure that the reviewer of that field reviews your grant. And also, the reviewers are recommended by program staff, by SRG members, and they make sure that there are no conflict of interest and that the work is balanced. So conflict of interest, this is a huge deal, both at SAEM and at NIH. So before we go into these review meetings, everybody has to fill out a conflict of interest form, making sure that you don't have any conflict of interest. You have to let them release if you have any investments. And at NIH, if you work with someone at the same institution, you're not allowed to review that grant. So somewhere like Johns Hopkins, that's a strong research facility. A lot of times, they can't review a lot of their own studies. And also personal reasons, professional reasons, or if they have SRG membership, sometimes that can be a conflict of interest. So that's disclosed early on. Something very important is that these review groups, they make recommendations, but they do not have funding decisions. All right, their role is to give the impact priority score and the criterion score based on the scientific and technical merit, and other considerations as well. They're also asked to provide written critiques, but again, they do not actually make the final decision on which study they're going to fund at the end. So grants are scored based on a 9-point scale scoring system. Both the overall impact score and the individual review score criteria is based on 9-point scale. 1 is an exceptional score and 9 is a poor score, as Jeremy suggested earlier. 5 is an average score. So what they do is with the final impact, or how you get the final impact score is that they take the average of individual scores and they multiply by 10. So the final impact or priority score will range from 10 through 90. And often this number is converted into a percentile for certain mechanisms. And at times, you might not get a score at all. Your study might get streamlined and you would get an ND for not discussed. This process allows discussion of more meritorious applications or stronger applications. All right, so here is an example of the scoring rubric. So if you get a 1, 2, or 3 on your score, it's a high impact study. You are essentially, you essentially have no weaknesses or negligible weaknesses. So if you look down here on the bottom of the slide, it defines exactly what these weaknesses are. So 1, exceptional, exceptionally strong with no weaknesses. Outstanding has negligible. And then 5 is, again, average, strong, but with at least 1 moderate weakness. And then 7 is fair, some strength, but at least 1 major weakness. And then marginal has a few strengths and a few major weaknesses. And then the non-numbered scores are as follows on the bottom here. NR can be not recommended for further considerations, or sometimes for ethical reasons, a study may not even be considered or might be deferred. And then if there's abstention, conflict, or not present. Now the weaknesses are defined as in the bottom there, as I said. A minor weakness is an easily addressable weakness that does not substantially lessen impact. Moderate weakness is a weakness that lessens impact, and major weakness is the weakness that severely limits impact. Now, as a reviewer, this is one of the scoring sheets or evaluation forms that we get. So we are asked to put in bullet forms significance, their strength and weaknesses, and then 1 to 9. Okay, so I think you guys will see more of this during mock session. So before the reviewer go into the meeting, we're asked, or reviewers asked, to give a preliminary score entered by into a website. It's available to all the other SRG members. And then afterwards, we're given we're also given a final overall impact score at the SRG meeting. After everybody review all the discussion, we're given a final overall impact score. So reviewers are asked to revise their criterion score after the meeting. All right, so you get the initial preliminary score and then after discussion score. So as you, the faculty might talk about this later on too, it changes quite a bit, I think. The reviewers, the discussion makes such a big difference. All right, so I want to talk about this triage process. So at the NIH, generally speaking, they review the A1 studies first. A1 studies are studies that have been resubmitted. They're the more meritorious applications. And then A0 are the initial submissions. They're reviewed later. So the order are based on time in which the applications are received. And based on what Dr. Klein was saying, he said, you know, it's a whole day. In the early, they're still not awake, a little bit anxious maybe. So the best time, that the strongest score he noticed was after coffee break. So I'm just quoting what he said. This lecture is actually on YouTube, so you guys are welcome to go and listen to it. And reviewers are tired at the late of the day, so it's the scores are usually not well scored. So it's important that you turn in, you don't wait till the end, till the deadline to turn in your grant submissions. All right.
Hey, Alice, can I interrupt here real quick on this?
Yeah.
So there was a little bit of data about how scores moved during the day, and there was a whole thing about putting the highest scores at the first. So the last study section I was in, they randomized the grants by time where we discussed them, because the SRO had sort of seen that data and just said that it was more fair to randomize them rather than putting the highest ones in the beginning of the day and the lowest ones at the end of the day.
Okay, so they changed that.
That was brand new for this section back in February.
Well, that's awesome. Now, do you know if they're doing that for NIH as well too?
Well, I mean, that was NIH, but I don't know what, that was just our study section. That's what the SRO
Okay. All right.
do.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that important insight. All right. So the study gets presented. Now, as I said, reviewers give their score before the discussion takes place. So the grant application, so the reviewers will give their score. So if the score is, let's say, so the 3 reviewers will give their score. If the score is so low, like below average, like 6 or 7, we just triage those grants. So we won't even talk about them. So it's so important that reviewers, all 3 reviewers, like your study, because if one of the reviewers does not like your study, then your grant application likely will not even be discussed. All right, so it's so important that you write the curb appeal of your study is so important. All right, and then SRO prepares a list of average preliminary scores. It's distributed, and then the entire SRG decides which application to discuss or not to discuss. All right, so here's the data, and you guys let me know if there are any updates on this too. So if 60 applications are submitted at the SRG meeting, 50% are streamlined, and then so they discuss about 30 applications or more and score. So if they have 9 hours per SRG meeting, they get ½ hour for introduction and streamlining, and then 1 hour for lunch, and then 2 15-minute breaks. That leaves 14 minutes per application. So think about this. They only have 3 to 4 minutes per reviewer. That's very little time. And so it's so important that our AIMS page are so attractive, and because a lot of these reviewers, that's the only time they're reviewing the studies, that AIMS page. Okay. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. Let me rewind. So it's important that you write your grant so the reviewers love it. Now, but during the discussion, when they score you, the reviewers and all the members, the only thing that they're reading is the AIMS page, and then they give the final score. Sorry if I confuse you there. I had to correct myself there. Okay. Any questions so far? Okay. So the review process goes like this. Before the discussion takes place, they will have 1 minute to read the AIMS application. And then the primary reviewer will present the study, and they will evaluate significance of the proposed work. So a recommendation for people who are writing grants is to copy and paste what's asked on the FOA. It's so important that you address the aims that they're asked to make sure that you reach their goals. Is a suggestion made by one of my mentors. And then they will go on to discuss each individual criteria as described by Jeremy earlier in the day. There's investigator, innovation approach and environment section. And then other assigned reviewers will give their input, and then the group will discuss, and then the level of enthusiasm will be restated. Individual SRG members will then vote, and then other budgets or other considerations will then be discussed. All right, so I have to stress about this overall impact score. Overall impact score is different than the 5 individual score. This is involving the whole study itself. So you assess the likelihood of the project to exert a sustained, powerful influence on the research field. So it's the 5 core review criteria plus the review criteria, the additional review criteria. So it's not a 6 review criterion. It's not necessarily the mean of the criterion score, and it's the integration of all the scores together. All right, and it's evaluated and scored independently of other criteria. So this overall impact score is then averaged and then times 10 to get your priority score. Additional review criteria that are considered are here. They look at, you know, is this a resubmission? Do they need renewal? Are there ethical issues, animal issues, and why are they not including women, or why are they not including children? Budgets and resources. All right, so those are the things. Now, for SAEM, a lot of times for the smaller grants, we look at, oh, what are they going to use the budget for? So if, you know, they're using it to buy computers or machines, like a lot of times, you know, that's a turn off for us sometimes. So those are, we look at those things. Now, after the review, the NIH program officer will be the point of contact, and they, you had to wait for the summary statement to be released. It's a great recommendation to make sure you read the summary statement before calling your PO, and a favor score does not necessarily guarantee funding. All right, by any chance, if you do not get funded the first time, make sure you revise and resubmit and not give up. And this is all I have for you guys. Do you guys have any questions about how grants are scored? All right, no questions. Okay. In that case, let's go on to the next portion, is our mock review. So for this section, we have Dr. Van Epps, who's going to be leading. He's going to be acting as the chair of the grants of the committee. And we have Dr. Muma, Dr. Graniter, and Dr. Catherine Staten, who's going to be our reviewers. Okay.
Thank you, Alice. I appreciate that. I'm gonna just put the plug in for the revise and resubmit. So my K took 4 attempts to get. So it's really okay to do that, and so it's really about shots on goal. So what I'm going to do here is we're essentially going to simulate what you just heard, sort of in how we put this together. And so we're going to go through a single grant, and you'll hear how the discussion occurs, right? And so what we're going to do is we have a single grant to review here. I'm going to have Colin be our primary reviewer, and Bryn will be the secondary reviewer, and Catherine will be the tertiary reviewer. Sort of the broad overview of how sort of a typical one works is at the very beginning of the day, they will confirm any conflicts of interest in which reviewers, and just because you have a conflict of interest doesn't mean you can't sit on the study section. It just means you can't review that particular grant when they're ready for it. And they will remove you from the room physically when it's done in person, or using breakout rooms in the when we did it via Zoom. Once that is sort of settled and everybody knows where they are and the number and the specific order in which they're going to go through the grants is sort of proposed, they will then sort of go through them individually. And typically that's introduced with either the PI name or the name of the proposal. Initially we'll sort of ask for that first set of scores, right? So all of these grants will have been reviewed with a written review by the primary, secondary, and tertiary reviewers. They will provide sort of the score they gave it prior to the discussion, and that will sort of set the bounds on sort of how the discussion will go from there. And then each reviewer in order will provide their reviews. And typically the goal is to not reiterate what the prior reviewer said. So if you're the tertiary reviewer and there's really nothing more to add, it's very commonly said, I agree with what has been said. My only sort of addition to that is this one little sentence. If there's something very different, they will add that. But the idea is that the primary reviewer spends most of the time to give a quick overview and then really get into sort of their decision-making, the strengths, weaknesses, and their sort of scoring. When all that is done, then it'll be open to discussion for any member of the group to talk about and get any clarifications. And then finally, when that's all done, the chair will sort of provide a summary of what they understood the discussion to be, and then ask the reviewers to provide new scores based on that. And then once those scores are made, so let's say there's like the lowest one of the three is a 4 and the highest one was a 6, that'll sort of set the bounds, and everybody will have to vote in between those two, either 4 to 6, or if you choose to vote outside that, you have to at least state that you are planning to vote outside that and sort of provide that you are sort of moving outside of what the reviewers were choosing to do. You don't always have to give your reason why, but you have to state that you are going to go outside that. And then once the scores are in, there are a number of sort of what we call non-scoring things that are discussed, any budget issues, vertebrate animal concerns, things like that, that don't show up in the score, but that you can express concerns in. And then they move on to the next. So we're going to simulate that now. So we do not have any conflicts of interest, at least in this simulated environment. The grant we are going to be reviewing is called Addressing High-Risk Alcohol Use Amongst Injury Patients in an Emergency Department in Tanzania. Colin is our primary reviewer. What was your initial score?
I gave it a 2.
Hey, just so sorry to interrupt. Yep. I attached the grant that they're reviewing right now in the Google Drive under chat. So if you go in the Google Drive, you can see the file there of the actual grant that they're reviewing.
Thank you, Alice. Bryn, secondary reviewer, what was your score?
I gave it a 3 overall.
All right, and Catherine, what was your score?
I gave it a 2.
All right, so our range is 2 to 5. Colin, please go ahead and with your review.
All right, I am really running on fumes. I'm on an overnight schedule, so I apologize. I will do my best here. This is an application from some fly-by-night researcher we're never going to hear from again. No, I'm just kidding. This is a resubmission of a career development award that uses the Fogarty mechanism, and it is about alcohol use disorder in Tanzania, and specifically high-risk alcohol use, what the investigators define as high-risk alcohol use in patients who present to the emergency department with injury, unintentional injury, presumably in an emergency department in Tanzania, which has a strong partnership with Duke, which is the principal investigator's home institution. The resubmission is very responsive to the criticisms of the previous review. It has a very strong principal investigator who's leveraging what appears to be a longstanding partnership between this hospital in Africa and Duke, and the investigating team is very strong and includes John Bartlett, who's one of the associate directors of the Duke Global Health Institute, and an in-country mentor who's the director of the partnership between Duke and the Kilimanjaro Hospital. The hypothesis is that something called a brief negotiational interview administered in the emergency department in Tanzania will decrease high-risk alcohol use as measured using a rating scale called AUDIT, which stands for Alcohol Use Disorder Identification Tool. And just to fill in a little background about what a brief negotiational interview is, that is a short, and by short they mean less than an hour, counseling session that is administered by a non-addiction trained person, in this case by a member of the nursing staff. based on some concepts from motivational interviewing. And apparently this is something that I did not know. The efficacy has been shown to be so strong that in the proposal, it states that it is mandatory for all trauma patients in the US to undergo screening and this BNI prior to discharge. So apparently there's pre-existing data stateside that this is a cost-effective and ultimately effective intervention in this setting, in sort of this setting of the classic teachable moment, someone who's in the emergency department, they've been injured in the context of using alcohol. So what are the aims? Well, in the first aim, the investigators are going to use qualitative methods, essentially survey and some focus groups to interview stakeholders, including patients, their families, and healthcare providers, to understand sort of what's the scope of the problem, what are their perspectives on alcohol use in Tanzania. And in aim 2, they're going to develop a culturally appropriate version of the brief negotiational interview that has been used in the United States, that can then be delivered in the emergency department in Tanzania. And they're also going to validate their outcomes, including this audit score that's going to be their primary outcome, to make sure that they work in Africa and in Swahili, which appears to be, together with English, the primary language. And then in aim 3, they're going to conduct what they call a pilot trial. So this is not adequately powered to actually determine whether or not there's going to be efficacy. It's really about determining feasibility and identifying any issues that there might be with acceptance of the intervention on the part of patients or their families or healthcare providers or any of the other invested parties. So as I mentioned, I think this is a very strong application. I had difficulty finding any major weaknesses with it at all. My overall score was a 2. I think significance-wise, this is an important thing that leads to many deaths worldwide. They have some preliminary data. That
Colin, can I interrupt? You said your score was a 2?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I for some reason I had a 5. So we were a 2 to a 3 when we said that before, right?
Yeah. Sorry.
That makes way
I was
more
wondering
sense.
where you got 2 to 5. I was like, maybe Catherine gave herself a 5. I don't know.
No, sorry. I totally misheard that because you were so positive. I was like,
yeah, no, I am very positive
Go ahead.
about this application. I mean, I think that significance-wise, as I was saying, there's preliminary data that suggests that 30% of people who are presenting with injury at this emergency department in Tanzania have alcohol use. So that's a really significant number. Again, I've already mentioned the shown efficacy of this brief negotiational interview in the United States. I think it's innovative. I mean, all this work is happening in Africa. It's really has not been done before, and the validation of these scores and sort of identifying how feasible it is to do a clinical trial like this is very innovative. The investigator is clearly very committed to this. She's emergency medicine trained, but also has done a postdoctoral fellowship in injury prevention in Africa, and has been running a clinical research study in Tanzania, and has very strong letters from, like I mentioned, a strong investigative team, has basically started ED research. So this partnership existed between the Kilimanjaro Hospital and Duke, but not the ED research part of it. And that's really sounds like it's the investigator that's done this. The approach, I think, is very strong. The one thing that I would highlight as maybe I gave the approach a 3 and that I felt was, some minor weaknesses, is that I didn't really see that aim 1, which is defining, as I mentioned, the sort of attitudes and perspectives on alcohol use in Tanzania. I didn't see that was really well laid out, that actually had any bearing on the BNI, this brief negotiational interview that they developed. It seemed like they were just gonna do that and collect some qualitative data, but then the BNI was going to be basically derived from what's worked here in the States. So I don't know if that's actually what they're planning, but that's how it came across in the proposal. I felt that was a bit of a weakness. I think the second weakness, and this is a bit outside my area of expertise, so I'd be interested in what the other reviewers thought, but was in aim 2 when they're validating the scores. So this is critical, right? Because these are going to be the outcomes that they're going to use to measure the efficacy of this BNI ultimately. And they, really that what they're proposing to do to validate, some of it's internal validation, looking at the linearity of the score and whatever, but then they're going to just compare multiple scores to each other and see that they correlate with each other. And I'm not sure that that's truly adequate to successfully validate these scores in what is a very different setting than where they were derived. So I think those were my only minor weaknesses that I found with the application, which I overall thought was excellent. That's it for me.
Excellent. Bryn, any additions?
Yeah, so overall, I agree with Colin. I thought this was a very strong application. I think I scored it a 3 instead of a 2, but my comments follow very much along the same lines. I didn't see any major weaknesses with it, and I felt like it was I didn't see the initial version of the application, but it seems like it was very responsive to the feedback provided during the first round of review. The candidate herself seems extremely well qualified. As Colin mentioned, she has a degree in global health injury prevention. So a very niche degree that really prepares her well to study this topic. She's done a lot of prior work in Africa and other developing countries and has this established partnership in Tanzania, as does her primary mentor, who splits his time as well between Duke and the Tanzania site. The primary mentor does have a track record of NIH funding, including R01 funding, so would theoretically be able to mentor her moving forward to preparation for the R01 that she does plan to submit at the end of this grant. My only concern about the mentor team, which is a minor concern, especially in the COVID Zoom era, is that they are in disparate locations. And from what I could tell, it doesn't look like the mentors are really a team in of themselves in terms of collaborating. The mentor teams that don't regularly collaborate, it looks like she has relationships with them, but they themselves don't have independent relationships. Not to say that they can't come together for this project. We see new teams form all the time. But that was one area that was not quite as strong as others. In terms of the career development plan, again, I thought she has a nice timeline table that includes the planned manuscripts and kind of lays out by each quarter in the grant when both the training and the research activities will be performed. If anything, looking at it, it looks like the timetable is a little bit ambitious, but I think we see that commonly in these career development grants, and I'd rather see someone be a little over ambitious than wasting their time, because it looks like in the first year she's planning to collect data, analyze, and submit 3 manuscripts in the first year, which is, that's great if it happens, but I think that's a lofty goal. But overall, the training activities tie in pretty nicely to the research, and I think the research will sort of nicely complement the formal didactics and other professional development activities that she has proposed. In terms of the research strategy itself, I agree with most of Colin's statements. Everything is very nicely laid out and sort of has formal established framework for evaluating the brief interview, as well as some of the other work that's being done. She's taking something that's been sort of well established in English in the United States and adapting it both culturally and sort of in terms of the resources that are available, adapting it to a new setting. So she's sort of taking advantage of that existing framework rather than really starting from scratch, which I think makes the project more feasible. The proposal itself is nice, as she lays out, is responsive to a critical need or a gap identified by the World Health Organization, Lancet, and Nature. So this is a real problem. This is not a problem they created just to write a grant on. This is a real problem that's been identified by external sources that needs information. So they are working to fill that knowledge gap. Her analysis plan is very thoughtful and really describes how they will analyze the data, not just saying we're going to analyze it, but really talks about which variables will be dichotomized and which will be treated continuously. Similar to the career development plan, my only real concern with the research strategy was that overall it kind of seems ambitious. There are a lot of pieces to it. So it looks like there's focus groups and there's a survey, and the survey will be completed by patients and family members and healthcare providers. And then there are separately focus groups, and then there's a pilot study, and then there's 30-day follow-up. So there's just a lot of pieces. No one piece is huge or unachievable, but there are a lot of pieces that each one will take quite a bit of planning to pull off. but they do have the research team in Tanzania to help with this, so the investigator will not have to be doing everything herself. Moving on to the environment, I mean, overall, the environment subsection, I gave it a sub-score of 1. I think it's a great environment. I mean, this is Duke has their own Global Health Institute. They have an established partnership with this hospital. She has worked in the hospital. She has relationships there, as does her primary mentor. The department also seems very supportive. In addition, there are 2 years where the grant doesn't cover the fund. The grant funds will be used on project expenses, and the department is actually giving her $10,000 a year in global health travel funds, and the department is financially supplementing the grant funds. So there's true evidence of commitment from the department. And then there's also unique research infrastructure at the hospital in Tanzania, including the research coordinators, as well as office space where data can be stored. So it does seem like it's a pretty unique setup that is well suited to this project. And then finally, in terms of significance and innovation, significance, I think this approach and what the products from it could be translated probably first to other countries in Africa, but probably even beyond Africa. I can't imagine that the problem of alcohol and traumatic injuries are limited to Tanzania. So I certainly see potential for this to be translated more broadly. Like I said, overall, I gave it a 3. I could have just as easily given it a 2. It's a very strong proposal overall.
Thank you. Okay, Catherine, any additions to add?
Yeah, as review number 3, I can easily echo what Colin and Bryn said. I can also identify some slight weaknesses that weren't mentioned specifically because it's also my own grant, so I find them quite easier. Then some of them include specifically in the research plan, having limited framework utilization from implementation science. You learn as you go, obviously. But the only other thing I would say was limited amount of topical mentorship in alcohol and behavior modification research on her mentorship team. And that specifically came from the feedback of the summary score. Otherwise, I think these are minor weaknesses considering the rest of the career development plan and the group she's brought together, and continue. Yeah, otherwise agree with what Colin and Bryn brought to the table.
Excellent, thank you. So right now our scores were 2 to 3. Normally we would then open this up for discussion among the other members. It sounds like you guys are in agreement. Do you have any other questions you wanted to ask each other or bring up? Or
well, I wanted to make one comment about, and for everybody in this session, this is like not uncommon that the reviewers will then kind of talk to each other. And for me, a grant like this, I'm going to want to argue for this grant, right? And I hate to say it, but sometimes it getting 2s and 3s it isn't necessarily going to get funded. So I'm going to try to get Bryn to change her score. But anyway, what I would say to her is that I agree that it's ambitious, but I did note that one of the criticisms that she responded to was, why does she need 4 years of time frame for the grant? So actually on the previous submission, she might have been less ambitious and may have been adding things in response to the review that she got. So I agree that it's ambitious, but that might be part of the strategy that the applicant had.
Yeah, I agree. I was surprised to see that comment from the first review panel.
I want to go back to what Colin was saying earlier about psychometrics and whether that it's a valid method of doing the comparison of the scales against each other. I don't think she talked about it in the grant, but honestly, one of her consultants is a psychometrician. So I think she's assembled an appropriate team to be able to appropriately answer the question the best she can given the resources. So I think that would lessen my concern about that limitation. Great point.
And for the audience, this is actually quite common where like someone will bring up a concern and there may be a piece of information like that, like Catherine just brought up, that, yeah, I hear what you're saying about that, but there's this other thing, right? There's a mentor that can do this, a collaborator who knows how to handle that issue. Likewise, someone can say, you know, I was really enthralled by this idea, and someone say, I've tried that before, it doesn't work, or you can't achieve that, right? It goes in the opposite direction too. The last thing is, it's not uncommon, I misunderstood the scoring, but it's not uncommon to hear something like a reviewer give it a score of like 4, but then really not comment on any major weaknesses. And so so the chair will sometimes say, well, I heard you say a 4, but your commentary sounds actually better than that because you didn't really highlight any major weaknesses. Can you either let me know the major weaknesses I didn't hear, or what your thoughts are on that? And so you'll sometimes have the chair recalibrate the reviewer score based on that too. That comes up. So at this point, after sort of the discussion, as the chair, I will typically then try to provide sort of a summary of the discussion. And that would look something like this. So in this project, we have scores ranging from 2 to 3. The reviewers highlighted that in this project, which is a Fogarty mechanism project looking at the use of, or at an intervention for high risk alcohol use, is a very strong project, which is a resubmission. Strengths included innovation in the adaptation for Tanzania and the development of the tool there. The significance of the problem, both in terms of its benefits in use in other places, as well as the incidence of high risk alcohol use in Tanzania, were brought up. The candidate was felt to be extremely strong based on their experience and leveraging of already built collaboration between her institution and Tanzania, as well as a mentorship team that includes mentors in both places and a mentor with experience in psychometrics. The environment is exceptionally strong in that this collaboration already exists with research infrastructure, particularly in the institute in Tanzania. There were some very minor weaknesses noted in the approach, in that perhaps it wasn't clear how the information from AIM-1 might guide AIM-2, although it was felt that this information was still strong and would have minimal impact going forward. Likewise, it was felt that there might be some bit of ambitiousness toward both the career development plan and the research plan. However, this was felt to be not to detract from the impact of the proposal overall. As such, the idea is that there was very strong enthusiasm for this project, and the few minor weaknesses that were brought up did not detract from that enthusiasm. Does everybody agree with my summary?
Yes.
All right, at this point, I would then ask everyone to enter scores between 2 and 3, and to identify themselves if they are planning to vote outside of that score.
Don't we re-enter our votes first?
Oh, that's right. You are right. I apologize. Yeah. So
yeah,
we'll go through and have you guys re-give your scores. Colin?
2. I'm going to stay with the 2.
Bryn?
I will, considering Colin's feedback regarding the resubmission and the responsiveness, that I will come down to a 2.
Catherine, are you going to move your score?
Stay at a 2.
All right. Well, so, and this does happen where all the reviewers actually come into alignment. I've definitely seen it. And then I would ask if anybody wants to vote outside of that space. And then once the scores are in, I would say, were there any specific concerns regarding non-scoring items such as the budget, human subjects concerns, animals, biohazards, or anything like that?
No.
No. And typically, if there were concerns, these would get noted by the SRO and get explained in the summary statement as a separate thing other than the normal scoring items with that. All right.
Can I just point out one thing? I don't want to interrupt the fidelity of the process here, but I just want to point it out because and Catherine, feel free to comment because it's your grant. But I just think it's valuable to look at a grant like this for people that are doing, emergency medicine research is often beating an untrodden path, and the way that the applicant writes a pilot trial, right? Really making sure to get all of the things that she's going to need for the big trial, that's the R01, without trying to say like, oh, I'm going to do the trial in AIM-3. I think if you did that, Bryn and I would kill you, right? Because it's way over ambitious. There's no way you're going to do that, and enroll, and it's going to be underpowered and all that kind of stuff. So it's very smart how that person does that. And basically yet makes it impactful because these are all the things that she's going to need to go forward and do the real trial. And I mean, what's so cool about this is now we know that, I mean, unless I'm wrong, Catherine, you are doing the trial, right? So it really did work out. So just keep that in mind, that it's okay to say stuff like that, that I'm just doing this grant. I want you to invest in me so that I have the training. I know how to do all these different pieces, the mixed methods and the scoring systems and the psychometrics and all this kind of stuff. You know, so that then I can do the thing that's really going to be impactful when I get the project grant, right? So I just thought I would mention that for everybody.
So
just going back to the process real quick, Scott, I would just say for all the review sessions that I've ever sat on, having agreement and alignment across a number is probably the most frequent time that you're going to get somebody to dissent at this stage. And so I won't dissent because I thought it was a good grant, but at this time is when somebody usually says, well, actually, I'm going to throw it outside the range. I'm going to give it a 3 for such and such reason. And that's very common. And I would say, especially at the NIH level, when I reviewed in February, alignment was the worst enemy, because then about 10 people would vote outside the range whenever the scores aligned.
And that's true, especially when they're really, really high, because all you have to have is one weakness, right? And all of a sudden you're a 5. Yeah. So I've seen that same thing where people are, come on, there's one weakness. I know what it is. This is what it is. I've done this kind of research before, blah, blah, blah. There can be this sort of creep, I also feel like, where you have this really non-dynamic range. I don't know if you've experienced that same thing, but like, it's like, wow, no one's given anything lower than a 3. Come on, not every grant is perfect, right? So
I was going to say, I feel like if everybody's going to align and there's less people voting outside the range, that occurs at the low end, right? In the 2-3. If everybody kills it, there's usually somebody who like votes down. I mean, like, I feel like it goes the other way, right? Like usually if all 3 reviewers give it really good sort of story, yeah, I hear people score outside, but it's usually one notch up. But I feel like the other one goes the other way more. That's just was my experience. It's this last February, but we had a really dynamic, more so than I've ever seen this last February, where we routinely had grants that had a spread of 4, and nobody moved on it, which was odd, I thought. So I don't know. I think there is. I don't know why that is.
I mean, the other thing is we had a grant that got a 25 impact score and it didn't get funded. So that's like 2s and 3s, right? So like, what the heck, right? I mean, I guess you needed all 2s or 1s. I mean, it's really rare for anybody to get a 1, at least from what I've seen. So I guess there must be grants, right, that are really well scored, like really, really well scored.
We had one grant where one reviewer gave it a 1 in the last one. I remember writing down, like, it was all like one grant, one reviewer got a 1. I just thought out of like, I think we reviewed, I mean, including the ones that got triaged, there were 90 grants in the whole thing.
Just to add to your statistics too, I think we had 2 grants that got 1s, and they were both at the end of the second day. So
wow, at the end of the second day.
Yeah, so it can happen. We did go back to review those after we'd reviewed a bunch of others, and we'd skip those for some reason going through. But people never give 1s, and they were like, oh, I have to give this one a 1.
We had several where the division or the study section chair had to recalibrate, like specifically state, you gave this a 5, but I'm hearing this in your story. And then one of 2 things happened. They revised their score, or typically what they said is, I didn't really emphasize this weakness enough. Let me explain better, or whatever. Does anybody have questions?
I just want to point out how a lot of times, really 90% of what Colin says is really important. So getting that first and that second reviewer to bring up as much as you can is really important to be able to set the premise for the rest of the conversation. And so writing for your reviewer, 1 in particular, is really hard, but I think it's really helpful in the process.
You want somebody to go to bat for you.
So would you still say to turn in the submit the application on time and not wait till the end, or it doesn't really matter now? in the past, you know how they say, but based on what you're saying, it sounds like they're changing they're not, are they still reviewing the studies based on the time in which they're submitted, or they're not doing that anymore? Do you guys know?
So ours used to review them in order of scores. The highest scores were first, or the best scores, the lowest scores were first, and the other ones that way. Then they went to this randomization where they just took all the grants, they randomized them, and we reviewed them in the order that, like, it literally, he just gave us this randomized order of numbers.
I think it depends on who is running the grant review session that you have in the institute.
I would say just submit it when you're ready. I mean, I don't you don't want to send it in with some misspelling. So you've got the science, it's already, it's perfect. And you've got that last week just to go over the spellings and the grammar. You're just trying to use that. I would use every inch of time. If you feel like it's perfect and it's ready to go, then send it in. But being worried about what order it's going to go in, I'm not so sure that I can see that matters to some extent, but peer review process is not perfect. And it's all sometimes luck of the draw. You might get a reviewer who's just in a cranky mood that day and doesn't like anybody's grants, and it's just that's why you may have to be.
And I think the other thing to point out, kind of going back to the one reviewer who's cranky, is that the comments that Catherine will probably get back from us are fairly uniform, but this is where it's really important to look not only at the individual reviewer comments, but also at the overall summary statement that should be written after the discussion, that summarizes the discussion. And that will serve two purposes. One is it summarizes kind of the weight of what came up in the reviews, and it should also reflect any comments kind of from the other reviewers from the peanut gallery that may not have been included in the initial written reviews by the reviewers. And it will also help, I know, speaking from my own experience, I've had grants where some people, it gets all 1s, 2s, and 3s from reviewers 1 and 3, but then there's reviewer 2 who gives it 7s and 8s, and you want to try to get a sense of where the rest of the committee fell out, because you don't want to change too much to cater to this one oddball reviewer and risk making the other reviewers unhappy. So it is a little bit of a game, and it's a very nuanced process. I think we were all in agreement, so we would probably give very uniform feedback, but be aware that there are times where you will get very disparate feedback and have to figure out which reviewer you try to appease in the resubmission, because you're getting directly conflicting advice.
Yes, what somebody, Bryn, in my session, breakout session earlier, was talking about her grant that got different reviewers said different things, contradicted each other. And I just had a grant that had that, literally one person was like, this has already been shown, it's not innovative. And the other person said, you don't have any evidence that this works. And what we end up doing is playing those two reviewers against each other, right? You can't have it both ways. You can't criticize me about the innovation and then also say that I don't believe that it works. So I think that, and I would also agree that, is this what you're saying, that if a reviewer has comments and then they don't show up in the summary statement, then perhaps those comments weren't picked up by the study section as a whole?
And
I think
ideally,
that's where the program officer can be very helpful.
Yeah, it helps if the program officer was there, which is not always the case, right? Because a program officer doesn't always align. So I have a program officer that gets grants from multiple study sections and may not be able to attend every single study section. So it does help to have a program officer who is physically there, but also a really good study section chair SRO should, or the chair actually should write the discussion based on sort of the things that were emphasized, and not mention, if only one reviewer brought it up and then it was never really discussed or nobody else agreed, then that should get downplayed. And usually you'll hear something like, this was brought up but was not felt to sort of reduce enthusiasm, or some sort of comment like that is typically how should be said anyway. There was actually a comment in the chat. I think it was Ellen wrote, when resubmitting a grant, do the reviewers have access to the first summary statement? Yes, I think they do, actually. They have access to the first summary statement. I don't know if they have access to the original grant. I have not reviewed one where I got to see the original grant.
Yeah, they don't have access to the original grant. They do get the summary statement from the original grant, and there's still anonymity towards who the reviewers were for the initial review or for the first review. So some of the reviewers on the second review may be the same, but it's not necessarily the same reviewers.
Right, and on that note, roughly a third of the study section turns over, sort of like it goes sort of in thirds, right? So at least as the standing study section members. And then every study section then has ad hoc members for specific expertise.
So that just brings up an important point. Be careful when you're responding to reviews because you might get the same exact person. And so how you respond is really important. So in the summary statement for this, I had someone actually said, I read the first one, I've read the second one, and she was really responsive, which was helpful.
Yeah, and I noticed that you thanked the reviewers for their insightful review, which is always smart to do.
Frequently.
I have a question. I don't know
if
you maybe you covered this and I just missed it, but when you resubmitting, is there a place where you say I'm responding to such and such review? Is that like the letter, the page? And do you do that throughout, like in your bio sketch or in your aims, or do you do it other places or just the cover letter?
I'll let everybody talk about how they manage other things, but there is a page called the introduction to the revision, or that you get one additional page that precedes the specific aims page that you can basically address in sort of whatever form you want the various comments on there. I don't know that I've ever put a lot of, you can also mark, depending on how you want to do it, what changes you made from the original. You know, I do it with there's like a bar in the left gutter or the left margin that sort of marks the areas that I've changed. So it's not too obtrusive, but I don't think I've ever said something specifically in the actual proposal that like this was to address this. I don't know if anybody's ever done that, but I haven't done that.
I agree.
Oh, sorry, go
Seen
ahead.
grants, like samples that have been given to me where on the revision, pretty much anything that's changed is put in italicized font. And I personally found it distracting, so I didn't do that with my resubmission, but I've seen it done.
I think Christian had a question. Christian P.
Hey, thanks. It's interesting. We watched Dr. Stenton review her own grant, and so she knows what the weaknesses are. I mean, how do you deal with known weaknesses, maybe even perhaps in the situation where you can't mitigate them? And I don't know if you guys have ever run into this or any examples, because I'm asking this is because I'm applying for a training program. I'm at the University of Vermont, and I just came from the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. So when you talk about institutional scoring and repertoire, there's a very big disparity between those two institutions. And so I know that perhaps that might be questioned, and you don't have to use my example, but any own examples about particular weaknesses and what you do to mitigate them. And I would say a training grant would probably be the most beneficial for me.
So I would be very upfront and identify your own weaknesses for the reviewers, because if you identify them ahead of time, you can address them. And I would also say almost any weakness that you identify can be remedied through other solutions. So your mentors, the way you work with them, how you've worked with them, how you work abroad. Like my mentor's in Tanzania, so you can handle sort of a Northeast mentor, right? That's not that much of a big deal. But it's a lot of the description about how that's going to work. And if you could talk about that, show other ways of support and infrastructure and being able to give you the environment that you need for learning, it's doable. If you try to hide a limitation or a challenge, it will stand out like a sore thumb. So bringing it to the front, and then I literally have a section at the end, anticipated challenges and the way that I'm going to handle it. And usually that brings that to the forefront. Most of the challenges that I brought up were either from the summary statement or what they said, or from what I learned over the last 7 years doing the project. So they probably wouldn't have known that during the process.
Yeah, but it's a good point you bring up. And in basic science grants, you usually have that with each aim. sometimes even with each sub-aim, you have a section about anticipated challenges and what you're going to do about them. So yeah, we're really explicit about our weaknesses. You know, it's harder to be critical as a reviewer of a weakness that they bring up themselves, right? And that they try to mitigate.
I agree. I think every grant has its weaknesses, and you can bring them up yourself, or you can let reviewers find them for you, but there will be weaknesses discussed for every grant. Particularly for, you know, you mentioned that you feel like you're at a place that maybe doesn't have all the resources in terms of the environment. I would really, you know, explore what's there and really detail what is there and how it's applicable to you. The other thing to really emphasize is what's available to you, because sometimes I will read these environment sessions and it's very clear that it's just kind of a description of the university, and it doesn't really say what is actually available to the candidate versus what is there but really only available to these R01 funded researchers. So that may be an area where if there's something that maybe is a smaller center than what exists at a big university but has funds dedicated for junior faculty like yourself, I would definitely highlight that.
If you look at your study section roster, Christian, not everybody's from CHOP, right? I mean, there's plenty of people from all over the place. So they're not going to fault you just because you're at a smaller institution. I really doubt that, unless you don't have any, you know, you make it clear that you don't have any mentorship or resources there, right? I very famously got an 8 on my 7 or 8 on my institution from the University of Pennsylvania, right? So it goes the other way too, right? You don't always really have a strong score when you are coming from a big institution.
Christian, one of the things that comes up on the career development awards in terms of environment is sort of the support by the department, and Bryn, I think, is the one that brought it up on this particular one, saying the department has explicitly stated these are where they're going to support this person. It's not just yeah we support everybody kind of blanket letter. It's we're supporting $10,000 for this particular thing. We're going to support the salary up to this amount, you know, above the salary cap. You know, we've dedicated this. There's the administrative support staff for this person. Those very detailed sort of things from the chair of or division chief of your section or of your department or division really are a big part of environment and can be very explicit and very specific. And doesn't have to be a giant research institution. Just that support is important.
Yeah, so much of it is you're a mentor too, right? If it's a mentored award, the environment that your mentor has created around you, that they're NIH funded, they're successful, that's going to build a lot of, yeah, I mean, you know, the institution's important too, but it's just going to be built into the whole process.
Thank you all.
All right, does anyone else have any questions or general questions about our session earlier? Because if we don't have any more questions, I do need to go over the CME questions, the 6 more, because I want to make sure you guys know the answer to them as part of the educational aspect of this workshop.
I have just a general question, which is, do training grants have to be for a project where they are the only source of funding, or can you have a project that has like a bigger grant as well as the money from a training grant that's for you personally? Like if you're attached to a project that has other PIs that are more farther along than you are and have bigger grants, can your training grant be part of that project, or does it have to be something that's just you or just your funding, if that makes sense?
So I think it has to be, you have to have your own project. Your PI, if your PI has funds and you will be, say, using equipment that they purchased or using resources like a research coordinator that is funded by another grant, I think that is acceptable, but you need your own sort of standalone project. Like you can't just be doing a sub aim of your PI's project and take that aim and kind of submit it and flesh it out and submit it for your training grant. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the word is scientific overlap. There cannot be scientific overlap between your aims and the aims of those other grants. That's the real kicker.
That also fits into career development too, right? If you have too much overlap, then you won't have your own career, you'll have your mentor's career, which there needs to be some separation between the two in your path and your longevity.
Any other questions? All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on forward to our CME, our last part. Thank you everyone for staying. You guys are probably exhausted. All right, so we did 6 questions already. Let's talk about, these ones are a little bit easier, I feel. Okay. Okay, maybe not. 7. All right. Question 7. All the following are true statements regarding NIH BioSketch, except A, describes the magnitude and significance of investigators' scientific contributions, including publications and detailed information about investigators' research experience in the context of the proposed project. B, BioSketch involves figures, tables, and graphics are not allowed. C, BioSketch are only required to be submitted by the principal investigators. D, may not exceed 5 pages per person. Or E, all above are true statements regarding NIH BioSketch. Which statement is not true?
C.
Thank you. Yep. Excellent. So keep in mind, figures and tables are not allowed, and you are only allowed 5 pages per person, and then all the important personnel are required to submit a BioSketch. All right, true or false? The NIH grant application scoring system uses a 9-point scale for both overall impact scores and scores for individual review criteria. 1 is an exceptional score and 9 is a poor score. 5 is for a good medium impact application and considered an average score. Is that true or false? Anybody?
True.
Yep. Thank you. Okay, which of the following is not one of the sections of the individual scoring review criterion? Significance, investigator, innovation, approach, environment, or F, all of above are part of the NIH individual scoring review criterion.
All the above.
Perfect. All right. The following 5 grants were all reviewed at an NIH SRG review meeting. Which of the following final application scores consider the best score in this group and most likely to be funded? A, B, C, D, or E?
A.
Yeah, the C, D, and E probably are likely to be triaged. So kudos to Catherine for that awesome score. So all NIH grants are discussed by SRG as a group at the review meeting. No grants are triaged. Is that true or false?
False.
Yep. Okay, and last question. All of the following are true statements regarding impact score, except A, discuss the applications received numerical impact scores from all eligible reviewers without conflict of interest. B, the impact score for an application is based on each individual reviewer's assessment of the score criteria only. Additional criteria regarding the protection and inclusion of human subjects, vertebrate, animal care, and welfare, biohazards, and criteria specific to the funding opportunity are not included in the impact score. C, reviewers are guided to use the full range of the rating scale and spread their scores to better discriminate among applications. D, reviewers whose evaluations or opinions of an application fall outside of the range of those presented by the assigned reviewers and discussants should ensure that their opinions are brought to the attention of the entire committee. Or E, the SRO and the chairperson should ensure that all opinions are voiced before final scoring is conducted. Which one is not true?
B.
Yep, good job. Okay, that's all I have. Does anyone else have any other questions before we conclude our session here? Okay, no questions. Well, thank you so much again for all the faculty members. You guys are awesome, and we're so lucky to have you guys as in our field. And everybody, I hope everybody got the main point is that if you don't get your grant, please do not quit and just reapply again. And we have all these mentors here today. Feel free to reach out to them for help. All right. And then hopefully maybe next year, if you need to have somebody review your grant, you guys are welcome to sign up for this workshop again. All right. Okay. Everybody take care.
Thank you, Alice. This was, I know how much work it is having done it. So very nice job. Thank you for bringing it all together for us.
Yes. Thank you,
Thanks
Alice.
for being
Great
here.
job.
Thank you. All right. Take care, everyone.
Thank you.